the market's not moving that much. And as Neil said, and as you can clearly see by both of us trading, by the midday trading, by that own Playmaker poll, which is at 0 and even below 0 right now, trading is not easy. You know, when you have these winners on, and we talk about that all the time. I mean, look behind us how packed this floor is. Trading can be difficult, you know? So when there's winners, you got to put them on board. You know, I'm always here talking about, you know, we have bad days, we have good days. I told you yesterday was a bad day. We got hit. The honesty of Obi as well yesterday, talking about him getting hit yesterday as well. You know, this is what it's all about. It's about, like, you guys, you put in there, you know, respect for this trade, great trade, that trade, this trade. But I think it's important that we honestly understand. Today we're 3 for 3, and it's a banger of a day. And I think that most of you that have been watching this for years and years and years know what's up. But at the end of the day, you know, you got to sort of take it day by day and step by step. And if you're here to make money, that's what we're trying to do. You know, and sometimes in an attempt to do that, you'll also lose. So despite, like, maybe the successes of one trader doesn't necessarily mean the successes for all traders. So stay in your lane. Everybody just keep on, you know, doing what you're doing best. And thankfully have great friends like Neil and Randy that can make the day so much more enjoyable.
I thought you were going to change that for a second to a bull, which would not have been, not yet, but maybe. NVIDIA high of the day break just now. NVIDIA is absolutely gonzo to the upside, so it looks like this one is going to put in some strength. It's still resistance till it's not, as far as I'm concerned up here. So if it mean reverts, let's give it a little bit of a breath as we try to go back higher. Quantum names are trying to go. So there's another pop. They can't get to VWAP. Maybe if it gets to VWAP, you're not even going to want this. But there's now, well, what's 4 green candles in a row on a 3-minute for QBTS, even though it's down 40%. So it is clawing its way back up. Every single bounce is in theory an SSR bounce, and you're lining up for a run at this $6 level. So that's where I want to put the reload in. As long as we get some kind of a trend break, this upward trend it's making, or resistance at 6 even, we're going to go back into QBTS. And we've got a Dara for happening.
Here comes Tesla.
Some numbers here, not massive by any means, but we did have the revised wholesale inventories number month over month for November, coming in negative 0.2%. That is exactly in line here with the forecast and the consensus, but it's a little bit lower than the previous print of positive 0.1%. We also got wholesale sales data on a month-over-month basis, well above expectations here, 0.6% to the upside compared to positive 0.2% expected and negative 0.1% previous. So again, exactly in line here for the revision for wholesale inventories, a little bit higher here for wholesale sales. It's been yet another interesting day for the market here. A lot of these Mag 7 names still on watch because they made big days, big moves yesterday. Actually, all 7 of the Mag 7 ended red on Tuesday's session. NVIDIA trying to bounce back, as is the market, a little bit range bound here, but it's worth noting we are still basically flat on the day for the QQQs. We'll have to see if the NASDAQ is able to recover properly from weakness yesterday, despite a pretty strong showing on Monday. Another ticker to keep an eye on here, we have Micron, MU. This is actually poised to be the strongest semiconductor of the day, including with the $7 billion investment here for the Singapore facility for AI memory. Either way, we do have the drop here, about 2% for MU, and we know these semiconductors are going to be on watch all week due to the CES conference. Last but not least, we have Rigetti and all these quantum tickers that we're getting definitely in watch here. Basically what happened was Jensen Huang said during an interview after CES saying that he gives it about 15 to 30 years before we actually get the abilities here to do some practical computing with quantum. So keep an eye on all of these tickers. Trying to make a little bit of a bounce here, especially with Rigetti bouncing just below that $10 level. But either way, be cognizant. These tickers are on watch. Pharma Bro Martin Shkreli also had some comments on these. And before we send back off to the boys, we're going to take a moment to thank Prop Firm Match. Are you feeling overwhelmed trying to find the perfect prop firm? With so many options out there, it's easy to get lost. That's where Prop Firm Match comes in. Prop Firm Match is the ultimate platform to help you identify and compare reliable prop firms tailored to your trading style and goals. Whether you're after low fees, high profit, splits, or quick funding evaluations, we've got you covered. Say goodbye to hours of research and confusion. Prop Firm Match makes it simple to find your perfect prop firm. Scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and take the guesswork out of finding the perfect prop firm. Back to you.
Yes, sir. And
Yes,
thank you
sir.
very much to them. Scan that QR code you see there. Hey, we trade prop.
ASAP.
And it's a trading prop. It just means essentially you're trading a firm's money, right? So there's retail where you're trading your own, and there's prop. That's the easy way to think about it, where you're trading someone else's money. And when you are doing that, you want to make sure you respect their parameters, because everyone's going to have different rules. Prop firms are always going to have risk limits and that sort of a thing, which helps you with your discipline. So as markets come back in here, part of discipline is if it gets to our level and sets up, we take it. If it doesn't, we don't take it. So Mara's coming back, trying to retest those highs. It's not there yet. We're at 70s. I'm in at 80s. We'll see if we get another curl up there. I keep checking over at QBTS to see if we're going to get that push, or I guess not even push, relief rally, because I think, you know, when a stock is down this much and it goes up like a few pennies, you can't really call it much of a push. But it is a little bit of a curl into this 580, and it's trying to mean revert back in. Still lower highs and lower lows for now on QBTS. So first available pop seems like, or next available pop seems like it's now. Local highs at about $5.80. If we catch a fill, just going to move a stop to that level. All of them still bleeding as far as I'm concerned. And you know, whether it's this, whether it's RGTI, Rigetti. Yeah, Rigetti just did a curl at $11. Let's see if we can't get back on QBTS. They're all short sell restricted, meaning, you know, you're not really getting filled when you hit that bid.
All right, well, interesting times over on Ridgemont High over here right now, because we just go long on Tesla right there as it breaks higher. We get out at 401.50s, 401s, go long at 401 as well. So now taking it the other way to the long side and hoping for more. We just got some out in and around that 402. So right now we are long Tesla 401, engines revving now. We said we're just doing what we said we'd do. So that's what makes it feel good. And we went on that sort of thing about how, you know, what trading's all about and things like that. I mean, this to me is what it's about, you know, throwing some things back and forth here into the market, seeing what sticks, making the trades, making the plays, and there it goes right there. And it's just sticking to your plan. I think Obi yesterday talked about that, right? And it was a data point, that question that Joe asked him. And it was, what data point would you keep on your journal? You know, and it was, did I stick to my plan? And I think that we talked about going long 401, going long over 400, over under 400, I think was even the terminology that Neil used as well. And so there it goes, man. So we take that trade, we take the long, let's see if it works out. But one thing that has worked out, that is for sure, is our consistent pressure that we keep applying on AMD. And I mean, this is the other thing about, and Adara coined this, so I say shout out to Adara for having some confidence. And it's like, this is what it's about. It's do not leave your trades. Like, if the trades break down, fine, get out of them, for sure. And we did that. We got out right here. It broke down, it took VWAP, we got out. I, unfortunately, you know, I wish I would have looked at this a little bit more, and we should always be focused on the trades that we have. You know, unfortunately, someone even in the chat goes like, hey, man, you know, this is also, not only are the trades bangers, but it's also pretty entertaining. So it's like, you got to watch out for those things, but there goes AMD to the downside. So there's us getting out, and there's us getting right back in, and we talked about giving it a little bit more room. So here's another dollar right there. We've been in the dollar club on every trade so far that we've had. Hopefully not making it a reverse dollar club here on Tesla. But AMD, there it goes, man. Huge move, Neil. Right back into the downside one more time, as this market cannot seem to hold any bids. I mean, that was a nice move on the futures. But yeah, fade central coming through one more time. There goes AMD to the downside.
Yeah, and when the market does this wick top, you got to be careful. Again, it just cannot seem to break through these highs. So now I'm just looking for an entry on the way back in. Trying to keep it simple, keep all the, try to keep emotions out of it. I saw that in the chat yesterday. Like, I'm staring down Mara, I'm staring down Qubits, and it's not Qubits, it's D-Wave and Intel, QBTS. So if we get a mean revert here, which would be a break of the trend line, I'm jumping short. Well, I'm already in Mara, but you guys get the idea. We're going to fade it. It's the same thing with QBTS. The problem with this one is, it's when it heads to the downside, the bid just sort of evaporates. So it's a little bit trickier trying to catch the short in any of these quantum names because it's SSR. bid just drops, and you can't hit the bid. It's longs covering the majority of the fills that you're getting here. So kind of a missed opportunity, but that's the problem. If you're going for a mean revert strategy where you're waiting for it to break the trend, when a stock is SSR and it breaks the trend, the bid probably just drops out and you can't hit that bid to get in. You might have to have a different approach to getting back into the short on QBTS. Not an issue for MAR. You hit the bid on MAR, you're going to get the bid. But yeah, QBTS, bit of a swing and a miss there. That's twice that we haven't got a punch on QBTS, unfortunately. But there's still plenty of time in the day. I just tracked over to NVIDIA, and it did not hold. So now with now it's a failed break on NVIDIA. Failed break continuation. If we don't get above VWAP, then all I see is a failed breakout. If you start putting in lower highs, then NVIDIA turns back into a short as well for me. So again, just got to be a little bit patient with this. BFRI, another one of these runners for everybody. It just halted, flat tap, but then it's a NASDAQ stock, so that doesn't really give us good updates. Downward halt on BFRI. What goes up must come down, unfortunately. A lot of these names, if they don't hold that prior high breakout, you're going to be in a world of hurt, especially VWAP coming back in and underneath on BFRI. So still the same three names I'm looking at. In QBTS, here comes $5. You got to be kidding me. The quantum bleed is really on, and they don't seem to have much of a bottom.
What's up? I mean, Sam Pepper, like I said, man, this is part of it, right? And you said right there, Sean says stick to his strategy, then he switches long. I told you, over 400, I'm going long. Under 400, I'm going short. So I absolutely stuck with the strategy. The only problem there is that I held this breaking through 400. It just should have been another short. That's all. And honestly, like, it's, like, to be green and to be like doing some of the stuff that we're doing here today is pretty special. So I just hope that everyone, like I said, can trade their own stuff, because it's not an easy day trading. And, there's going to be traders, obviously, that are going to be green, that are going to be red. When making a trade like that on Tesla, you really have to have, again, like that sort of conviction to hold, in my opinion anyways, to hold that through 400. Sure, the market's tanking, and let's not get it twisted. I mean, now this is $1.70 right now in the money. So let's props up to actually, to your point, Sam, to actually sticking to the plan, making the money, and going short, and sticking with the AMD short, right? So we don't have a red name. I don't have a red name today, and we've done really well, I feel like, on everything that we've traded. So we're going to try to keep the momentum here to the south side on the trades, but to the north side on our logic and on what we've been doing. Because you know where I'm sitting on? I'm sitting at 144.50 on NVIDIA, because again, it's what we labeled and what we wanted to do. So, and again, we were too busy with Tesla at this point. So again, good call. But that only gets to 144. So we were, again, in the right space, just missed that trade. And we talked about waiting for levels to come through, right? NVIDIA is still positive here today as the market is bleeding. And then we got that super chat yesterday. The best trade yesterday was the AMD short. And it looks like today, I think, bar none again right now on this AMD, just because it was reloaded 3 times up there at 123. That looks like that could be, again, it's only 10-12. I mean, there's a lot more to happen right now. But for me, this pretty much like ticks all the boxes for what I'm looking for right now on that trade. And then, Silo was great. We got stopped out there. We had 5% left, I think. I think we had 10% left at one point, and we got some out there at 290. Then we got out again there. But Silo, again, just buying there and then buying the dips and reloading that and taking that right there to the upside. So, yeah, man, like so far so good on pretty much everything that we're doing. Just waiting to see for more opportunities. Really, that's it. And a little sad about missing out, obviously, on that Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get every fill, you can't get every execution.
Still a positive name, but
it is what it is, right? Like, you just gotta, when you make a trade on a specific setup, okay, when it wins, just make sure when that same setup comes again, and eventually all trades are winners or losers at some point, just make sure when you win more than you would lose on that trade. And sometimes when you miss an entry point, it means it didn't give you a perfect setup. And if you take a trade that isn't part of your plan and it wins, sometimes that sets you up for failure. So look, Rigetti's now at 50% down. I feel like that's a psychological level here for Rigetti. But the other thing to track is there's nothing on the chart till you get to like $6.50. I'm in halt watch on some of these. If there's some kind of a capitulation bottom, I'd like to look for like a panic low and then maybe some short covering. So at this point, like Rigetti seems like it would be the one. Every even dollar, I'm going to look for it. Mara, we got into intel on a curl, but Mara did a bid drop when it. So when it's set up here, it was a very big difference between Mara the first time it came up there and the second time. Like when it broke trend, like that first candle was like 2% to the downside. So like it's just like not like the open where it goes in there and just hangs out for you to get the top. No, this one dropped like a rock. So for that entry strategy, didn't get the reload. But if it double bottoms here at 18.25, I jump out of the trade and look for the next. But the way these quantum names are going, I just feel like there's going to be some kind of a shot at a reversion on the quantum names. So I want some kind of a panicking candle through an even dollar level. Try to take like a very tight stop long trade on a mean revert here on Rigetti. If Rigetti looks like it's the closest one to it. 50% down, 9 even, trying to put in a bit of a double bottom. As I said, I'm getting out of Mara if it double bottoms that 18 level second time.
All right, man.
Jay Lee said they're already long Rigetti. Good luck, Jay Lee.
Yeah, best of luck to you, Jay Lee. Yeah, look, there's another $2 right there. So the double dollar club right there on AMD. We can have a quick look at Rigetti as well. But for right now, this is what we're in, and that's what I'm looking at. So AMD, nice move down. Let's see. We're waiting now for 120. We don't have any reason to do anything other than wait for that right now. And of course, lament missing and flipping over on Tesla. Look, Tesla is still going to be P&L number 3 today. But at the end of the day, wow, huge move down on TSLA. Congratulations, anybody revving those engines upside right there on Tesla. So yeah, that's that trade. I would still look for a long maybe in this name, and we were just bouncing right now off these lows as well that have come into play. So maybe there is something right there. We just did take that opportunity to cover just a little bit more of AMD on that downside there at 121. But right now it is now $2.50 now in the money as we get even lower. If you guys are here for winning trades, thank you. If not, thank you as well. 9,600 watching right now. If we can hit that like button, let's get that going as we're setting records over here at Trader TV Live. So thank you so much for all of the love and the support, and just keep it coming, right? I mean, we're here for you guys. We're here tomorrow. Market close tomorrow. You'll hear some of us give some ideas on what we like for long term, and some discussion on, portfolio things, anything like that, Q&A kind of stuff. I actually don't even know the format. It's going to be...
Well, I think it's Q&A. You guys have questions. We're going to be ready to answer them.
Exactly.
I think we're just going to lean on some ideas for the long term. But if you guys just pepper us with questions, we can just sit there answering questions.
Yeah.
The market's not going to be... I mean, the Toronto markets are open, but...
I'll be trading.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto's open, and there's Europe is going to be open as well. So there are trades to be had, but for the most part, we're just going to be there for you guys. The market's at the lows and trying to make a little bit of a bounce. I've got my trail on in Mara. I got a trail on in Mara, and here comes that qubits. I keep saying qubits.
Yeah.
D-Wave, QBTS. You know what I mean when I say it. Bit of a reversion. Double bottom through $5 on QBTS and Rigetti. I almost put our VTI. Rigetti now double bottom at $9 and trying to reverse this trend. So there's that trend line. Rigetti is now held a low at $9.18 and trying to close above the trend line for like the first time. Well, you guys can see the chart. I mean, obviously it's bleeding down 48%, but it's making an attempt right now for the mean revert.
All right, let's just keep on going then. I don't, other than that silo trade, if you guys have anything in the chat, that QBTS, it didn't really get to my levels. We just talked about maybe buying some Tesla upside right there. For an upside, but buying that downside dip. It looks like it does hold pretty great at that 200 period moving average. So we're kind of just like waiting to see what winds up happening here with Tesla. But for right now, yeah, downside push into those levels. Market, again, we've already zoomed out, bounces off of some of that. We could look at the DXY maybe to see if there's anything going on there. IBIT, I mean, crypto not really moving. I see some people they're asking us about MSTR or whatnot, but for right now, it doesn't look like a whole heck of a lot is happening in crypto land. I mean, IBIT now down at 1.2%, so not much going on here in that space, but still something anyway.
95's holding.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So maybe 54, 50. I mean, the bottom if you're looking for a hold, maybe in crypto. So that could be something there on IBIT coming back into $54. So looks like now it might want to go. So
wow,
some good levels to dip by there on IBIT for sure today. So yeah. I like that 95. I like the 94. The last time I bought was 94.150. That was pre-Christmas. We probably got into there again. But for right now, holding those levels, I'm not that nervous about it because it is what it is. But at the same time, yeah, crypto's been going to the downside. So I think there's enough to be nervous there. Okay, Adara with small cap recap. Let's go.
The small caps are certainly headed to the downside, 1.5% to the downside for the Russell 2000, actually breaking below, excuse me, that key previous support level of 220 that we chopped around most recently last Thursday. So clearly some weakness here for the IWM, bit of a rounded top here on that 15-minute chart. VIR, one of these small caps to watch here. This one, Vir Biotechnology, announcing that they're basically going to be presenting, excuse me, some initial phase 1 data from one of its trials. They have about a 7% short float. Next up, we have CURR. This is Currents. This one has been falling pretty repeatedly, but bouncing really nicely, still up 200% and near day's highs, but be warned, it is extremely volatile. Debuting their seamless AI call center solution. So any AI-related headline, a great look. CURR to the upside. This is Equinox Gold Mine, EQX. This one, a little bit less volume, just about, I think around 2 million shares traded so far today, up around 7% right now. They announced yesterday after the close that they've extended their Fazenda mine life by 7 years. So EQX, bit of a small cap gold play on watch with about a 4% short float. Back to you.
A 4% short float, eh?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you like Bitcoin, sometimes you don't like gold. And it is what it is. We'll get to NVIDIA in a quick little second.
I was thinking about buying some gold.
I did a change of, usually if I take a mean revert, you can see the trend line, it didn't hit safe, so it's not there anymore. But there was insanely heavy tape at $10, in front of $10 on Rigetti. I got in, saw one look at that and was like, no, this is very different. I don't think you can put these in this category. There was not it reverted trend, but there was no panic bottom. Until there's like a ridiculous, huge volume candle, reversal candle, breaking the low and regaining, like that kind of thing, to me, should be the reason to get into some kind of a long. So I did jump in and just going to jump out of it. It didn't feel right. Like if you saw it get to like 990 and then you watched the level 2 and the tape, let's just say that everyone and their mother was selling shares and there's no need to be long in front of it. NVIDIA is bouncing off the low. It's a failed breakout setup here. So failed break, looking for a continuation after the failed break. So pull back into VWAP and then the VWAP short here on NVIDIA. Beer producer just said IonQ did it, right? Not exactly what I would be looking for. It's kind of like a bottoming tail at the 27. The volume isn't a big panic volume candle though. I think, you know what? I want extreme evidence that you've made a bottom on these. How about that? Like it can't just kind of look like a bottoming tail. It's got to really look like one. Otherwise, no point trying to fight these names.
Oh yeah, that was
like it's.
They're still going.
I just pulled up a weekly chart on IonQ, oddly enough, because I think at some point there's going to be a huge opportunity here. And if you do that, IonQ, it's crazy to say, but like $20 to $21. That is the initial dip after it broke out here that's November, and then that's that prior high. So there's, like when you look at the daily chart, there's a lot of room to the downside on these things, like a lot. You gotta be careful. I want some real evidence that these are dead. I don't think it's there yet.
Well, dang.
Or not, they're done being dead, I should say.
Yeah, I have no idea about what's going to happen now. We're going long right now, though, so let's go a little bit of a face slap and see what winds up happening now with OKLO. So we are now long on that name into 36.25, just going down to the low of the day when, you know, I said that there was going to be a name that we wanted to buy if the market did go down and there was some nuclear talk. So we're going to go nuclear a little bit here. Start to get some out now on Oklo. There it is again, Neil, another one. 30-cent winner right there. Shout out to Max. But there is another 30 cents there on OKLO. So, I mean, again, you can see the different styles. Trading a little bit more sort of these kind of like faster moving names and just trying to scalp them out as we go. Watching out also for our good friend AMD as that continues to go lower as well. We are covering AMD though. I mean, that just 120, like we got 120.80s right there as it just bumps up another dollar. Like that was $2 and change right there. We only have like 5% left of that trade. Okay, look, for Oklo, I'm taking out a little bit now. We're out of probably about 15% right here. I'm offering 68. Okay, that's strange that it just stopped there. We did not even get filled, so that was me there sitting at 68, offering that level. There it is, okay. And now the next level there, 94s. There it is, man. It's another one. Well, props it up. Good talk today, good trading today, as there goes Oklo. Nice move once again back there to the upside. Again, we just switch over to a quantum name, and it's a banger, Neil, right there.
Oklo, no, that's you said it before, it's nuclear.
Yeah, sorry, nuclear, yeah.
Like look, I get it. Though both those spaces they've been parabolic movers. So there's been some sympathy, like when one bleeds, they all bleed because they've all been going parabolically to the upside. They don't always go up together, but they certainly have been known to come down together as well. So I actually haven't checked my SMR today. Probably a good idea to do so. So Mara did this test of the low of the day. There's the break of trend. We'll break of the trend and then trail to the I used this bar, but I probably could have used that one there and been out at 28 instead of 31. But we're out of MAR and looking for VWAP. At the same time, Intel just went green. So we're jumping out of this. This is actually holding VWAP. So all of a sudden, this looks a little bit, the only thing weak about it is that you still got a ton of overhead resistance here at 2030, but it just held a higher low. I do still believe in NVIDIA as we're trying to push back into VWAP. That overall setup where it tried to break out, failed the break of the high, or at least rejected the break of the high and trended back down. I'm going to look for a push into VWAP or a trend break to short NVIDIA. I haven't traded NVIDIA yet today. I thought I want to be extra patient, didn't want to chase that long, wanted to see if a short would actually set up on the stock. And all of a sudden, as the market gets to VWAP, or the NASDAQ gets to VWAP, NVIDIA is underneath it by a hefty margin. We're going to look for a trend break or just back into VWAP for the short there. All right, what's going on in those quantum names again? Rigetti is starting to go a little bit. Not much, but it's starting to go. It might be the beginning of something, but it can't pop more than 20, 30 cents before the sellers come in.
Yeah, that's the thing about Rigetti. I mean, I know it's the same thing here.
Any of them, really.
Yeah, with Oklo as well. We took some more outs up there at the 70 level, so now we actually only have half left on this name as it comes right into those levels again. We already nailed it. We've talked about support and resistance and how key that's been. Well, this $27 is pretty good. So we'll go long there at 25s against 26, and then we'll see now. We'll extend our stop a little bit more now that we've taken out some profit here. But into this play, again, like the stock at these levels and think that we can get away with it right now. So we'll do that on Oklo, see if it can extend out a little bit higher. I'm waiting in the 80s now for another out. Hopefully that will come through for us on OKLO, and we'll see what winds up happening there. Okay, and then AMD, we've talked about it, so let's move on to something else. We've really liked the TQQs to try to short the NASDAQ. We've talked about looking at the market instead, of course, of individual names, and we might have just missed it right there into the 200 period again. The thing is, it hasn't been that great, so I kind of want to avoid, but I kind of got to look back at this because like the 50, the VWAP, the 200 are all at the same level here. So I don't really know what that's trying to indicate to me right now, but it just failed off of it pretty good. So TQQs goes to 80.20 right there and then falling back in. So everything is working out just perfectly right now as far as looking at some of these lines, but I mean, it hasn't been that great. VWAP on the futures, we talked about that, right? It was pretty choppy there. We'll see if we can make the run back. The TQs, of course, is a triple levered ETF, so I like to trade that. All right, Ocklo now. I'm gonna get another piece at 52. We'll just join this party there. One little bid, and we should be able to get another piece out, but you are fading back. We've talked about getting out of half of that one. Thank you so much in the chat. Someone just said that was a great call on Tesla bounce. Thank you. But like I said, you got to take the trade. And I talked about this with Obi yesterday. Neil and everybody, I talked about Neil and Brendan yesterday too, is like, we could talk about all of these lessons and everything like that. I love filming these extra reels. Go check us all out all over the place right now. Instagram, Twitter. We have a new Twitter research page and all that. But this isn't in the wild right there. We talked about it coming down into the 200 period. We also talked about the short over under at 400. So it's like these are trades that we're making. This one was a loser. Well, actually, this one was I'll have to find out if we made or lost on this because we did have a nice break. But there's like inaction right there on Tesla. And then there it was again on the 200 period moving average. So, we don't have the trade, but there is a trade there anyways at some point. I think for me, this basically worked the same as yesterday. We talked about what AMD did yesterday, and that's why it's the most special, because here it is downside. There's the retracement right into VWAP, right into the 50 period again. There's the retracement into VWAP. So if you're going to look at what we did today, it's virtually the same thing, except for we joined the party at 123. Then we used the pre-market low of 123 to get these trades. And then there's the pre-market low corresponding with VWAP. So this is not like, let's look back at the trade. What did I miss? What could we do better next time? This is live taking these trades and really just pointing them out. And I think that even if you take them or you don't, just for myself too, like it's great to see this work out like that, because then we get more and more confidence for next time. And no matter what you've made or lost today, next time is what's most important, because it's the next trade. You could have made $10,000 today. It's what are you doing the next trade? Because that's already in the past, right? So that's important. So we'll wait to see what our next time brings us here on AMD. But for now, we are at a level that I think I'm going to cash a little bit more out. So cash me outside on AMD right now, and we will bid some right now and see if we can get that out as crude oil comes out right now.
Yeah, inventory's just dropped there. Oh, come on, Troy. Come on. One of my charts just did the old crash-rooney, so I got to do that. There is Rigetti. Rigetti might be on its way to VWAP, but the other thing, and what I wanted to point out when I was drawing this trend line, I'm not going to draw it because I don't want the same thing to happen, is if you look at this trend, it's a lower high at the same level on Rigetti. So it's holding on to this trend. If it breaks it, I think VWAP, unbroken, this would be the place to look for a curl. I am favoring D-Wave for said curl. As I watch Rigetti as a bit of a leader. Look at D-Wave. It's actually weaker at this moment than Rigetti, so it's holding the trend much better in my estimation. So volume actually drawing down a little bit here. So hold on to the trend. We're going to get this little bit of a short pop. NVIDIA is not at VWAP, so I think we still want to be patient with it. I'll give this to about 540, which is this prior low on Rigetti. That's assuming we actually get filled on the offer, which has been a bit of a challenge on these SSR names. This time we do get the fill. And then NVIDIA, still want to stick with the same. Oddly enough, we didn't trade NVIDIA at all today, and it can't even get to VWAP, so forget it. NVIDIA is not going to VWAP, at least not for now. The next available pop, we'll maybe look for a consolidation and grab this 141, if that's what it wants to be, but the overall setup stays the same on NVIDIA. The next trade is a continuation short unless something extreme happens. Failed break of a resistance level in the high of the day. I say continuation. Oh, let me fix this for a second. I say continuation at least until we get some kind of a final breakthrough of this 50 period on the daily. Like if you just lose the 50 period in earnest on this daily, then you can join it and work for 135. So NVIDIA continuing to look weak. Danny asking if MSTR is a head and shoulders on the week. Well, it's perfect because Dara is going to talk crypto, and we'll come back and look at MSTR.
Great timing.
This Bitcoin is not looking great here. We are at day's lows This, to keep in mind, this 2-day sell-off began here. We opened yesterday around 102 halves, currently breaking below 95,000, around 94.8. Now, there's a couple different reasons I'm seeing floated around that Bitcoin dropped. Of course, we did have that massive drop with the whole market on those JOLTS job openings numbers, which were higher than expected yesterday around 10 a.m. I'm also seeing here on CNBC, they think it had to do with the fact that there was that increase in Treasury yields, a bit of a spike, which basically led people to flee from some of these riskier assets. So it could be Treasury yield related, could be JOLTS related. Either way, this was a pretty massive liquidation for crypto. According to CoinGlass, there was liquidations of around $206 million in the crypto market in 1 hour, and a total of around $400 million liquidated in the crypto market within the last 24-hour period. We've actually had the global crypto market cap drop 4.5% over that period. So this drop for crypto is not just something on the chart. It was pretty massive, regardless of what the cause was. Now we're going to take a look here as well at what's going on in crypto as a whole. If you're guessing it's red, you would be correct. Bitcoin down about 3.5%, Ethereum down 5%. We've got XRP, BNB all down more than 2%, Solana down almost 6%, Cardano down 10%. I'm not going to read every single one. Needless to say, it is weak, even more so than the market, which is basically chopping around flat right now, guys. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
A little bit.
Well, MSTR, which we were asked about, that's not chopping around whatsoever. So does it look like a head and shoulders? If you're looking at it, I don't care what time frame you're looking at, the answer is a yes. Like if you're looking at today, there's a shoulder, there's a head. I mean, one is kind of slumped. It's kind of doing one of these, but who cares? If you look at it on the 15-minute, shoulder, you can put shoulders everywhere. It just looks like a rounded top in every iteration and a potential flat bottom break through 330 at support on MSTR. That makes me jump back over to, we're 94.6.
Yeah, it's low.
Yeah, this is bad. So I still feel like this gap that's going here on Mara has to contend with where the selling was before at $18.25. So why do we want to trail it at this price? Well, $18 is here. There were sellers across the board at $18.25 for like 3 days in a row, and then it broke out. So I feel like buying probably comes in. And if it doesn't make any kind of a push back up, like if this can't get back to $18.50, then I'm just going to short the bottom end of the range through $18.50 instead of trying to wait for the top on Mara. But yeah, MSTR does look a little bit nasty if it loses 330. But first things first, market's getting into VWAP now, or breaking VWAP. So the NASDAQ's about to go to the high, and NVIDIA's trying to go into a lower high. Well, that's even more for a short setup. If we get to VWAP and the market's filling the highs, then you get to pick on NVIDIA at that lower high, which I do like. So that's the next setup here. Either a push into 142 that we fade, or a simple trend reverse, which it hasn't really set up a trend. You got V's, but it's not really lining up for a break of trend unless it's breaking down under 140.20. So I'm looking for VWAP next on NVIDIA. Hopefully the market's got enough strength to set it up for us. Kay in the chat just said, Sana, what's up? These guys, I'm not the science guy around here. There was a press release about them. It read really well for like a diabetes trial cure thingy they had. It seemed like really groundbreaking, but then I'm a layman. It sounded cool, but like any other small cap, price action matters. Failed high break, trend down. Watch out for this. It needs to make some kind of a base. It's looking like it's bleeding here, but I was pretty excited when I read that press release because diabetes is a big deal, but not looking good even though it's up 160%. Let's go take care of some business, I think. Yeah, we did have that silo trade today as well. That was a trial, something with that. Yada,
so yeah,
yada.
just be careful with all of those trades. Those are very good trades to take, especially with low floats, and how you can find out some of those low floats and some charting levels to look at. As we found that level on silo up there near that 350 marker, you can use eSignal. I would think that would be part of the best opportunities for you and your trading experience to get leveled up with eSignal. Make sure you grab their platform today. I've been using it, since I've started trading. It's been obviously very, very reliable. And to me, we keep on talking about this. As we look for different ETFs, we've seen names start moving around, like Tencent yesterday as an ADR. But if you want to trade that and have a look at what that looks like on Hong Kong and Hang Seng market, you can grab that. We talked about Nintendo over there on Tokyo. I mean, these guys are entitlement-based. Grab all the markets in one space. Upgrade your trading experience with eSignal today, the best in the business. And again, a shout out to eSignal for helping us out here. And again, giving us all the tools that we need, and just hoping that you can join the revolution as well. E-Signal, scan that QR code below. And if you need me to do any ad reads as well, please contact us in the chat. Okay, all right, we're still waiting for OCLO. We were waiting for 50s to come in on OKLO, and OKLO, it doesn't look like it wants to come in there. So we'll have to wait to see.
I saw what you did there.
Yeah, good, yeah. I'm sure it was probably pretty lame, but we did it. And all right, so we're going to wait to see now what happens with OCLO, of course, as we, yeah, exactly. Remember to like and subscribe. Share it. Share the experience. Not just with your friends, share it with your family. And, because my wife is obsessed with everything. My pet probably has a YouTube account. So if you have one as well, and a pet, you go log them in. They might be able to watch us. Shout out to Belle, my lovely cockapoo as well. Yeah, watch us on your,
watch us on your smart TV.
Yeah. Marissa the other day goes, who's that guy in the midday? I was like, that's Joe, man. I told you that about 1,000,000 times. She's like, oh, she likes Joe. She was watching it there on the midday.
He's
on
focused
the TV.
now.
Yeah, exactly. Now he's like,
glasses,
okay. Don't worry, Joe, we got you. But yeah, so she was like, oh, this, smart dude and this and that. And I instantly thought she meant Obi, but then, yeah, of course. Just joking, Joe. But there's Joe. Thank you, Joe. What a great addition Joe's been. So we say shout out to that. And what a great team, obviously, that we have here. Sharif will be back very, very soon. Probably just going out for a very cold walk, I would assume, which I'll be doing after this. I'll be going to the gym, which should be fun. Okay, so we missed that fill on OCLO, and now it goes back down to the downside. Like, look at that, man. It just came right into 50s for some silly reason, I guess, to be honest with you. We were waiting at 26.55 when we could clearly see that was the problem. All right, so we play this downside take. To me, this is fine. We knew this, we didn't know anything that this was going to happen. We did take some out. We talked about having 50% left. So there's the reload there on OCLO. This is why it's important to ask us, how much do we have left on this stock? What is our current position maybe? Because you want to know, and that's why I tell you what I'm at, or are we red or green on a stock? How's that idea working for you today, right? Why would you want to listen to me about OCLO if I'm just putting up losers? So anyways, right now, we're going to find out if this happens. 25.50 coming into play there. That's, I believe, where my stop is. I want to give this a little bit of room. So just so you guys know, I would not even trade OCLO, even though it's a $25 name. I trade more shares on Tesla and on AMD than I would on OCLO, just because of the volatility and the lack of familiarity on this name, and quite frankly, how far you have to hold it in order to get that winner. Like if it's moving $2 at a time, you got to hold it for at least, and up to you, but 50 cents, something like that. If you're going to try to catch a 2 to 3 to 1 winner on these things, that's kind of what you're trying to do. So we're going to hold on to that. We'll trade out of OCLO when we see fit, but I was thinking about 50 cents. So the best we got was about 50 cents. So I think that's what we're trying to lose now. So 26 and a quarter right now. You guys know where we're trying to get short right there on OKLO, or get out of the long.
Guess what is dead may not die.
Yes.
And that applies to Fubo. I try to get that right. I like Game of Thrones, but man, they butchered that in.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's... Sometimes you have writers whose talent is adapting works that are already there, and maybe not doing original stuff, which is exactly what happened to those writers. The second they didn't have something to work off of, it was absolutely terrible, but the books are great. Fubo is about to go, has a chance to go green here. I don't want to be the guy that jinxes it, but I was looking for trend joins to the upside, and Fubo seems like it's it. What stock? There's higher highs and there's higher lows. So I like Fubo, and it works out nice technically because prior low was this prior top, double top. So if it pulls back into 515, I like that for a trend to the upside. D-Wave does a little bit of a curl here, trying to break those lows. $5 is now double bottomed, and if you're watching these, you should have an eyeball. I'm talking about the quantum names. Should have an eyeball on the others. Rigetti's making a higher low as we speak. So Rigetti not at the lows and making a higher low. This presses into VWAP, jumping out of QBTS just on pure, I guess, sympathy is the word I'm looking for. And then the last one, NVIDIA, is still trending back into VWAP, still putting in higher lows, hasn't gotten to VWAP yet. Once it does, look to be short, or if it just breaks that trend, we'll jump short on NVIDIA. I do believe it's up past 1040.
Yeah.
Let's see how the Canadian dollar is doing. Well,
Ooh, probably
the USD
great.
is the one everyone cares about.
Yeah.
Adair? No? Yes.
This is actually not that segment. This is Sector Watch. It's okay. We'll take a look here. As you can see, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 a bit directionally confused. They'll be up a bit, they'll be down a bit, and I think that confusion is really reflected in this sector board. There's a little bit of green, a little bit of red on a lot of sectors that are a bit of both. Lots of confusion here in this health technology. Pretty mixed batch here. Producer manufacturing, pretty red though. Consumer services red. Utilities a little bit mixed. Process industries a little bit mixed. Energy and minerals a little bit mixed. There's really hard to find any sector that is actually strong across the board. The closest actually might be the often battled health services sector, trying to find a little bit of a rebound over 1 month now since the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. That did bring this whole sector to the downside due to some negative sentiments. I mean, there's a lot of negativity here in producer manufacturing, utilities, or sorry, not utilities, finance here, and also in electronic technology. Don't let that green spot for NVIDIA fool you. A lot of the names in this sector, particularly AMD with a double downgrade, are very weak. We also have technology services, Meta, Google to the downside, Microsoft to the upside, but a lot of these names, including PanW here, Palo Alto Networks, sharply red. So it's a really mixed picture. It's hard to find any sector that's a standout to the upside or the downside, guys.
Oh,
PanW is sharply red. Okay.
I still think Eli Lilly is going to be a bit of a sell up here at 800 again. I know it's up today, but only because I mentioned this yesterday and I'm doing this in my own personal account. Like, if it gets to the 50 period on the daily and cannot break it out, I'm covering again. So last time I covered was I remember the price because I did that thing where I just go I like number 22. I sold at 922.22. But if it fails the 50 period, look at this, earnings at the 50, and since then, rejection. If it does it again, why not take some out and then look to be able to buy the dip? Like if it holds on to 700 again, or if it gets down to like 580 to 600, that can be a good entry spot. So yeah, everything looking pretty disgusting. Disgusting's the wrong word. Everything looking pretty red. It was interesting to see that up 1% when I'm not overly bullish on it right now. And I go over to PanW, and then of course, I was going to make a mention about PanW. No, it's not that. It's just if I hit enter too fast. And the last stock I was looking at was, if I look at a New York stock and try to flip to a NASDAQ too quickly.
4%. Oh, yeah.
But Palo Alto, hey, it's at the 200 period moving average on the daily, which means in about 15 minutes and change, when we are done a morning show, I'm going to log into my personal account and I'm going to buy a little bit more Palo Alto. Now, I sold shares of CrowdStrike to dollar cost average them into Palo Alto, but I was waiting for it to get to the 200. And then every single month, until all of that CrowdStrike money is in, I'll put another 20% of that cash into Palo Alto. Just for the long term, I probably never sell those shares on Palo Alto, to be honest with you guys. But yeah, down at the 200 period moving average, if you like a stock, I like buying the 200 period, and PanW's right there.
Yeah, if you like the stock, that's for sure. We talk about that. Okay, so, we haven't had this in a minute. Okay, so quickly here, shout out to everybody that's new to the program. We have many new viewers. We're actually, like I told you, man, Trader TV Live setting numbers and putting up numbers every single day. And we want to thank all of you for joining us, and make sure you join us tomorrow. We're even here when the market's not. So we're here tomorrow. There are markets open, so we'll be discussing the markets that are open, and I may or may not be trading maybe some bank names there in Toronto and just giving you guys a feel for that. So if you guys are trading TSX stocks, we'll be probably doing that today as well. But so tune in tomorrow. All right, so hello. Today's menu is... It's been a while, but today's kind of appropriate because we've had a lot of these. All right, today is tandoori chicken thighs. I mean, I think that's going to be a winner. Go. One of my favorite cuts of chicken, the thigh, along with curry potatoes. I don't know, that could be interesting, I don't know. With cauliflower and chickpeas. I think that sounds really great. I mean, I'm surprised there's no samosa with that as well.
Oh, there probably will be.
There probably will
Usually
be.
They have samosas.
Yeah, so there it goes. A little bit of Indian cuisine today, which is awesome. And that is what is for lunch. So, yeah, okay. Just really quickly on Silo. Someone, when I got out, they're like, oh man, you could have maybe held this to see if there was going to be a big runner into today. Yeah, Always. Can always hold everything. But again, you got to have rules, you got to have outs, because then you only know how good you are based on your rules, right? I mean, because I've already made today like 100 trades. So to go over and look at them all, whatever. But this is one trade for me. This is a long there on silo, then the long back into the 50 period, then the close. This is one idea, multiple exits and multiple entries. Generally I'll have like 1 or 2 entries. If it's getting spicy, maybe 3, and I'm going to talk about that with Oklo. But at the end of the day, you know, this is the idea for me. Get in, get out, hit the next trade. And it's been working. We've done that obviously all throughout today and yesterday and every day. All right, so we almost got into that zone where we need to stop out. So 25.65, we do get a nice little bid there now happening on OKLO. But this is not the day, I don't feel like anyways, to sit there and try to chase basically bottoms here on these kind of names. We're lucky enough to be long now at 93. We have a pretty good price. So if this can get going a little bit, I think we can probably surpass. It's only done 7 million. It's probably higher than the average daily volume, but it's still not a whole ton of volume. And we are getting nervous because this name now down 12%. And guess what? Part of the reason to get into this trade, okay, it's going to break. Now, we're already getting out if it breaks 50s. So once that happens, it's gone. And then we'll lose that 40 cents. But part of the idea behind this trade too was maybe an SSR bounce, but that's not happening. We did get 10%, now it's down 13%. So SSR be damned, it is still going down. So, all right. Well, now it's time for some...
Yeah, that was my bad.
Yeah, currency. Yeah, it's okay. We always, that's why I never say what it is. I just say go over to Adara. But right now I know what it is because they just told me it's Money Talks as Oklo's is out right there. So we will slap, it'll probably bounce back a little bit right there. We'll slap a fail on trying to go long. And that'll be our first red name right there today on OKLO. So Oklo, a red one in the portfolio today. All right, Money Talks with Adara.
We done any of these 4 super chats?
No.
They're talking about money. We're really quickly going to mention here CVGW. They're called Calvo Growers. They just got a short report from J Capital, so be aware of that. Also, that we have to be aware of this US dollar. I've talked a lot about that strength off of that late September low. This is around, I think we made this low on September 30th, bounced off 100. Currently, as of right now, actually nearing 110s. 109.5 was that high here from the day after, first day, trading day of 2025. So that was January 2nd high. So right now, our high of day here around 109.35. Currently, trading just shy of 109.2. So we'll have to see if we get that breakout for the US dollar. We did get some pieces of economic data today. Nothing that moved the market to the extent of that higher than expected JOLTS number yesterday. But we did get here lower than expected ADP employment change. So 122,000 versus 140,000 expected. We also got a lower than expected initial jobless claims print. So that came in here at 201,000 versus 215,000 expected. CME FedWatch tool basically the same here. It is worth noting we've talked about the odds of these rates staying the same have gotten higher and higher, especially since that December 18th meeting when we found out we're going to have a much slower rate path. As of yesterday, too, after the JOLTS job openings, we're now not seeing a rate cut priced in at all this year until July. So if we get a rate cut, it's likely not going to be until July. We're going to have some months here of steady rates, and we are only having 4.8% of participants expecting a cut here in January. So let's see what happens. This is, of course, just expectations, but it's always worth seeing what they are. As of right now, we are expecting no cut in this meeting later this month, January 29th, 2025. Make sure to like and subscribe and check out our new stream tomorrow. Back to you.
Those are 4. So thank you very much, Adara. Obviously, the market's moving a little bit here, and there's a lot of names that we didn't get to cover. But we got a few super chats to go over. I want to thank Tisha Perkins for a couple of super chats. Kerr, which is a Singaporean, is that right?
Yep.
Singaporean stock. We'll go over that. And then we had from Rohit, Uber as well. And shout out to Chulri, I almost said Churley. Chulri, new member at Trader TV Live. And thank you for that super chat as well. So we appreciate all of you. So Kerr, I hope I'm saying that right, Singaporean name. It's got it's a $500 million company with a 63 mil float. It is a repeat offender in terms of reverse split drop and then reverse split drop. I was telling Sean, it has better price to sales and better cash relative to its price than some of the quantum names. But it's still, keep in mind, it is one of those types of runners. So obviously, when you look at the chart, it's nothing rocket science to say $7 has been resistance in the past. If you're in it, not a great place to chase. Look at the reversion it already put in. It's already pulled back off that $7 level. So you look at prior highs, 5 would be reasonable for it. And a name that is distinctly different from those, it's not a small capper, it's Uber. So Uber is back in today after kind of rejecting the 50-period moving average. I don't know that you can call it it barely made that test of the 50-period. But it's going to close this week above 60, right? So on the weekly chart, that's what I was looking at last week. It's like on the weekly, this is closing above that 60 level, which to me signals along, because on the weekly, it's a very, very big level for Uber. But it is a little bit of a rejection of that 50 period and a continuation down, which is like a lot of other stocks. And it's a floodgate open kind of situation underneath that 66. So I think you'd look for shorts at the 66 level would make a lot of sense to me on Uber. But that's kind of come and gone. It's at 65 already. So thank you for the super chats, everybody. Want to go back over to NVIDIA. Still unable to get to VWAP, but now it's got a rounded top going into rounded top. So there's your, I don't know, call it head and shoulders, but there's your lower high. So I said if it doesn't get to VWAP, we'd work off of the 141 level. So now I want to play it off the 141. It just cannot seem to go. The NASDAQ is still kind of trending up here on the 15-minute. I thought NVIDIA was going to carry us into that short. It just hasn't happened. Looks like we're breaking down on NVDA. QBTS, we're still in as Rigetti and Co. and all of these quantum names continue to trend lower. Rigetti's right back off the bottom. If it holds the low again, I'd probably look to jump out of this trade and then short the next available pop. So Rigetti looks like 9 is holding pretty well. 50% down could just be the psychological number as to why this is bouncing here. It kind of makes some sense. I mean, when things bleed this far, it's not like there's going to be any kind of obvious technical that's going to hold up on a line. So that 50% number plus the 9 even could be making some sense here. And then IonQ, which according to Martin Shkreli, if you read his note this morning, this is the one where there's the most of a there. It actually, he believes, had some value, although he gave it an $11 fair value, which is not where it is right now. It's also making a bit of a bounce off of those lows. So with the bottoms potentially looking like they're in, D-wave continues to break the lows, but if it breaks trend, I'm out. Every time it gets back up to the trend line, I'm either trailing out if it breaks it or reloading it if it doesn't. Keep it simple. Oh, and this 430 level is essentially the 50 period. So that's a cover for me if it gets to the 50 period on QBTS.
All right, yeah. Again, QBTS a pretty good name.
Probably a QB.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that AAPL. That was a loss for us. So, hopefully we can get, some better trading there. But there goes AAPL. It does bounce back up into $26. So, watch out for that name. I think there's going to be a trade there eventually at some point, obviously. All right, AMD's made its way back. I'm not... just to wrap this up, we only have 4 more minutes left. Sharif is back. All of you would have seen him earlier on today as well. So shout out to Sharif being back with Joe. So back to regularly scheduled programming there today. So that should be fun for everybody. Bitcoin's had a nice move. So I feel like that IBIT could be something here, obviously, as it bounces off that 54 area. So that's going to be something to look at for those of you that are interested, of course, in crypto. Looks like we do get a little bit of a bounce there off of IBIT, off of 95,000. So just a level there. I don't know about, level of concern or anything like that, but, something that's been a little calmed down. And although we sit here and we talk about like how wild the day's been or how some of these names are moving around and this and that, at the end of the day, Tesla's basically, we opened up 390, let's say 393, but then we just took off immediately. We've sort of made that high, made those lows, and now we're just kind of in the middle. And I look at the NASDAQ and I say sort of the same thing. We took off, we came back in, now we're just in the middle again. NASDAQ pretty flat today, only down 0.8, and the NASDAQ and the ES same way, down 0.12. We can check out what the diamonds are down now as well. Of course, that would be the Dow Jones. So right now the Dow flat as well. XLF, check out some of these financials here as we go, just to see if there's anything more dramatic than anything else. So XLF kind of the same way. I know Joe will go over some of the indexes and what's been happening over there as well. Okay, so here goes Palantir. Nice bottom again at 67. A couple bottoms there, once, twice. Absorbed it, now back up into VWAP. So with only now 3 minutes to go, this could be a trade as well here on Palantir. Maybe. Now for me, I think the market's rebounded pretty nicely. I'd rather wait for a 67 trade on this than use that bottom, that 67.91. So I think buying maybe in the quarters right here and then using that as the bottom could be a trade. Interesting now that it's all the way back up to VWAP. I don't know if it's a break long or not through this. The futures are giving me feels of nothing. We talked about also look, we were short. We made all our money short. Today's going to be a big day. But at the end of it all, I don't know if I'm willing to flip long or add to the shorts right now. So just sort of sit on your hands. The minutes are coming at 2 o'clock, so that should be something. Oil came out. You know, we didn't really cover that oil.
Hey, just quickly.
Yeah, go.
I saw a couple of people, Petter and Kyle Burdett, both saying NVIDIA with a question mark and then saying, what was that just now on NVIDIA?
Okay.
So nothing, I don't see a thing. There was no spike. I don't have a crazy candle. Maybe it could be like whatever your provider it is, you maybe just had a bad candle or something. Because to me, I'm watching NVIDIA. I have it up, and NVIDIA didn't do a thing just now. So if you have a bad candle, it happens. Maybe it's like a late dark pool printing. Usually we would see those too, but I didn't see anything on NVIDIA. There's no weird candle. There's no volume spike. It's still tracking just how it was before. Like I'm still looking to short it back into 141 if it gets up there. But there's nothing wrong with asking that question. Like, hey, what just happened in this stock? Maybe we hear news on it. Maybe we see something. But yeah, nothing really doing on NVIDIA. IBIT's trying to get through VWAP, so it's going to bring me back tomorrow. Here, I mean Bitcoin. So this is IBIT at VWAP. That's Bitcoin. I'll zoom so you can see that better. It's actually trending up, and as it works higher, you're getting the same flat top, or it's not really a top. I guess it's just a resistance level on Mara. It's a lower high, actually, at 1840. So you're kind of trending up on Bitcoin and breaking out a little bit, and this isn't breaking out. So simply want to short into this high. If Bitcoin does any kind of a curl off that trend, I would want to add to Mara in here, but otherwise it's just that 1840 is now held for 30 minutes now on Mara while Bitcoin continues to go higher. So I'll give it a shot. It's not VWAP. I was waiting for VWAP, but it's showing me a different level now at that 1840. So we'll go ahead and take it. I just looked over. It's already 11 o'clock.
Getting to go.
Remember, I know it's 11 o'clock now, Sharif. I said it 1 second early. It gets on my...
The people want Sharif. They wanted them immediately.
They do. Remember with the Fed minutes that, yes, it's kind of a big deal in terms of what it might mean in terms of tone and for the rest of the year. But that doesn't always move the market. So we'll be back at 2 o'clock. We're not going to come on early. I don't think we come on early for the Fed minutes.
No.
That's usually just for an actual rate decision. But we'll be there for you guys. Right now, you've got the professor in Joey options and a heck of a lot moving on. Don't forget about Fubo. It's starting to catch some of the volume as well.
Right, Fubo.
So go get them, boys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade during the midday. That is your boy, Joey Dang Options. And I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. Shout out to the world's greatest mod and the OG Darwin dancing up a storm in the chat. My man, Jeremy Newman. Hey, yo, 9394 Sing. Very specific, but we're going to read it as it was written. Shout out to Charlie Taft, Vic Gann, Novak and Beer Producer, Stan O and Oxlong joining us in the chat. Shout out to my man Fat Figga and Mr. Longshorts. Go Rev! I see you, sir. We're going to be trading some small cap gappers today, my man. We got Nakul. We got Jameson Botrix joining us in the house as well. Shout out to Scott H. Also another small cap gapper trader. We got Fox. Peace to you. Ricardo. We got Naps. We got Stefislov. I like that. Very Eastern. We got Corey Pratt. We got Zuckerborg, as well as Water Lover. I like water too. I'm a lover. I could go with that. New Mexico Misfit, one of my favorite names in the chat. We got the Piper Rogelio. We got HP Motor Cars, I should say. Life's Interpretation and Gabriel Matthew. Shout out to Elon in the chat and Oliver Costaros. FX Options, Dad Trader, another small cap gapper trader. My man there, El Sol and Ryan. We got Mason Moore and Outback Aluminum Welding, very specific name. Ostentatious Productions, yet another specific name. They're all good though. We love all of them. Good morning, Joe.
Yeah, good morning, my guy. How was your Christmas?
It was good.
Yeah.
A lot of food.
Did you get spoiled?
I did. At the parents' house, there's everything. Everything. I was telling Adara off camera. I don't know what it is, Joseph, but the Egyptian cuisine during the Christmas period always seems to have a lot of ground beef. And everything.
All right.
A little ground beef here, a little ground beef there. I don't know what it is.
What would you say is like a go-to Egyptian plate? Like how, Canada, we like burgers.
Egyptian?
Yeah, and poutine. What would you say is something?
I told you about this one before, stuffed grape leaves, but there's
stuffed
like,
grape
I don't even
leaves.
know how to say them in English, so I'm going to be sounding all like foreign.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's the situation right now. All right, guys, lots of small cap gap traders. We got a good lesson for you. We're going to throw it to your boy Joey Options. We're going to look at the sectors first, and then we're going to jump into that lesson du jour. The poll is now up. AMD, SMCI getting clapped. 4 3/4, 4 1/3 in the red, respectively. You got Tesla, break even, 0.03, and then BTC continues to bleed. Those are the 4. We're going to throw another 4 your way at 1 o'clock. Get into the chat now, Joey, and have your say every day. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, we're going to switch it up a little bit here today, Sharif, and I want to talk about this. This is the VIX, all right? The volatility index, or also known as the fear index. And we are starting to head up on the rise here in the VIX, folks. So for all my options trader and even equities traders, it's really important for us to watch this as a gauge to kind of the overall market sentiment, all right? So I was like, we all know that yesterday was a tough day. But how we can mitigate those risks, if you're a long bias trader, I tend to be, that's how my number one setup is. And so I was looking for I wanted to grab a falling knife essentially. And everybody knows that's not always the best idea, all right? So what I did is after I took a couple entries, I'm like, okay, I need to delve a little deeper into this. And sure enough, what I went and did, I wanted to see what the VIX was up to. And yesterday, it spiked dramatically. I forget from a percentage metric what it was up, but it spiked dramatically. And I'm like, okay, on these types of sessions, when volatility is increasing, it can be a bearish indicator. And I'm like, okay, this session may be overall weak. We're going to talk a little bit more about the VIX, but right after we get back from Adara.
Yeah, I don't know if this is on your small cap gapper list here today, Sharif, but I think it is worth noting VIR because this might be up your alley. This one is called VIR Biotechnology. I mentioned it in the small cap recap, and I just noticed here it was still on my chart that we're actually poised for a nice flat top break on this name. In terms of the story for this, they did have some positive data with one of their T-cell related treatments, so keep an eye on VIR. With about a 7% short float, I'm sure Sharif will have more on this, but either way, if it's not on your small cap list, this one actually looks very viable today for everybody. Back to you.
That's a great one, Adair. It's definitely on the side chart. We're going to talk about that in a hot second. Did you
real quick, we'll just finish here before we get into your lesson here, Sharif. So as you can see here, guys, from yesterday's session, the VIX spikes dramatically and then continues in that trend. We know that when we are on the descent in the overall market, this can rise. So use this as your gauge, guys. We'll stop on the VIX. We'll get into the sectors real quick, and then we'll send it off to Sharif. So in first place here, we have the healthcare sector, just under 0.4% there. Second place is XLB, the materials, only about 0.2% green. And then we have XLRE, the real estate, is what I like to gauge it, just under just over 0.1%. And then we have tech extremely weak, guys. Communication services, down about 1% on the session. Utilities down about 7/10 there. And then the industrials about 0.2 negative on the session as well too. I thought with that meta news that we got in yesterday, Sharif, with Mark Zuckerberg kind of deregulating kind of the censorship in Meta, and then as well as adding one of my favorite CEOs of all time to the board, Dana White to the board. So that was exciting to see, guys. But Sharif's got a banger.
Joseph, are we just going to let this go?
Yeah.
He's the Zuck. All of a sudden he starts changing his tune in the summer when the Orange Man got shot at. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, he's community notes and removing the mods because Joseph, they biased. They didn't have a bias before, but now he seems to know they have a bias. And then all of a sudden, your boy Dana White's on the board. I mean, okay, look, I like new Zuck. I've made that very clear.
I love new Zuck, yeah.
F, you know what, Zuck?
Yeah.
F-boy Zuck, right?
Yeah,
like
he's
that's
got a glow
he's
up,
got
man.
the new up.
Yeah,
he's got the
glow up.
fro. He's got the chain, the baggy shirt. He's looking.
Yeah, because exactly. He's been training MMA now, been fighting with the big boys. So yeah, that's the new Zuck, man.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, I like the new Zuck.
Beantown Patriot, biggest flip flopper. Hey, bro, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I don't mind the change, but, call a spade, baby. Let's get right down to work. We are talking, Big Smile, if you're in the chat, about these rounded bottoms, otherwise known as that saucer pattern. So I got to let you know again, this lesson is based on John J. Murphy's technical analysis of the financial markets. So let's get right to it. By the end of this lesson, hopefully, we'll be able to understand how to identify and analyze these rounded bottom patterns in technical analysis, of course, including key elements such as the pattern structure, the volume profile and the volume behavior, the market psychology that comes along with the rounded bottom, as well as the breakout confirmation and some trading strategies to work your way in and out of this pattern. So let's get right to it as we always do. There he is, my man, Big Smile. He smack that ask. Absolutely will smack the ask. Obi likes that very much. Even with his headphones on, he was able to hear that. I do like that. All right, guys, so as we always do, let's just introduce the concept very briefly from a very high level. A rounded bottom, or a saucer pattern as it's sometimes known, is a reversal pattern. So we're still talking about these reversal patterns, okay? We haven't left that yet. It signals the transition from a downtrend pattern to an uptrend pattern. It is rare, but very powerful and very high, what's the word I'm looking for? Not consistency, but it has a high, not failure rate. What's the word I'm looking for? Somebody help me out here.
I'm not paying attention here, man.
So what's the opposite of failure rate?
Success rate.
Yes, thank you. I know, blanking out here. One day off, all of a sudden I can't speak. So it has a high success rate, typically observed over longer time frames, so it takes a hot minute to form, and it indicates what they call a gradual change in market sentiment. Some of the key characteristics that you're going to see with these rounded bottoms, number one, is the formation takes place over an extended period of time. So you should be looking for the width of the pattern, obviously including to the height, because the height's obviously price-based. But that's not the only thing that we know it for. It signals what the book terms a long-term bullish reversal after a prolonged downtrend. So one of the key things that we always talk about in pattern identification is the identification of the trend that precedes the pattern. You got to look at what the hell we were doing before you saw what you perceived to be the pattern. It makes a big difference, especially for these reversal patterns. There's got to be a trend to reverse, okay? So just because you see a rounded bottom, it doesn't mean that it's sound. It has to be preceded by a downtrend. And conversely, of course, the rounded top needs to be preceded by an uptrend. So this is kind of what it looks like over there. And you don't really have the length of time denoted on the bottom, but the point is to see a base form, and then incrementally we start making those higher highs and higher lows and kind of giving you that saucer bowl effect, okay? So the structure and formation of the pattern, let's talk a little bit about that. So the rounded bottom appears, as you just saw, as a U-shaped curve reflecting the gradual decline in the price, a stabilization, which is the bottom of it, and then a gradual rise with these higher highs and higher lows. Unlike, though, the sharp reversals, this pattern unfolds slowly, hence why it's always said to be taking place over a prolonged period of time. The key aspect of this structure, first, you've got to have a downward phase. You got to make the left side of the bowl before you can get out of the bowl on the right side. So the downward trend phase, the market initially declines with diminishing momentum. Then you get that consolidation phase, right? The price flattens out at the bottom, making the bottom of the bowl, making the patterns marking the patterns midpoint. And then the uptrend phase, where we start getting those higher highs and higher lows. A slow, steady rise in prices indicates to you a shift from bearish sentiment to kind of indifference with that consolidation part to now bullish sentiment as we make those higher highs and higher lows. And that's kind of what we're looking at over here. You get a big move down, initially supported by big volume. You'll see that aggressive selling there. Then the volume typically drops off and we don't really get any discernible movement in price. Then the higher highs and the higher lows start making their way onto the scene over here. And then that's when you get a gradual increase in that volume, culminated obviously by a larger volume bar there. Okay? The volume behavior, as we just kind of prefaced, volume plays a critical role in confirming the validity of a rounded bottom pattern. It typically, I should say, follows this trajectory. First, you get declining volume. And you get declining volume during that downward phase, right? And the flat base, showing reduced selling pressure. Then you start getting a bit of an increase in volume here. What is this all about? As the price begins to rise, signaling the accumulation of and renewed buying interest. We've talked about this in the past. These accumulation and distribution patterns, if you don't know what they are, a quick YouTube search on our homepage will help apprise you there. And then in particular, the volume spike near the breakout confirms the strength of the upward move. And so you're going to say to me, well, where's the breakout? You didn't say anything about a breakout. Where's the top? Well, it's kind of, dealer's choice here. You're going to have to try to gauge where you feel the bowl or the rounded bottom started forming. And it may not be, very clear at the outset. You may need to do a multi-time frame analysis for that. But let's just, for our instances right now, talk about this rounded bottom as having began over here. We start making lower lows, lower highs. We definitely get a flat bottom there where it stops making lower lows. And then you'll see that the downward move was supported by volume. But once we got into this accumulation pattern, where we no longer made any lower lows, the volume started dropping off. Then, lo and behold, we start making higher highs and higher lows, getting out of that consolidative phase into a more bullish trend. And then that ends up getting supported by the volume, as you see the volume bars tick up incrementally there. So you should be getting, number one, increasing volume as we get out of that consolidative phase low. And then you should have even more volume on the break of the neckline. Now, the neckline is going to be the area where you perceive to be the beginning of the rounded bottom. For our purposes, looking at this chart, it's going to be over here. So you will be buying in and around here. Now, sometimes you get a consolidative phase like we did. So was it immediately breaking through that neckline? That's what we call a cup and handle pattern. So with this, the bowl being the cup, and then the sideways consolidation subsequent to the forming of the cup, that's the handle. And they're kind of part and parcel of the same pattern. Sometimes you get the breakout through the neckline. Sometimes you waffle sideways for a hot minute, which is the handle part of the saucer pattern there, or the cup and handle, whatever you want to call it. The point of this is to look at the increasing volume as we form the base and start making higher highs and higher lows. So the psychology of this pattern can't be understated because there's a reason why it looks like this, and it has a lot to do with psychology. So the rounded bottom reflects the market shift from bearishness to bullishness, characterized by the gradual change in sentiment. So first, you have an early downtrend. We talked about that. Traders are pessimistic. It leads to selling in the market, obviously. Then you get that consolidation phase at the lower end of the pattern. As prices flatten, bearish sentiment starts to wane and buyers begin to show interest. And then after the consolidative phase we just saw on the chart, you get an uptrend. This confidence builds slowly with buyers pushing prices higher, signaling market optimism gradually coming in. But this slow shift should reflect an accumulation phase where the smart money starts gradually entering the market. I hate to use that term smart money and dumb money, but that's used by a lot of people. The point is to tell you, when we form that bottom, at the bottom of the cup and handle or the rounded bottom pattern, that is usually the area where bigger money starts to accumulate their position. They don't like to tip their hand by having the price move up too quickly. Basically, you'll usually see a little bit of a range, say a $10 range, a $5 range, or whatever, or a slight upward channel with a very kind of like anemic angle to the high side. And so the psychology, again, kind of reflected in this infographics, quite simple. Initially, number one, gradual decline and increase in volume. Then you get the rounded bottom shape. 3, you got to keep your eye on that volume analysis. And then boom, 4, the resistance breakout through the top of the rounded bottom there, or the cup and handle, whatever you want to call it. So the breakout confirmation, important here as well. So the most critical point of the pattern is the breakout. I don't happen to agree with that, but that's what the book says, which occurs when the price rises above the resistance formed at the beginning of the downtrend. So the key factors to watch for the breakout confirmation is number one, resistance level. This formed near the start of the pattern, as I just alluded to. Then you get a breakout of that level on volume. Underline that, on volume. A surge in volume when the price breaks through resistance confirms the validity of the reversal. And then a proper breakout should be accompanied, as I mentioned multiple times, with high volume, signifying that new buyers, not the same people, but new buyers are entering the market and pushing this bad boy up. One more quick thing over here. We're going to talk about the trading strategies, but this is the point to kind of give you the idea that it's sometimes hard to identify where the neckline is on the rounded bottom, because it really depends on where you feel the downtrend began. Here, we already had a downtrend that preceded the rounded bottom. So for them to choose a neckline over here, in my humble opinion, a little subjective, okay? So the trading strategies here, so once the pattern is identified, you're able to ID the downtrend that preceded it, and then the rounding effect, and then the break of the neckline. Traders can develop strategies to capitalize on the bullish reversal. Firstly, your entry point. How are you gonna weasel in? You wanna enter the trade when the price breaks above the resistance with strong volume. Then your stop loss placement equally is important. A logical stop loss can be set just below the lowest point of the pattern to manage risk. In other words, at the bottom end of the range. And then your price target. Same thing here with the measured move that we've done with other reversal patterns. The target price is often calculated by measuring the vertical distance from the lowest point on the rounded bottom to that neckline break, and then you're taking that dollar range from the lower end of the rounded bottom to the neckline break, and then you're projecting it up from the neckline onwards, and that's where you should have your initial profit taker there. All right, guys, we have a couple of more things we have to go through over here, but we're going to take a quick break. And we will return to this in a bit once we do a little bit of trading. Hey, what do you got over there, Joe?
Yeah, dude, I got slacked, as you would say, on some Microsoft here. If we can pull up my chart. Guys, and I mentioned it in the chat. So what I did essentially here, folks, was and we said this, I seen somebody, in the chat say this, I should stop anticipating and look to participate. Well, here we are. Here I was kind of anticipating this high day break. Here on Microsoft, I seen that Apple was moving significantly stronger than the rest of the market. And I'm like, okay, I like Microsoft's price action pattern here. Let me see if I can play the high day break. And sure enough, it just absolutely failed. And I was so late to get out of this trade. And I mentioned it to you guys in the chat, just got smoked on this one. And then same thing, I go for my VWAP trade, and then it just does this liquidity grab and is now trading higher. So a tough look on Microsoft there. And you know what? It's funny because we talk about NVDA a lot and we talk about Apple a lot, Sharif, but I feel like Microsoft is kind of just like that, the black sheep of the top three, really. No one really talks about Microsoft too much. Sometimes being quiet is good. I like Microsoft. But not the best intraday trader at all times, and it's not the most popular trader as well, too. Only about 3 million shares traded on the session, just a little bit over that. So again, Microsoft, I did like the price action on it. Unfortunately, the trade didn't work out. I should have got it out of Dodge significantly sooner. But I mean, here we go on the Qs, Sharif, starting to break out as NVIDIA is starting to climb a little bit higher. I'm in that right now. We'll talk about NVIDIA shortly. But again, this was a garbage pie at the beginning of the session here. Just a lot of chop, a lot of overlapping candles, but now we're starting to head into these key resistance zones. Let's see what the market decides it wants to do. We now have an indecision print on the 5-minute on Microsoft that I have my eyes on now that I kind of like, just below the volume weighted average price, because we have been trading above the volume weighted average price for the majority of the session here. So I'm kind of looking for that elastic effect here that I tend to say about VWAP. So let's see if we get a little bit of a bounce here. You got something cooking up there too
No,
now? Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
flapping your elastic effect analogy there, bro.
You like that one. You like that one. Yeah, all right, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, my guy. But yeah, smoked on Microsoft to start the day off, and then as well as IBIT too. But let's see what happens with the Qs. Are we going to be range bound? We know that yesterday was a hefty bear day. It was a tough session for the bulls. Said that on Twitter there, folks. But sure enough, here we are, going to test some key resistance levels. If NVDA decides that it wants to catch somewhat of a bid and continue to the northeast, I think it's going to drag the Qs up with it. I mean, it got really took a beating yesterday behind the woodshed, as some would like to refer it. Yeah, and just took a beating, down 6% on the session, folks. So let's see what NVDA does. We are now trading below the volume weighted average price, so it's going to take a lot of momentum and a lot of volume in order for this thing to continue higher. But I think if anybody's going to do it, it's these guys. But let's take a quick look, at my IBIT trade as well too, before we send it off to Sharif real quick to see what he's got cooking up for everybody. Again, VWAP breakup, thought that this could be a bottom. But again, this is where looking for breakouts is really key, and this is what I do, correlating with it from a daily perspective. If you look at Bitcoin or IBIT daily, ask yourself, is this a breakout territory for the long? Let me know what you guys think too. Looking at this from a daily perspective, are you expecting Bitcoin or IBIT to break out from these levels? It's either yes or no. And I already know my answer. It's no. This is not a breakdown day, especially after we had that large engulfing candle yesterday, and then we slightly gapped down and opened lower towards those key support levels that I was mentioning earlier. And then Sharif said, hey, this could be a bull trap. It actually took a couple days to manifest, and then now we're heading back to the southeast. So a tough look there on IBIT so far. But other than that, we're gonna pack our patience, hold our horses, and wait for those setups to come to us, brother.
All right, brother. We're in Cure at 509. It's hitting 85s. I'm waiting on the north side of 6. So here we go with 90s. CURR, we got really close here to 6. There's a seller at 6 of note. There's size at 6, about a few hundred lots. Here we go. Like, I've made this mistake before where I should be ringing the profit bell near the dollar, but I'm stubborn. I want the break. Let's see what this one does. I'm packing my patience on this monster over here. It's up nicely off that $5 level hold. Now, the reason I got in at $5 is because, well, there's plenty of price action support at the $5. Here we go with 90s again. Let's see if this one is able to break and take 6. I'm waiting. Here we go. 99s now on the ask, and then again, we're unable to take it. So maybe I can just take it out here and then get back in at 6. Yeah, well, here it goes, dropping again. So I'm just going to let that one cook. So I got stopped at a VIR twice. So I'm already negative on this piece of crap over here. VIR is this one. I was trying to take it off the 10 exponential. It didn't give it to me. So I'm already negative on it, and I'm looking to do a little bit better. But with respect to CURR, we're doing well. I'm keeping my eye out on this one. Shout out to my girl Tisha in the chat, bro. She's a small cap gapper trader extraordinaire, and she just let me know about RME, another monster that's moving up here. It's over triple digits already. It's a trade de novo. What the hell does that mean? Why are you speaking Latin on the show? Because it just means it's a new trade that came in midday. The volume on this bad boy started coming in right at the beginning of the show, 11:05. It had done bupkis volume subsequent or previous to that, excuse me. It's above the volume weighted average price. This is just getting its footing under it right now. VRME is the one I'm talking about, and it's been trading for all of 25 minutes, and it's already done almost 30 million shares. So $32 million market cap with, again, 27.5 million shares traded, an 8 million share float. And allow me a second here to see what the short float is on this. Negligible, 0.32. Couple of topping tails right now coming in on VRME, but that's not operative in my humble estimation with these small cap gappers like they would be with these large caps. So let's get in right now as CURR comes back down. We're going to load up VRME on another trading screen over here so we can get ready. VRME. Did I hit? Yeah, there we go. So let's keep an eye out on this one. I'd like to see a 3 defend with obviously that 275. That would be like my line in the sand. So we're going to get in initially over here. I'm going to be DCAing into 3. Oops. I'm going to be dollar cost averaging into that $3 area. So here we go. Put an order there. And then I'm going to set another DCA all the way down at that, let's say 282. Okay. And the reason I want to do that is because I want to front run the volume weighted average price. So we're out of the money on it right now, but that's fine. We're 10 cents out of the money. I'm getting my position in smaller here so that I can manage risk with the volatility that this one presents. 344 HOD, 2 topping tail candles, and here we go. We're moving on up there. We're going to take some profits here. Here comes a third of a dollar. We're going to take more profits there. Okay, decent move, decent move. What's my size on this one? Okay, good. So then we're going to set up now in the low 40s to account for any volatility. I'm going to set up at 43s because the high of the day is 44. So I do anticipate there would be an initial rejection of the high of the day before underline if we take out that HOD. So zigging and zagging right now. Here we go. We just got taken out the high of the day at 43s. We got that filled. Now it's setting up. We're going to set up on the north side of 50 now. VRME is what I'm talking about. There goes the high of the day, Joseph. We just took out that. 49s now is a HOD. We're selling off at the $0.50. I'm going to weasel some more profitability out from here as we're still holding some shares. What are you looking at?
Oh, man. Well, what am I looking at? I'm getting banged up over here, man. It's a tough look. I mean, we didn't break out on the Qs. Yeah, exactly. Tough. Be free. No volume on these breakouts. So sure enough, we're rejecting. I showed you guys this trade already. I'm in some NVDA as well too, folks. Looking for that move back to the volume weighted average price. Doesn't seem to be the case. The Q's just continuing to chop around here. So a tough look here in the overall market. Let's see what can happen in the coming minutes. I mean, I think at some point that volume's going to step in. It usually, and one thing just over time, is what I'm looking for here, and what I've noticed is that before the breakdown, the choppiness tends to be extended. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see another leg down here, just liquidity grab, just trading within this range, looking for that second leg moving lower on the higher time frame perspective. All right, so just keep that in mind. If that volume steps in and we decide that we want to head southeast, I'm going to look to participate on that front. Yeah, I mean, Greg, I'm in it right now. I'm going to have to step out of it soon. Especially if we break 140, then I'm going to get out of Dodge on this front, on this trade. So, and just reassess the situation. The trends might be to the downside, so I don't want to fight them, especially after yesterday. So the continuation in that downwards momentum may be there, folks. But someone in the chat asked us to take a look at NUKK. Nuke is a financial technology company. The company is focused on providing software and technology solutions for the worldwide retail foreign exchange. $66 million market cap there. But what a tough look here, Sharif, on Nuke. Down about 75% off of those all-time highs there, folks. So really tough look there on NUKK. Not something that I would want to be buying all the way up here. If you have, unfortunately, look to mitigate those losses however you can, or just get out of the trade, get out of Dodge, reassess the situation, and then look to get back into the trade as well too. So yeah, really tough look there on Nuke, guys. Not something I would be looking to play. And if you're stuck in it, just get out of Dodge, reassess the situation, accept the loss, and then move on. I do like Microsoft still here, folks, for the time being. I like this indecision print here. Let's see if this holds. If we break 424.30, see you later. Not going to look at this ticker anymore. I am in some NVDA. Let's see what happens with NVDA here, folks. Let's pull it up. Yeah, again, stuck out of there. We break 140. Adios, amigos. We'll talk to you guys later. Hasta luego on that one. Yeah, see ya. But yeah, guys, continue to let me know what you're looking at in the chat. So yeah, we'll go over the top volume stocks again this morning. NVIDIA sitting at the top of its class. Nothing new. IONQ sitting in that second place there. Something a little bit new. PLTR in third. And then SOXL, that leveraged derivative, sitting in fourth place there, folks. So Yeah, a tough look here in the market, Sharif, I think. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for it to break down. But if Microsoft and Apple decide that they want to head northeast, then maybe it can drag the market up with it. I mean, Apple was trading significantly higher and did absolutely nothing to the Qs. So NVDA's weakness dragging the overall market down with it. Yeah, let's take a look at Meta too, because we do know that we had that news catalyst yesterday. Mark was saying that he censored America a little bit too much now. So I'm really curious to see how that platform is going to look in the future. I personally don't have Instagram or Facebook or anything along those lines. So I get a lot of my news from X, which at times can just be a cesspool, unfortunately, for negative news. But I mean, hey, let's see what Zuck's gonna be up to. And I like that he's
I gotta second that though, because I'm on X a lot more.
Yeah,
I know we have to send it to Adair, but I just wanted to chime in on this because it, like, once a main news headline hits, it just becomes so repetitive.
So
Everybody
repetitive.
keeps. It's like, okay, I got the point. The H-1B visa is popular and being talked about in the States. Like, I don't want every dang comment I'm looking at is about H-1B visa. You know what I mean? So yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, it can be tough, guys, but we're gonna send it off to Adair with Sector Watch.
The top movers to the upside, in the downside in this market, which has been relatively flat. I always like to have a theme for this segment. So the theme for today is going to be what tickers here have been downgraded specifically. Sorry, what tickers are down on downgrades. The first one we talked about a little bit, but we're going to bring it up one more time. SPCE downgrading AMD from buy to reduce. So this is a double downgrade for advanced micro devices. It's worth noting here the price target decrease from $200 to $110. So AMD certainly feeling that, down about 3% right now, but trying to bounce. Palo Alto Networks, another one that was mentioned earlier today. Deutsche Bank downgrading this one to hold, lowering its price target to 190. It's also worth noting they recently split their 2-for-1, so the price target decrease could have something to do with the fact they had to adjust the price target. So regardless, PANW to the downside. And last but not least, Moderna. The same actually had a really good last couple days. They're running on that, I guess, avian flu catalyst. So this was pretty positive yesterday. Now down, though, about 7%. Dancing your day's lows, getting its price target cut from 108 to 96 by UBS. Lots of downgrades in this market. Make sure you like, subscribe, and participate in our polls in the chat. During the midday, there's always 3 polls. So the first at 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. Those are for the rundown. You can actually vote for the 11 a.m. poll now. And basically, you pick your favorite ticker. The top 5 tickers between the 8 in both polls will be covered on the rundown with Neil and Sean at 2 p.m. And at 12 p.m., you have the opportunity to participate in the Playmaker poll. So you choose, do you think the SPY should go long or short? And that trade is taken in the sim by Joe and Sharif. So make sure you check that out. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Appreciate you, Adara.
What was that? What was that censorship bill in Canada? C-13 or something like that?
The whole. I should probably just stay quiet.
Yeah,
we'll
move on from that point.
Yeah.
But that's the bill,
His
though,
whole
right?
tenure was a censorship bill.
Yeah. It was. But it was C-13 or something along those lines, something like that. Yeah. Oh well.
Joker. Anyway. In any event, here we go, guys. I got stopped out of VRME through the break of $3. I'm back in right at 304, and I have another DCA planned over here at 82s. Here we go. 82 showing up. There we go. So now I have to be really careful. Anything below the $0.50, and I have to be gonzo with this one. So here we go. Let's throw in the stop there. And then we're going to go like that. There we go. So let's see. It holds up at VWAP. It's already below VWAP right now. I have to give it a little bit of room. I'm talking about VRME drop in here at the volume weighted average price. Seems to have bottoming tailed at 2 3/4. Let's see if this one is able to reclaim its position or if it's going to be a V-shaped retracement. It feels like it right now, that it might be, an aggressive move up and then an aggressive move down. We got to have some sort of area to say, no, I'm wrong if it breaks this trade. To me, that is the $0.50. We're going to have to pack our patience. It's coming down right now. So it looks like we're going to give some back here on VRME. The one that we're doing okay on, still haven't, really broken through 6, is CURR. Now, this one did get right into that $6 area and then rejected. Now it's kind of put it in the bounce off 5 and trying to break up again. Now it's got higher lows, but it's got lower highs at the same time. So I am a little concerned with this one. Don't want to give too much back. We're in at 509. It's printing 5 2/3 right now. But again, I feel like this one might be a little bit being pushed a little aggressively to the downside. Wow, VRME, what a retracement, man. Right back down we go. We're going to get stopped out for the entire thing here. Sucks to be me. Bad trade on this one, having added at, well, I perceived to be support at that $3 area, and then at VWAP, we had to give it a little bit of room. I will get stopped out of this one if it continues to bleed south of that $2.50 area, but back into 2 2/3 we go. So I didn't get triggered for the out, but that doesn't mean we won't get triggered coming down now. So this one given back a little bit here. Bit of a tougher one on this one. Thought we had some continuity with this one really getting its footing under it during the midday. Wasn't a pre-market runner, so you felt like, this one could have some continuity, but they don't always pan out in this way, and this one looks like it's going to give way at that level as well. So a bit of a tougher look there. Okay, we'll look to kind of improve a little bit on that. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. CURR looks like it's headed right back into 6 where it's been having a lot of resistance. So I'm keeping my eye on that one. Then last but not least here, VIR. This one is at VWAP now. So I tried to get in initially at the 10 exponential moving average. It wasn't having me. And now it is back down to the volume weighted average price. It's got a 2 candle hold up right now in the 12 low 60s, high 50s. So this could be an entry here based on VWAP, but based on the shellacking that I just took on VRME, I don't want to be too quick to jump into this one. So going to look at this one a little bit more. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, one thing I like, guys, I was mentioning this choppiness in the Qs. I thought we were going to break down, but sure enough, I grabbed the top of this resistance level here, and that volume on the lower time frame started to kick in, and we got that breakout, especially because we have Meta trading higher. Microsoft is now starting to trade back towards the volume weighted average price. As I mentioned, that indecision candle just below the volume weighted VWAP as well on that. So the elastic effect on VWAP from Microsoft. And then now we have Apple heading back towards the high of day as well too, folks. So here it is, those 3 names dragging the Qs up with it, something that I was looking forward to. So glad that this is slowly starting to work out for us here. Let's see if we can get this this trade to continue, go a little bit higher. We are now testing the high of day, which there is some key resistance levels here. So that momentum in the volume is going to need to continue in order for us to break through this resistance level and then hold it as support and then continue to the northeast. So that's something I got to be weary of. If Microsoft, Meta, and Apple decide that they all want to continue to the northeast, I think we're going to be sitting in a pretty position right now. So again, patience, have to be patient, allow the trade to work out, kind of a slow cook here, and see if we continue to the northeast, because we know that we had a extremely weak session yesterday. So again, a continuation to the weakness, I would not be surprised. But again, a bounce in the market, they always happen. So let's see if we can participate on that front, guys. Joe, look at BHAT. Of course, anything for you. Let's see what Jimmy BHAT, blue hat. Yeah, okay. Who, John?
No, you're like anything for you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, anything for Jimmy, man. Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy. All right, let's see. Let's zoom out here first here, Jim. Tough look, man. I think this is more Sharif's world here. Blue hat, interactive entertainment here. I think this is like virtual reality, Sharif. Tough look here, especially off of these highs. Not something that I would be looking to participate in. So yeah, a really tough look. Let's take a look. Let's zoom in here and take a look in from the 5-minute perspective. Really weak in the pre-market, continuing that southeast movement, now just forming this consolidation phase. Not something I would particularly look to be trading. So hopefully you are doing half decent on that, guys. Bitcoin, extremely weak. Let's talk about Bitcoin here for a brief second. Heading towards those key levels. Sharif somewhere around this day was like, could this be a bull trap? And I'm like, yeah, you know what, Sharif, you might be right. So what do? I just feed the bull trap and decide to add a little bit here into, yeah, that's all. Yeah, exactly. So add, sure enough, coming down a little down on the day. A really strong engulfing candle here, folks. going back into these key support levels. I think if we go to test these levels one more time, that they are going to be breached, and then we head back to the southeast here on Bitcoin. And I mentioned this time and time again, guys, I'm really disappointed in this move. I thought it was going to be significantly longer. I'm not going to rule it out just yet. I mean, we do know that Bitcoin consolidate for an extended period of time from this previous history data, but I was looking for a little bit more in extension here, kind of going to that 1.25 price target, like the teens, but we didn't get that. So again, we just have to be really patient. I think the chat, I wouldn't say it's necessarily divided, but there's a lot of opinions on it. It's either we going to $0 or $1 million with this thing. So again, just have to be just be patient. I mentioned before, this is an 8-month consolidation phase, and then our move was only lasted about a month or so, a little bit over. So a little bit disappointed in that. I would have liked to see some more healthy pullbacks here on Bitcoin, Sharif, and then we head higher. But again, we're just consolidating, going to go and test those lows, and only time will tell what will happen.
All right.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, I still think, we do that $100,000.
Right? Yeah.
It hasn't been strict, in the sense that, it didn't range in a $10,000 range for that long. But I want to say the moments that we were above 100,000, it feels like that they were a lot quicker, short-lived.
Yeah, extremely short-lived.
Between 90 and 100, you know what I mean? So we'll see. Yeah,
I think it was more like the enthusiasm. It's like, okay, we hit this massive target that everybody kind of had in mind, and then everybody kind of got like the FOMO and missing out, pushes us to 108, and then sure enough, we pull back down.
All right, man. Here we go with VIR. We're back into this one at VWAP. I've taken a few outs over here. I'm next waiting at 15s. It's showing me 15 on the dang ask, but it's not crossing, so I'm not getting filled. 10s now on the ask. Let's see if the spread tightening up. Do we get the fill? Not forthcoming yet. Now, I've layered my orders on this one, so we're going to take out 15s, or we're hopefully take out 15s. We'll take out a quarter as well, if that's forthcoming as well. VIR up 66.25 or 66.33%. The reason I got in where I did was it was a VWAP dip. So I tried initially, as you can see over here, at the 10 exponential. It gave me a finger, and then I had to get out of that. So then we got back in at the volume weighted average price. There we go. Now we take out 15s. We're long 88s. Next beak wetter. We're waiting at that $0.25. We'll see if we get it there. Kind of an anemic bounce. I don't want to call it anemic because that's not fair. But, the vigor with which we dropped from that 14, 13 HOD all the way down to that 12.5 felt a lot more aggressive than the move back up. It always seems to feel that way. The selling always seems to be a lot more aggressive than the buying. It's like people are panicking to get the hell out of there, but when comes time to buy, they're a lot more discerning. Figures, huh? So we'll keep that on the lookout. Showing now 17s, inching into 20s on the ask. 20s now on the ask. I'm waiting at 25, 67% and change right now. Pack our patience, see if we can get that print. Here it is now, 20s. 21s just showed up on the ask as this one continues to bounce off the volume weighted average price and knock on the door of that $0.25 where your boy is waiting. Now, I don't have any more orders set north of that $0.25, so it behooves me to start layering some orders there. So there, we're going to do just that, and then we'll see if we print on it. Fantastic. If we don't, then we'll have to do a little bit better. CURR continues to compress in the sense that we are continually getting higher lows, but we're also getting these dang lower highs, a compression pattern. The textbook says compression patterns resolve in the direction of the trend. The trend is up, seeing as this thing is up 300% on the day, but I feel like we are less directional on CURR than we certainly were initially. So that entry at 5, not bad, but that print at 6 looks elusive right now. And as I watch, there's a big boy seller at 60. Can we take him out over here on CUR? It's a big seller at 60, and he's keeping this single-handedly down back. Sorry, I gotta manage these trades. Bang! There, Joseph. We take out that 33 prints on VIR. Now I'm waiting at 42s, Adair. Get it, Adair. We're waiting at 42s over here. Let's see if we can get that print, Joseph. 40 showing up now on VIR. Still no print there. So let's layer the orders because, well, the highest order I have is that 42. So let's throw something at the $0.50 there. And come what may. So it looks as if, we're going to have to pack our patience on that last little out there on VR. Shout out to Tisha. I see you, Tisha. Tisha's a small cap gapper trader. If you're into these small cap gappers, keep your eye on the tickers that she calls out as well as her levels. She knows what she's doing. She's in the chat from first thing in the dang morning, and she's looking at these small cap gappers from as early as you like. So if you like that look, keep an eye out on Tisha's calls there. And bang again, Joseph. There it is through the 40 print. Now we're waiting on the north side of 55s. VIR, baby, up 70 and change and looking to take out levels here. What's the look on your side?
Yeah, we're just sitting here in NVDA, just letting it slow cook here, putting it in the slow cooker to see if we can continue and break through these key resistance levels. One thing that I want to touch on, Sharif, what you were talking about is like, how come it feels like it's such a slow grind, and then when you're sitting in this trade, and then all of a sudden the sellers step in, and then it just drops really quick. And I remember sitting at home for so long. It's like you'd be sitting in a trade for an hour, 2 hour, grinding higher, and then boom, the selling steps in, and within 10 minutes, that whole day of gains is gone, and it's like, yo, that is so frustrating. It's
the life of a trader, though,
dude,
bro.
It's one of the most frustrating things on the planet. But someone told me, a good friend of mine is like, yeah, well, what happens is that the buyers are now exhausted. There's no more buyers, and then you kind of get that not full-on capitulation, but you get those sellers stepping in significantly more aggressive and have been patient waiting on the sidelines to step in. So buyers are exhausted, and that allows the opposing party to just flush the price to where they want to put it. But like if you're sitting here in the chat, you're trading at home, whether you're trading at a firm, wherever you may be trading, 99% of traders have experienced that, and it gets frustrating. But just understand that it's like, okay, well, we're exhausted now. Buyers are exhausted, so that allows the opposing party to step in and take control just like that, all right? So that's really, I remember a couple times, dude, I was trading at home, and I'm like, oh, this is a sick day. 10 minutes later, everything's gone. It's like, what? Oh, my day. Yeah, it's so infuriating. Like, I don't know. Everybody's kind of had those days. I was fortunate enough, I always was tamed, but one time I let my cool run loose, and I had to replace a monitor. Yeah. I mean, a lot of dudes replace keyboards, mouses. So I had to do a monitor.
Was for me, because I was suffering through that same affliction. My move was to throw things that don't break on the slippers.
Dude, yeah.
I would throw slippers a lot. Many slippers were thrown during COVID.
Yeah.
Right? Like when you're at home, there's like really nothing to keep you honest.
Exactly.
Right?
Nothing
to keep you calm. Like you're just kind of doing that on your own.
It's funny because it's like it's like you're having a bad day and then you break something and then now it's even worse because you got to go buy a new monitor. But I didn't even mean to. I threw my headphones. It whipped back, smashed my. I'm like, oh, all right, here just to add injury to insult there. So I mean, tough luck. But guys, keep the cool. Everybody's been through that type of stuff. Greg V said he's seen it. He remembers that day because I'm like, oh, Greg, I got to replace a monitor here. So Greg was during on that one. So yeah, good stuff there, guys. Keep the cool. Everybody's been through it. So just know you're not alone on that front. We've all had those experiences, guys. Yeah. So guys, we're sitting here in NVDA. This breakout is starting to fail. Microsoft is pulling back into the volume weighted average price. So is Meta, and Apple is just hovering around those highs of days, folks. So let's take a look at Apple. An outlier on the session, positive on the day so far, up about 0.5% here on Apple. Now kind of putting in that double top, slightly alarming. Let's see if we can break through that. Only time will tell. Yeah, everybody's loving that. Because everybody's done it. So it's I mean,
everybody's done it.
Everybody's doing it.
You know,
we're humans, so not every and that's what it does, Roberto W. It's like it just causes more drainage of that emotional capital. And then once you've had to buy a monitor or a new keyboard, you're like, okay, maybe you'll think twice about that.
Oh, yeah.
And just hold back a little bit. But again, totally human and totally fine. But as of right now, Sharif, I'm waiting patiently to see if NVDA can kind of pick up in steam here and drag the market up with it.
Sounds good. All right, let's get some of these comments. Fubo is flying. I saw Neil in the chat talking about Fubo a hot second ago, so we're going to have to load that up and keep an eye out on Fubo. They take $11.99 from my account every week, Joseph. I mean, every month, excuse me. Yeah.
Oh, no.
But it used to be 24, so that's okay.
That's all right.
That's
okay.
okay. Right? Yeah, Neil, he's giving the nod. There you go. So in case you're wondering why I'm paying for this thing, because it's the only way to get the Premier League in Canada. Unless you want... that other one, IPTV.
I think IPTV. There's a lot of.
We don't have IPTV.
No, never mind. We don't know what you're talking about there. Yeah.
No, nothing like that. Kyle Burdett, Joe, Sharif, and now you know why I like puts intraday. Bears wait for longs to fall all over themselves and the euphoria to get sufficiently high. Then we look interested. Your point, very well taken, my friend. I won't be convinced otherwise, but the nature of, buy sides and sell side movement, clearly the sell side movement a lot more violent and a lot shorter in duration to drop the same amount that you increased before. So that's a bit of a tougher look there. Obviously, you kind of have to take that if you want to be a trader, whether a swing trader or an intraday trader. That is kind of how it works. Let's give you an example. Just look at how Apple moved, say, from 240 to 260 and how long that took. And then look how quickly it was able to drop from 260 to 240. Pan W from 210 all the way now. And Neil just buying some in his long-term account. Brilliant move there. I don't have any orders out. I should. From that 210 into 170, even below that. So the way that these stocks move to the downside, a lot more violent, and obviously presents shorts with a great opportunity for some profits there. All right, guys, here's the look. I'm still involved in VIR. We haven't gotten that 70-something print. We're in the 30s right now. It's not forthcoming. I've already moved up my stop to my entry. We'll see what goes on there. Now, here's the deal. I got forced at a CUR for the last remaining amount. I held only one out left. I got stopped out break even on it. But look, CUR is not done. It is still above the volume weighted average price. And in addition to that, it's got the price action support right over here. We waffled in the pre-market at 4.5. So definitely there is something there to 4.5, not just because VWAP is at 4.5 on CURR, but you have umpteen amount of topping tail candles showing resistance in the pre-market at 4.5. In addition to that as well, you do have good areas of technical support at around 5. And that is subsequent to the bell. So I'm keeping my eye on that one. It did give up 5, so I had my stop below 5, so I had to get the hell out of there. But as I'm watching this, even though it's holding these good technical levels, what I see right now is an uninterrupted downward channel manifesting since 10:45 and hasn't changed. What do I mean by that? It means every candle subsequent to its predecessor either had a lower high or a lower low. So we're still doing that downward channel. It doesn't mean that the end is in for CURR. It just means that I need a clear trend change here for me to get back in. I don't want to have anything dip related like at 450 or 475 to kind of guess whether it holds up. I need a marked trend change. What does that mean? That means I need to see higher lows. I also need to see higher highs. If I don't see that, if I continue seeing what I've been seeing, which is a downward channel, I'm not interested. I don't want to scalp 30 pennies. I'm looking for the breakout trade. So CURR certainly in focus right now. Now, this one was not tradable under my system when I sat down, but now it is. CGBS, okay? Not just BS, CGBS. This one south of $1, having a lot of trouble breaking and holding above that buck. It did momentarily. It weaseled up to 109 and then it dropped quick as you like back into 70 pennies. It had another attempt at $1 right around over here, 11 o'clock, right when we started the show. And then it dropped again into 80s. Now this time we're putting incrementally higher lows with that same flat top at the dollar. What does that mean? If I had an animation, I'd hit it, but it's the opposite of this one. It's a flat top breakout, not a flat bottom breakdown. So what I'm looking for right now on CGBS, number one, does it break through the dollar this time? If it doesn't, I'm an interested buyer on the dip. The dip could be 85, 87.5, maybe even weasels down into 82.5. That's where it weaseled down last time. Here's the dollar again on CGBS, and it's not forthcoming on the break yet again. So I'm all eyes on this one. Now, I may miss the trade, right? If we get that big boy break of a dollar and it takes out that 109 HOD, likelihood is I've missed my 80-something, 90-something penny entry, and I'm going to have to chase it if I get involved with it. So CGBS, certainly in focus right now, up 64% above VWAP. Knocking in the door of that dollar area. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. VRME pissed me off, so I'm taking that one off. We're going to put up FUBO because everybody and their mother's third cousin has been talking about this one, so it behooves us to get involved. In case you don't know what's going on with FUBO, they have struck a definitive agreement. Not tentative, but definitive agreement with your boy Disney and Bobby I to kind of create a streaming conglomerate of sorts. FUBO is important in Canada for the Premier League. I don't know what they offer south of the border.
For the Premier League.
Yeah, that's the only reason anybody gets this thing, bro. They got nothing.
Doesn't Dazen have the?
No, they lost it. They have Champions League. They had
really?
Prem for like 1 or 2 years. Dude, it's every year the Prem wants more money. It's like the NBA with Amazon outdueling TNT and Warner Brothers or whatever. Every year they want more money, Joseph. So every year, I don't know what the terms are, 2-3 years, but it's shorter than the North American contracts. And then you got big boy money coming from God knows where, the Middle East, Russia, I don't know where. And then they're bidding, like the Prem, when I started watching the Prem, was on cable, Rod. It was on Sportsnet.
Saturday mornings, right?
Yeah, TSN, which is like our version of ESPN. That hasn't been happening for a hot minute because those companies, big as they are, can't compete with these other companies. And they're all private, by the way. FUBO obviously was private until it went public a couple of years ago, but DAZN's still private, right?
Oh, okay.
So,
interesting.
Yeah. So that's a bit of a tougher look there. But we all know what the deal is right now with these television agreements and the sports leagues. That's kind of one of the bigger things at the moment. So keeping an eye certainly on FUBO right now. Mihili Momo, you gotta throw WNW up there. Let me have a look, my man. Let me see what WNW is offering us right now in terms of small cap gapper trades. Let's load that bad boy up. WNW, what is this? Miu Technology. Well, not like I really care what it does, to be quite frank. So here it is. What's the situation? This is only up 5.25, my man. And we've only done about, how many shares we've done today? 12.4 million shares on a $3 name. It's okay. It just took VWAP, so your point well taken there. Break even on the day is 306, or we're at 322. Yeah, I'll keep it up. It's not bad. It's not my favorite or anything like that, but if it gets some more volume under it, I'm going to keep an eye on it. Tisha wants to know what the situation is with FUBO. Let's have a look at FUBO right now. So FUBO just went green. Going green on the day, it had to take 546. It did that. And it's above the 550 area now. So Tisha, we rejected that break-even point at 1040. We tried to go green at 1040. We rejected. We dipped down into 505. We hold 5. There's price action support at 5. It just wasn't the whole dollar level. And look at the mother of all bottoming tail candles at that 1105 print when we dipped into 5. It was bought up aggressively. So I like that $5 level if it comes back into there. Now, what level am I basing my dip trade on? I'm going to base it on 5. Let's say 540 to 550. I want to base a level now, my dip trade that is, off that area green, the area break-even point, which is yesterday's closing print, which, as I mentioned, is 546. So it has to hold up there. I don't want to trade this if it's negative, whether it has a good chart pattern or not. So if it dips into that area, I could be absolutely persuaded that at that 550, all the way down maybe into the 5 mid-40s, for an eventual breakup. But FUBO, yeah, I mean, it's not technically an inside day because we got lower in the pre-market than we had all day yesterday, but we'll have to see if this one can work its way possibly into another high. That would have to take us above that $6.50 area. That's well away from the high today, which is 567. So to answer your point, Tisha, I'm looking at that 550 to 5 mid-40s for a possible dip trade there. VIR is working its way back into the $0.75 area. Oh, boom.
Whoa,
We
what
just
is-
got filled there, Joseph,
a
at
banger,
82s. Let's set up a little bit north now. So I've only got one more out on this one. So we're going to set up on the north side of 14. I don't know, 1407, kind of a random area. It takes out the high there. We'll see what we get. And as my man Neil says, we will not get upset.
No.
What do you got?
Yeah, it's sitting in the same trades, man. Few slowly pulling back. I'm keeping my eyes on Microsoft, Meta, and Apple, as mentioned before. We're starting to pull back on those three big names as well, too, guys. So slightly alarming as the TQs start to come into the volume-weighted average price. I'm not in the best area because I was playing a breakout. I should have took some off the top, but I'm like, no, I kind of want to make this slightly larger. So the volume signatures on the lower time frames are a little bit choppy, and the prints are as well too. So I'm hoping that was once resistance can now act as support, and then we can make that next leg higher. Only time will tell, as I often say. Be patient. If we start to go back into that middle of the range, I'm gonna get out of the trade, reassess the situation, and then look to get back in. But as of right now, NVDA still chopping in those areas. SPY looking like a dog's breakfast still. The Qs is as well. So, I mean, man, tough look in the market. A little bit of a hangover from yesterday's price action, folks. So those buyers aren't necessarily stepping in right now. I think they will at some point unless we're extremely weak and we continue to the south side. But let's see what Adara has us for at the big desk.
We're going to take a look at what's been happening so far in this market. S&P 500, speaking of catching a bid or finding some buying power, there's a double bottom on the 15-minute chart here around that 586 level. So that could provide some support. Regardless, though, it is still a pretty weak look, basically flat on the day. Q is also flat on the day and selling off a little bit more aggressively here. But it's worth noting both of these have double bottoms on the 15-minute chart. So definitely worth taking a look at. IWM, meanwhile, much weaker despite honestly a stronger bounce off of its lows. There is still some resistance, though, for it at that 221.60s level. It's been quite the look here for this market. A lot of these names continuing to push to the upside, but there's still some of them still below key levels. Tesla's still below that $400 level. And one of the names that's been weaker on the day and honestly kind of weak all week has been AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, taking a hit here down about 4%, and it's actually a little bit off its lows. Did get a double downgrade from HSBC Securities. And then we have MSTR, this one actually attempting to flat bottom break here. It's been weak here along with the crypto space. We are going to send you over here to Neil in just a moment. But before we do that, we want to take a moment to thank our friends at Prop Firm Match. Are you feeling overwhelmed when you're trying to find the perfect prop firm? With so many options out there, it's easy to get lost, and that's where Prop Firm Match comes in. Prop Firm Match is the ultimate platform to help you identify and compare reliable prop firms tailored to your trading style and your goals. Whether you're after low fees, high profit splits, or quick funding evaluations, we've got you covered. Say goodbye to hours of research and confusion. Prop Firm Match makes it simple to find your perfect prop firm. Scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and take the guesswork out of finding the perfect prop firm. Right now, though, we're going to send you over to Neil. Take it away, Neil. The lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Adara. Your lesson of the day today. You know the Earth revolves around the sun? It's also, believe me, this is kind of crazy. There's a crazy one here for you guys. Another crazy one. The Earth is actually round. It's a sphere. Another one for you is Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. No, so the idea being, I think a phrase that I really, really love that applies to some of those types of notions is that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And if you've probably heard that in, conspiracy theory, all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to the market, if you've got an overwhelming occurrence or trend, you should be skeptical of the other direction. Now, yesterday, it's a little bit of a continuation from what we saw in yesterday for some of the drops and trying to pick up longs. If you're looking for a long in a down market, then you should be absolutely convinced that there is a curl. Now, when we sat down this morning, all of the quantum stocks were absolutely bleeding. And I don't begrudge anybody for trying to catch bottoms because the opportunities look like they're juicy. But when you have something, and maybe I should go to the daily chart first. When you have something this insane in terms of momentum move to the upside, when it finally breaks a 2 2 to 3 month bull parabolic trend, on that day, you should have to be completely convinced that you made a bottom, not just a regular setup. You shouldn't have any kind of a doubt in your mind, and if there is, you're just better off getting away from it. Now, I say this as obviously you know I was shorting and then reloading on the trend, missing this one in here on Q. I missed one entry. Well, I missed 2 entries on Qubit because I couldn't get the 6 break SSR stocks, man, short sell restricted. So either you were sitting in it and going into the open or shorting the pop, but we did miss one reload on it. Now, obviously, you've seen this show a while. I am long this every single time on a stock trending down. I'm talking like just about every single time you trend down this much on a trend line that I'm shorting the top of. I'm not covering a short there. I'm taking a breakout long, and it never makes another low, and it is almost at VWAP. But the reason I'm not in it is because these things were nonsensical. And it wasn't an A+ reversion setup. It wasn't steep enough. There was no real panic volume candle. Like all those things didn't set up convincing me that it was a reversal, which is fine. Like it ends up being the wrong decision not to have reversed into a long in QBTS, but who cares? I got to ask myself, was it an A+ when this was the weakest market that was absolutely bleeding, where the sentiment is 100% shifted against these? I'm going to think it's a short tomorrow on these quantum names. I don't see, well, check that, the market's close tomorrow. On Friday, I'm going to still think these are short because I'm going to play continuation when something that distinct has happened. And it's not just about the parabolic movers either. Like this morning, NVIDIA, which was a big reversal off the highs, so to me, something very different and something big happened in the other direction. There was a point where I kept saying, man, NVIDIA's looking strong. It's trying to catch a bid. It's holding that trend. But I'm not long that breakout. Why? Because I need extraordinary evidence that there's going to be follow through. And what that requires for me is a hold of the you break that high, one of two things needs to happen. Either you're going to hold the consolidation up top, or the trend going into it on a fail of the break, it has to hold that trend. Now, it can fail a break at the high, hold trend and go. Then you can take a local top break, then you can work into the longs. But if something so distinct to the downside happened, why shouldn't I need to be completely convinced that this is going to be gold? Just work it in the other direction. I'm not going to bother going into crypto and some of those shorts, but I am going to take you one last one here. Here's the difference. I didn't do jack with Fubo at all until it set up, I think, the cleanest trade possible for a long. Now, obviously, this was trending. We talked about this in the morning. It was trending the entire morning. This is the open, double bottom, stair step higher, into the high, stair step, hold the higher low at $5, and it just was trending. But what did Fubo also do? Fubo had big day, failed top, consolidation. I needed to be completely convinced with the most simple setup with the least amount of risk that it was going to be good. And I didn't think I had it until you had that top break. So I needed to be completely convinced and take the lowest risk trade, which was a double top break, where it's also the prior close. You get prior close, double top break, very, very tight risk because your trend line looks like that on Fubo. So that risk is super tight. It's like 5 cents worth of risk on it when it breaks that high to the trend line. So I'm not having to force the action on Fubo or any type of a long in a name which had the big rejection yesterday. And it's not, like, obviously, if you take it earlier, you make more. You have multiple longs on Fubo. Obviously, if I reverse in QBTS, that would have still worked out. But on the same vein, you've got to ask yourself, if you have that quick trigger to the longs when you feel there's a big change of direction, what's the other side of that? Well, the other side of that is I'm probably long NVIDIA and getting rinsed. So you can't just look at, oh, but if I flip to these longs, it would have worked out like absolute gangbusters. No, you got to play it across the board. What else would you have done along those lines in that strategy? And then mark your wins against that. Because to me, if getting into that trade on QBTS for the long or taking Fubo early to the long worked out for me, I got to ask myself how much I would have bled on NVIDIA applying the same type of premise. And based on the way NVIDIA traded for me yesterday, the answer is I don't want any of those. I would rather take the easy ones, eliminate the bloodbaths so that you don't take what we call in trading the headshot. And the headshot is not when you take a loss. It's when you take a loss that on the strategy you're trading is 2x, 3x what you would win on that strategy. That's a headshot. It's not taking a loss. It's when you take a big loss. And that's what NVIDIA would have been, applying the same, hey, it's looking strong. Why not just take it? The long side. Same thing as Fubo. But if you try that long on trend in NVIDIA, it absolutely bleeds on you and you're going to get moped. So to repeat the quote, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. When big moves and reversals and trends happen or they break and go in the other direction, you need to be very, very convinced to try to take the counter. It shouldn't just be a C or a B setup. You can take B setups are best reserved for going along with the trend as it's running. When you're doing a reversion, it better be A. It better be an A+ or an A setup if you're going to go against that grain. So that's your lesson of the day. Be skeptical when it comes to going against the grain or going against a major change of the trend in the market. So be safe out there. Lots of runners. Go Fubo.
All right, Neil.
Thank you.
That was another arm on the hair kind of up. You know what I mean?
Goosebumps.
Hair on the arm.
Hair on the arm.
Arm on the hair.
A hair
I know
razor.
my arm always sticks to my hair. I don't know.
Does it?
No. Just Ram caught me messing up the wording there. So. She's very happy about herself. All right, guys. VIR is moving. Let's talk about it. So the move into the volume weighted average price, big move down there off that 14 rejection. It comes back into 12.5. That's where we weasel in. The best I could do on this one's 14.10. There it goes. Here comes 14.5. Big move up here as this one knocks on the door of triple digits, 82% and change. VIR really going here, respecting the trend, higher lows, higher highs, good move on VIR. Keeping my eye out on this one. I'm also keeping my eye on NITO. What a move off the low there. So this one, I didn't peg this one for a recovery, but certainly recovering today. Now look, this is an ugly looking chart pattern. If you're looking from the third onwards, it's been lower lows, lower highs every day. Today, it's kind of in no man's land. $1.37 is break even. It got into $1.16. Now it's at $1.60, kind of a little bit north of halfway. NITO. Still not tradable under my system because that 6 a.m. or 6:10 print took us to $1.70. And we only have $1.67 HOD subsequent to the bell. So this is going to have to break and take $1.70. But if it does, let me tell you, I think it makes the trade exponentially more likely to move in your favor if we get that high of the pre-market high take. So I'm going to be very interested if we take that $1.70, so much so that I've already thrown an alert out there at the $1.70. I might not have to wait long, baby, because this one is on the way right now to $1.65. Looking to take out that $1.67. I'm talking about NITO. Certainly not the biggest percentage mover on the day, 19 and change, but definitely a good looking chart pattern, especially off those lows. VRME was trying to do a good recovery off that 210 bump and pop, but it's getting right back into 3 and having trouble with 3. Now, that's the bad side. The other side is putting umpteen amount of higher lows on its way to reclaim 3 if it reclaims 3. So keeping an eye on VRME. I didn't trade it that well initially. I had a good entry in it, and then we tried to DCA into the volume weighted average price, and that's where things really, hit the fan, and we ended up going negatory on it. So I don't want to be quick to jump into this one because my read on it has been a little bit suspect on the day, but we'll keep an eye on that. Fubo, okay, so Fubo prints a 569, nice. Print, and it comes back right into 5.5, getting bought off 5.5. I really don't know whether to trade Fubo or not today. It's a 2%, it's 2% in the green. It's got a nice chart pattern. There's no question about it, coming from negative to positive on the day. I just don't know if there's enough eyes behind it. It would have been fantastic, maybe off 5. I feel like this one maybe, I don't know. I'm going to keep my eye on it. It's not going to leave the side chart. We're going to keep it right there, exactly where it is. And then if it sets up in a more advantageous way, maybe I'll get back into this one. Last but not least, before we see what Joseph is up to, CURR, it's still putting in that downward channel, but That's the bad side, obviously, because I don't want to take the short. The good side is, though, it seems to have found its base at 4 3/4. Subsequent to that 4 3/4 double bottom here on the 5-minute chart, 11:45 and 11:50, excuse me, we double bottom up there. We've been incrementally putting in higher lows, not by much. They've been anemic higher lows, but that's all I really need to figure out, do we possibly start getting a higher low, higher high situation there and then work our way through that level. Okay, so I'm getting an alert here that NITO has now taken out the high of the day. It's taking it out by 1 penny, Katina Man. Can you believe it? So we're going to keep an eye on that. Katina Man is now back from his swim sesh. So get ready for the large cap trading over here, as he's going to let us know exactly what he's up to. He's giggly because he knows it's true. So we're going to keep an eye out on NITO. It's zigging and zagging. Once it took out the high of the day, it started really zigging and zagging here. So we're going to get involved, Joseph, but we're going to get involved small amounts over here.
Up there? Okay.
Yeah, whatever. We're going to give this one the old community college try, see what manifests over here.
The old JUCO try.
Yeah. I love that, right? The junior college try. Yes, Joseph, I like that. I like that. So here we go. We're in NITO right now. Let's see what this one does. Now, let me tell you, I'm very interested in trading NITO into $1.70.
Hey.
That means DCAing. So here's what we're going to do. In case this one gets a little rejection there, we're going to set up at $1.75 to see if we can weasel into some more shareage over here on NITO, and bang. There we go. Take out the first one there. Okay, let's go, Mr. Nitto. Let's see, where am I waiting next? 93s. Come on, take it out. There it is. All right. Here we go, Joseph. We're setting up here at 98s. Let's see if we can continue to cross and bang. All right, I love high day breaks, baby. Let's go. We're having a good time up in this you-know-what. So keep an eye out on two guys, two psychological level of resistance. It doesn't have to reject, but there's a good possibility we do reject at $2 before retracing and then making another attempt at that $2 level. Again, there doesn't have to be price action resistance there. It's sometimes a psychological resistance level. Here we go. I'm waiting at 4s. Come on, Mr. Nitto. I've been waiting at 4s. You moved up into 4, but it didn't cross, so we didn't get printed. Let's see if we can do a little bit better, Joseph. We're going to set up with a dip trade. What do you got?
Nice. Okay, guys, so let's just take a look at this TQQ trade when I got stopped out at the breach of the volume weighted average price. This was just essentially a liquidity grab here. False breakout, grabs liquidity, and then now we're heading to the downward side with momentum. So, yeah, tough look. I should have took some off at 81.20s there, but we did not. Same thing here with NVDA, folks. Had to flip the bias because everything is breaking some key support levels, and we're heading southeast. So let's see if we can participate on that front. Not going to look for these longs necessarily right now, so got to keep an eye out for this. Let's see if NVDA decides that it wants to head lower. And to that individual in the chat yesterday who was like, they wanted to sell the 140 puts. Let me know if you actually did. You're holding on to those. I know they don't expire until March, as you were displaying before. So, but again, I said you could drop that strike down and get a better price. As of right now, those short puts are in the money. So again, come March, unless you get hit with some early assignment, you're going to be owning some shares of NVDA at 140. But I do think you can get a little bit better of a price because look at this daily candle here. What an insane engulfing candle. Just absolutely engulfing this whole range right here, folks. So that's something to keep in mind. And I mentioned this yesterday as well, too. Open up my laptop on the train in, see that NVDA was trading at all-time highs. I'm like, oh, okay, is this a gap and go scenario? Boom, complete opposite. Sells off, engulfs this whole range here. Let's put up some trend lines here, Sharif. Support and resistance lines here as well too.
Like it.
And then we just look at this range here. This is come on, why you gotta do that to me?
It's so embarrassing.
Yeah,
right?
so embarrassing. Yeah. Hey, but look at this, guys. Just engulf this whole range with NVDA and continue to the south side. So was this somewhat of a double top with a liquidity grab? We do know that a lot of analysts say, hey, the market is primed for a 20% correction. Are we getting anywhere close to that? I don't think so, but we are off the all-time highs here. Let's pull up some cues and see what we got going on from a daily perspective to see how far off the all-time highs we are. I don't think it's anywhere close to 20%. Yeah, about 5% right now. So more downside can be slightly alarming. I think that maybe this next target is the 500s on the Qs. But just a lot of chop right now. And officially on Burden was asking me, Joe, what am I looking to play, like from an option standpoint? And I'm like, you know what, dude, sometimes when the volatility is stepping in, you want to avoid those credit-based trades, as I mentioned to him, because you don't want to be selling premiums with an increase in the VIX, so that average true range fluctuates more on a day-to-day basis in these stocks. So you have to be completely weary of that. So as we're on the descent, you don't want to be writing options because the volatility starts to pick up, can be quite alarming. So yeah, here's the look on the Qs. Condors is probably the way to go, but if one side really starts to favor the other, cut that half of the trade and then reassess the situation, all right? So just really, really keep that in mind, guys. Chopping around, and I do think that we're going to chop around in this area for quite some time. So let's continue to monitor the overall market. I know Adair is an MSTR as well too. That thing is bleeding like an artery. You hit an artery or something along those lines. Down 40% from those all-time highs on MSTR. MicroStrategy, as some people like to refer to, and that is living up to its name as well too. So tough look there on MicroStrategy. Michael Saylor probably buying some more Bitcoin as it continues to move lower. Let's take a quick look at Bitcoin before we send it off to Sharif here. Going into those key support levels, his thesis starting to play out here. We still are bullish on this thing, but again, break of 92K, gonna offload some size and then look to grab some more when price tells me that it's ready to turn around. So that's the game plan on this one. Gonna go heavy if we can, and it displays it. But as of right now, tough look in the market, Sharif.
Oh yeah.
And Microsoft selling too. Here, we'll take a quick look at Microsoft real quick before we send it off to my guy. Yeah, just this high day break fail. Inability to make a new high there, forming lower highs, and then just with that momentum flushes through the volume weighted average price. Tough look there on Microsoft.
All right, so Nitto came back in, so we didn't get anything above that 210 print, but I got the dip trade at 174. That was obvious. I told you guys I was waiting for that dip trade because that was the pre-market high. We're trading at 175 right now. I've already taken a couple of beak wetters on this up into 190. Now I'm waiting at 195. Let me tell you though, anything below 165, so we're gonna risk 9 pennies here and I'm gone. Okay, I'm not giving it back on this one. I'm waiting at 195s for the next out. We already got the initial print there at 82s, then 88s, and now I'm waiting at 195. NITO, I had that dip trade waiting at 74s to account for the area resistance level in the pre. We talked about this. Let me show you on the black charts over here. Look at this. First big boy rejection, then it kind of big boys over here. Another big boy rejection, all at that $170. Look, yeah, it is the $170 that is resistance. It's not the $175. But, you know, a lot more people they like psychologically that $quarter, that $half, that $3/4, that whole dollar. So that's why I waited at 175. In fact, I was waiting at 174. That's a lie. So we'll keep an eye out on Nitto. I'm looking for something in the 90s here. Back into 88s we go. 89s now, 90s showing up now. Let's see if we can squeeze a little bit above that 95. Then I'm going to hold. Because I want to see if we can break and take $2. We got 209 HOD. You know, that seems like a bit of an anemic break above that $2 level. I'd like something possibly in the $1/2. We shall see what we get. And believe me, well, we might get upset. Who knows? I was going to say, believe me, I won't get upset, but I might. Let's see. All right, 94 is now showing up. Joseph, I'm waiting at 95s. Can we cross a little bit over here? We are at 95s on the ask. Cannot cross on the bid. There it is. We get the print. We got one more out on this one. We're going to let this one cook to the high side. Shout out to Brendan Cook. We're going to take out some levels over here. Here's $2 again. Here's 203. Beautiful move up here for Nitto. Let's go. 209 HOD. Can we take out 09s? We're showing 08s. Okay, so 08 showing up right now with a big boy seller, both on the level 2 and as an iceberg. So there was only double digits posted on every gateway there, yet no size was getting taken out, nor Was it enough to keep the price from ascending based on the amount of volume? So that's how you can kind of gauge whether there's a hidden seller at that level or not. And believe me, if you trade these small cap gappers, there are hidden sellers every which dang way. So you got to be on the lookout and be able to assess what's happening with the price in real time. A lot easier said than done because they hang out at a price level for a very short time. I've talked about that. They're here for a good time. They're not here for a long time. Down we go on Nitto again, Joseph, selling here at $2. So we don't quite make it up into that 209. That concerns me. We get into 208. We don't get into the high of the day at 209. That means sellers are becoming more exuberant. The shorts are taking this one a little bit lower than the high of the day. So exuberant are they to get into the short. So looks like we could be caught in a down halt here, even though we're in the money. I'm going to pack my patience right now. Looks like it might halt at 81s. I don't think it's going to halt at 81s. That's not enough of a move. No, I'm inaccurate. Sorry. I misspoke there. Anyway, Adara is at the big desk. She's got something for us.
Nice little pop here in CEG. Bloomberg reporting that Constellation Energy is said to be near a $30 billion deal for its Capline, Constellation, and all of these energy names got a little bit of a bounce last week as well. We had Constellation confirming they're getting over $1 billion in grants. So yet another deal for Constellation Energy, continuing to be the star of this utility space. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I was just complaining to Joseph that I missed Fubo, and I kind of told you guys in the chat there that I missed it as well. 5.5, that was the level. Now it's at the high of the day, 589. I'm talking about FUBO. It's up almost now 10%. It was flat when I was looking at it, and I said to somebody in the chat, I forget their name, I'm like, I was kind of biased against Fubo. Let me just call a spade because it was negative on the day, and then we were hanging out around break even. It didn't really scream to me buy. The chart pattern screamed buy, but the price based on the price location, I wasn't really that exuberant about it. I was wrong, and I'll look to do better next time. Anyway, 589 HOD. It's at the high of the day as we speak right now. I'm talking about Fubo, which has a headline with Disney going back earlier this week. It is a definitive agreement. So it's not one of those buyouts where it may or may not happen. It's incumbent upon you to research the buyout, the details of the buyout, whether it's a tentative, a letter of intent, an LOI, or whether it's definitive. So can't really back out without, obviously, a penalty being paid. So Fubo, 592 HOD. This is really going right now. It's squeezing up a little bit here. And just to remind you guys about the short float on Fubo, which is a little bit higher than most, it is 12.33% of the 327 million share float is being borrowed by shorts to short this. Obviously, it could be higher, it could be lower. The data point is usually about 14 days old, give or take. So that's what we're involved in right now. Involved in NITO, but maybe not for long. If it breaks anything below that 65 penny level where we kind of topped out last time, I'm gone. Zeno, what is your look, Mr. Wilson?
Man, I'm just looking at like MSTR. What a beautiful entry there from Adara. Yeah, and this thing is not looking back. This is
it gonna hit 310?
Maybe not right this second. Yeah, but maybe at this pace, like this is the ultimate waterfall. It seems like here. Yeah, it just look at this, man. Just off a cliff and doesn't even look back. Water falling to the downside here. MSTR super weak. The whole market is just bleeding.
Oh no!
One of a severed artery or something. We can't even stop it at this point. Bleeding profusely. So it's a tough look here in the market. You don't want to fight any of this trend here. Guys, look, this is what we got here on NVDA. I'm like, okay, if we break this support level, I'm going to look to participate. There's no longs here today, not inviting whatsoever. So here we had this long here, but now we're going to take it short, starting to recover some of these losses that we made on the session. But let's see what Adara is up to.
Our small cap gappers. A lot of these have been discussed, though, on the midday desk. Shout out there to Sharif and Joe covering these small cap names. We're going to take a look, though, at some larger numbers. I can do that in a second there, Sharif. But in the meantime, I want to talk here about some of these movers. IWM here down about 1%. If we just quickly get into the small caps, like I said, this rejection here of that 221.40 is pretty significant. But we have another runner I want to mention, not really a small cap, but a $12 billion market cap, but some volatility coming into Solventum, sorry. You might remember Trian. Trian was the group led by Nelson Peltz that had that whole attempted activist investment in Disney that went awry as of April 2024. Now, though, on CNBC, Trian, and I'm guessing by they say Trian, they mean the leader there, Nelson Peltz, says Solventum, which is a spin-off of 3M, not only does it trade as a discount to its peers, but it even trades as a discount to 3M. So they're saying that this spin-off, of 3M is actually more valuable than 3M itself. So interesting look here for SOLV. Another one of these movers here. There's another one on the watch here. We can take a look at some of these quantum names. RGTI basically flat bottom breaking here down about 50%. They do have a 16.8% short float. Initially, the short float was above 17%, so it looks like it has actually maybe gone down a little bit. But Rigetti here on watch, we know these quantum names are weak. After the CEO there of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, said that he thinks it's about 15 to 30 years until we get practical quantum there in form of quantum computer. Another one I'm just seeing right now, though, Pipeline here, Plains All-American Pipeline, PAA, $13.2 billion market cap. This one to the upside. Unaware of a catalyst, but I just wanted to pull it up quickly because I did see it with a volume spike. And we can talk about MSTR if people want. So this is MSTR. I'll turn on the fills here. Basically, yeah, I liked the fact that, long attempted, didn't work, whatever, got started out. I liked that 333 breakdown, got involved. As of right now, using 3-minute prior bars. So we'll see, I guess 321 right now is where we're looking, but as MSTR took half off at 320s. We'll see where we go from here. And again, did not get the size I wanted, but that's okay, because you just got to take the trade. Back to you.
So first, there was an $11 winner.
$11.
And then I was doing a little counting. I'm not that smart, Joseph. So sometimes I have trouble counting and stuff. But I counted $15 there.
Wow.
Yeah. $15 winner. Shout out to Adara taking micro dang strategies. Short there off the flat bottom break. Shout out to her. When she got into the trade, she came over here and let us know. And so we were watching that hot one. I want to tell you as well, the Katina Man is short. The dead one, Apple Katina Man, where you short at, bro? Sorry, I just got excited there for a second. 242, the Katina Man is short, printing all the way down to 240, 125. Break even point on the dead one, Apple, 242 and a fifth. And let me tell you, I was telling Joseph, after I saw that double top, I was, thinking, I had what it takes to trade these large caps. I was going to set up a dip trade at volume weighted average price as well as at 242 and a fifth, which is the break-even point on the day, which is also where we had umpteen amount of rejections in the pre-market. Good thing I didn't do that because that wouldn't have been the right move because down we go, $1 and change off that level. AAPL bleeding down 1/3%, but so is the entire market. So I don't want to put too much negative twist here on Apple. It is down with the overall market. Now the NQ down 2/3%. But NITO continues to hang around $2. This is the second time, or the third time, where we've been above $2, and the third time we've rejected. Now here's the deal. You might think that's a good thing. Hey, Sharif, you're getting so many attempts at $2. It's only going to break from here. Well, maybe. The problem is, though, each of these tops is a little bit lower than their predecessors. So if we take that initial pop at 12.15, that's the one that got us into 209. Then that pop at 12.25, you get where this is going, right? 208. And this one over here at 12.30, you get where this is going, 205. So incrementally lower wicks on the 5-minute chart. So I am a little concerned right now that we do get some selling. Here we go, 206, 207. Let's see if we can take out 209s. There it is, Joseph. We're taking out the high of the day, but we ain't taking the profits here. We're going to let this one run a little bit. NITO up 51 and change. What is the point of taking it out at 210s when I got one out at 205s? It's going to have to clear. Otherwise, I'd rather get stopped out through the break of 165, than take it out here. So much am I trying to actually exercise holding on to the position for a little bit longer. So I'd rather, honest to God, I'd rather get stopped out at $1.64 than take it out here. So we're gonna let this one cook. Shout out to you. I don't know how to say your name, brother. Yavuskan. Am I saying that right? Let me know. Tag me. Yavuskan. Nitto broke upwards. You're absolutely right, brother. And here it is again. 210 showing up on the dang ask, but can't break through it as selling comes in at 210 again. About 300, 400 lots, nothing really to write home about on a $2 name. So it leads me to believe there's a big boy hidden seller at that 210. But the good point about the good news about hitting 210 again, Joseph, we've stopped that lower high on the wick type situation. So now this might get its footing under it again. So keeping an eye on NITO. It's the only trade I'm in right now. I also go by John. Okay, so I said it right, but I'll call you John.
John, it seems a lot easier.
It does, yeah. What are you looking at, John?
No, I got something in the chat for you and I here, Sharif. So just want to say thank you. Watch every lesson you guys do after trading hours. Learn a lot. It's been a game changer, not only in strategy, but psychology. Keep killing it. Thank you, Iggy Sosa. Much appreciated.
Sick name.
Yeah, exactly. But Darth Buddha says, which I thought was hilarious, it cracked me up. He says, Donald Trump is going to be mad when he finds out Greenland isn't green.
It's not. It's
I
not.
know, it's ice.
Isn't the joke's part that Greenland is actually icy, but Iceland is actually green?
Yeah, but it's funny on that front. And then this morning I was just scrolling through the news and I see this guy saying that he wants to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. He's like, what a great name. It's a great name. I'm like, oh my God. All right.
It's fantastic, bro.
He's just trolling everybody right now.
Here's the thing, bro. He's not into geography.
No.
He's not. He doesn't care about the name of the Gulf. He's letting everyone know what's
he's in
up.
charge.
That he's looking to do things a different way, and he wants to make his mark by antagonizing everyone. You know what I mean?
So
that's
it's funny. So I mean, Mitchell Rosa, you're not wrong. I mean, it is starting. That ice cap is starting to shrink. What's that Al Gore documentary?
Oh, I forgot about
Inconvenient Truth or something. Inconvenient Truth or something.
Adair says yes. So
that's what it is. An Inconvenient Truth, right? That everybody had to watch in high school just to see about global warming. Yeah, Al Gore. Good luck there on that one. So make Greenland green again. That's great. Yeah, I don't know if it ever was, but yeah, you guys are funny. You guys say a lot of funny stuff in the chat, so brighten up the day, guys. Let's see what's going on here with the overall market. Man, Meta is so weak right now, Sharif. Going to break some key support levels here around that 606 level. So continuing to the south side here is these big tech stocks, guys, dragging the market down with it. So much for breadth. We don't have much of it today because we know that the leaders today are not leading. So let's take a look at some of the sectors here again, because I know that they've gotten significantly weaker, and we don't have a green sector on the session, guys. So the comms is down about 1.22%, and then utilities sitting in last place about 1.35% on the session. But one thing I was just thinking, just a self-thought here. So imagine sentiment in the market was changed, and then Zuckerberg drops the news like, oh, hey, we're kind of removing censorship from Instagram and all his platforms. What would the market react like? It would be dovish, more or less, I would think, right?
Sure.
But as of right now, because we're toppy, the market doesn't like how many rate cuts we have priced in. They think maybe too many. They don't like the current, I guess, macroeconomic sentiment right now. So sure enough, we're selling. And yeah, I don't know. It's a tough look in the market right now. But again, I still think we're in a secular bull market. These pullbacks are technically healthy, something that we want to see. I mentioned this earlier. We are only about 5% off those highs. If we start to get into those teens and the 20s, then maybe I would start to worry a little bit about.
See, there's this member of the European Parliament today. He wasn't very pleased with the Orange Man's comments there. He's like, look. As far as I'm concerned, Greenland is part of the European Union, and we're not going to allow anyone, no matter who it is, to exercise military force on basically European Union land. I was like, just scratching my head. I'm like,
are you sure,
bro?
About that? Yeah.
Like, even if you're right,
just
sit over there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, the guy's, hey, listen, we all know he's kind of just doing his thing. He's being Donald J. Trump is what he's doing.
Yeah, and like he's antagonizing the hell out of Canada.
Exactly.
And I was talking this morning to a bunch of people about it. I think Canadians are being way too emotional about this whole thing.
You can't take everything what he says literal, right? Like he talks.
You guys see, like, Canadian politicians are losing it, whether they Oh, it's so funny. Anyway, I think you're just being far too emotional about the whole thing, and you exercise some rationality to it. In any event, yeah, you may not agree with me, but I do. In any event, so that's why I said it. In any event, I just took out the quarter of a dollar there at 225 on NITO. It did work up into 247s, but we didn't have enough shares. Initially, we're in at 174, so we'll take the 50 pennies on this $2 name and go, baby. But let me tell you, there's not a whole lot of strength right now in small cap gapper world. It's really Fubo and Nito, whatever. They're both kind of strong. I'm not going to trade Nito at the highs, but I am interested certainly in Fubo. I think I made that mistake of saying, I thought it was anemic. It went red. It was basically red all morning until about over here, 11:45. So if it comes into that $0.50 again, certainly interested there, but something tells me it may not see that $0.50. So I'm gauging my entry at around 570 or so. Either 570 or 575. Price action resistance says 570. The 10 exponential says 575. So it's obviously on its way to 6 with that 594 HOD. A bit of a 2-candle rejection right now, coming back into the 5 mid-80s. We'll keep an eye out on this one, but I'm very interested in getting into Fubo just at the right areas. Now, in addition to Fubo being a candidate for pulling into a key technical level, VIR, another one that's obviously strong on the day. It's up 64% above the volume weighted average price. Got all those check marks beside its name. Now it's into 13. Is it going to hold up at 13, or is it destined for that break into the volume weighted average price around 12 and a quarter? Last time around, it was very respectful of the volume weighted average price. Had a 3-candle hold up at around 1130 till 1140, all of which rejected or bounced, off the volume weighted average price and went on to make that new high a day at 1445. So right now, it looks like 13 is holding. I don't need to be first into this one. What I need to see is, okay, yeah, we're going to hold 13, and then the subsequent candle that forms on the 5-minute chart makes a new high. That would be my entry into VIR for the third time. We'll see what this one does. Very interested in getting into it, as I don't see a whole lot of strength, sadly, with these small cap gappers. Let me have a look at my my scanner atop there, see if there is anything afoot here moving, anything new. And there is really nothing new, to be quite honest with you right now. Keeping a look over here, making sure that there's sufficient volume on these before I mention them to you, and there's really nothing to my liking right now. So we're going to continue to watch Nito, Fubo, and VIR. If they set up, I'll be in. Joseph.
Yes, sir. We're just holding on to this NVDA trade, guys. As the overall market just continues to bleed, let's see if we take this second leg down. I think it's going to be a tough one here. We are slowly starting to curl over, which is a little bit of a positive signal. Excuse me. As you can see here, guys, that volume started to step in here to the downside. Extremely important, something that we need to keep an eye on. But then we have this outlying signature right here, kind of at an extreme. So I'm curious to how deep this pullback is going to be, which is really important. If we come back to the break even, then we get out of the trade, reassess the situation. But as of right now, Meta, Microsoft, and Apple all trading below the volume weighted average price. Same with the overall market. The SPY holding up a little bit stronger than the Qs. We know the Qs are extremely tech heavy. So one thing to keep positive on that note. So maybe right after we get back from Madero, we'll take a look at XLF to see if it's holding up the SPY.
We do have to talk quickly here about ACHR. You might remember Archer Aviation because it was quite the mover for a while there. Now, it is worth noting the CEO of the company just casually mentioned on X that he made a recent visit to Mar-a-Lago. That doesn't necessarily mean the stock will move, but we know this is a ticker that does have eyes on it. Of course, Mar-a-Lago implying here that he's visiting Donald Trump, president-elect. So keep an eye here on ACHR. This could potentially become a Trump play. Also, this is like an eVTOL-related name as well. So he did also say in this tweet, quote, "The new administration has shown their forward leaning on eVTOL. Keep an eye out on names like Joby as well, Joby, Joby Aviation, and any of these eVTOL-related plays, because EHang as well, I think they do eVTOL EH, because it looks like this tweet suggesting that Donald Trump's new administration could be a fan of eVTOLs. Back to you.
Interesting. Okay.
Interesting as always.
Donald's like, again, remember, I didn't trade during the first administration. I think I caught the tail end of it with COVID, but I was asking people who were like active traders during the first Trump administration, what was it like? He's like, bro, every day, the VIX, because of his tweets. You know, he gets up in the morning, he's on the sitting on the can, 3 a.m. He's like, why don't I just move the markets, shock the world.
Tweet
right?
something real quick.
Yeah, so we're going to get plenty of volatility, I think, the next 4 years. And that's going to be good for day trading.
Yeah.
Not great for the long-term account, though, because
no. As of right now, yeah, it's not looking good. Yeah, positioning is key, guys. And just don't look at it, I guess. In the long term, just don't look at it.
It's kind of hard.
Yeah, it's so hard, but I'm fighting the urge, and I don't want to see what it looks like. But again, eventually we will recover, guys.
Pull back 2%, the Katina Man says it.
No, yeah, we're down like 5% off the all-time highs. Like, it's nothing crazy.
It's the sheer size, Katina Man.
Yeah, it's the size, right?
You know what
I mean, and what Sean's saying is we're not like, I mean, it's not the end of the world right now, right? And we're all kind of acting like that, but I guess that's part of the game. We're enjoying ourselves, and we do this from a day-to-day basis. But if you look at this from a grand scheme of things, the Qs are only down about 0.5%. We're down 5% off the all-time highs. The only time I would say to start hitting the panic button is once you start hitting that 20% correction. Then you're like, okay, what's going on? But again, as of right now, the fundamentals support the moves in these stocks higher.
Same.
I think that we're still in some growth cycles. NVDA is going to continue on its tear and continuing to put up those amazing numbers. So I mean, the American economy is robust at the moment, so I think that we're still bullish in equities. It's a buy the dip scenario, 5%, nothing to cry home about, I don't think.
No, certainly not, man. Nitto continues to make newer highs, guys, really on its way up. There goes 2.5, 256 now. As I see, 259, it's really breaking out here. The strength on NITO continues. The bid hasn't dropped off, and it looks like we may be very close to hitting triple digits right now, on its way to $3. I saw some people in the chat earlier saying 3 was the area to short. I didn't chart wide enough right now to see whether or not that's accurate. I'm not vouching for it, but that was being spoken about in the chat earlier. NITO, a big 265 high day. And the reason this one I really like is, again, I've made this point before. When the small cap gapper trades in the pre-market and then continues after the bell, you could make the argument that the best trade is behind it and you're picking up the scraps off key areas of technical support or resistance in order to extract some profitability. But you don't necessarily get that initial parabolic move. This one is still in the midst of its parabolic move up. Guys, just about not even an hour ago, we were down at $1.40. Now we're at $2.65. That's a big percentage move. Keep your eye out on this one. I'm involved in it. I was involved in it. I'll be looking to get back in if it comes into a technical level of support. I'm involved in this one yet again, though. VIR. So this one came into the volume weighted average price. It made another 5-minute candle to make a new high. It's showing me 40s on the ask. I'm long 24s. I've taken out some profits. This one is not as strong this time around. To be expected as it was earlier. I'm definitely getting that aggressive move up a lot quicker, more forthcoming than it is now. To be expected, though, because we're in the more or less liquid time of the day. Obviously 12:48 right now on my watch. But we got to pay some bills, baby. Hey, Joseph, who are we talking about?
Go. Hive, folks. Hive Digital Technologies, all right, is pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining. A global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com and sign up for the Hive newsletter for updates. Scan the QR code and click the link in the description. All right, guys. Yeah, good stuff. I mean, we talk about this from time to time. Energy is really, really key. We know that it costs a lot to mine Bitcoin. So if you can save on those fronts, especially with the computers getting these mining rigs getting stronger and stronger each day, it takes a lot of energy to run these. So with Hive, they're trying to go as green and clean as possible. So good luck on them. And a lot of people are like question like, okay, well, why is Mara kind of lagging Bitcoin, et cetera? In my opinion, it's the cost. It's really, really expensive to mine these rigs. The cooling systems, the computers are getting better. So again, if you can save in any which way by using clean and renewable energy, then sure enough, Hive is the way to go there, folks. Good look there. NVDA is starting to pull back a little deeper than what I would like. The Qs are still slightly weak, only down about 0.5% on the session. Let's take a look at the SPY here, folks, and see what we got going on. I mentioned we're going to take a look at XLF2 because I think that's really, really important with the SPY. So SPY holding on to these levels much better than some of these heavy tech stocks. Let's take a look at XLF. And yeah, I mean, putting up no spectacular day whatsoever, but holding just around the volume weighted average price here, folks. So that might be giving the SPY some support in those fronts. We did kind of make a new high a day, rejected that like the rest of the market, and are now continuing to move south. But I think that elastic effect in XLF is going to come into play around the volume weighted average price, and then we can slowly start to recover. But I mean, if the overall market is weak, I mentioned this before, we don't have a green sector as of right now. Healthcare gone red now too, so down about, it just turned red, green, sorry. It was red, but only up about 0.05% on the session, so less than a tenth right there for healthcare. The rest of the sectors, absolutely red. It's a red day. Am I going to say don't look for the longs? I'm not going to tell you how to trade your own trade plan, but just be prepared. If the VIX is spiking, which it is, you want to be prepared that, hey, maybe buyers aren't going to necessarily step in right this second. Let's take another gander at the VIX here. And see what we got going on. Yeah, so spiking off the lows. So as you see here, if you were to correlate the VIX with the Qs, this is kind of the breakout. So as we started to have that false breakout, VIX drops. But now as we break those key support levels, we get that spike in the VIX, all right? So keep an eye on this. Really great gauge, really good gauge on the overall market. And as you can see here, folks, we are bouncing off the bottoms on the VIX, spiking significantly higher. And what was this here? This was the FOMC. Yeah, and this is what I mentioned before. So this is the FOMC day here, folks. When the VIX spikes over, let's see from a percentage metric exactly how high we went there. So 88% there on the VIX. I mentioned this from time and time again. So when we have a spike like this in the VIX, in the coming months, the market tends to make new highs. As of right now, that is not the case, but I'm not going to write this completely off. Sean said, hey, look, we're only down a couple percent today. I'm telling you guys, we're only down 5% off the all-time highs. Is this a buying opportunity? I know that Danny Ives and Tom Lee, those guys would be absolutely yes. It's a buy the dip opportunity.
Ram, let me know when we're good to go, because Joseph,
yes, sir.
we've been introducing these videos during how to trade during the midday.
Yeah.
When we got time, especially after 1 o'clock, or close to 1 o'clock, when things calmed down a little bit. So everybody's been talking about Waymo. Stealing market share from Lyft, above now Lyft in terms of market share in San Francisco.
Yeah.
So everybody and their mother's cousins been, clapping for Google. Oh, you guys are so good with Gemini 2.0. Oh, wow, you guys have Willow. Oh, your Waymo's so good.
Take a look here.
Let's have a look. So this, let me know when you're ready. This gentleman, it took a Waymo. And then the Waymo went nuts.
No.
It started taking him in a parking lot in circles. He couldn't get the hell out of there.
No.
He couldn't escape, Joseph.
So wait, does it like...
And he's sitting there on the call with customer service. He's like, I'm trapped. Help me. This thing keeps going in a circle. Ram, come on.
Well, pull it up the video here.
We got it? All right. Hey. Okay. Chilean Nightmare setting it up. There we go. Man trapped in self-driving car. Obviously, we know that the Waymos use Jaguar I-Paces. Here we are. The dude, you guys can't hear anything right now. He's on the phone with customer service, I'm assuming with Waymo, and he's just in a parking lot, and he's going round and round, round and round. He doesn't know what the hell to do. I mean, I don't know about you, but I probably get in a tuck and roll. How do you?
You're getting in the tuck and roll there?
Yeah.
I was going to say, this looks This is.
I tuck and roll. You're not going that fast, right?
Yeah, you can do a little tuck and roll there for sure. It's a Mission Impossible. But that, I was going to say that looks like me in the parking lot during wintertime.
Why?
Yeah, drifting.
Looking for yeah. We should show that video of Ram drifting with her 5,000-pound truck. But,
no way.
No, seriously, no.
Crazy.
No, isn't this nuts though? Like,
Yeah, that is wild.
This is a logistical issue.
Yep.
Clearly, you know what I mean?
I like that you brought this up, Sharif, because we know that Waymo has vehicles on the ground and on the roads. So what does that mean for Tesla? Because he doesn't have anything quite on the road yet.
No.
So what is that buffer going to be between him getting a robo-taxi up and going and actually people taking this rideshare program to the point where you can say, oh, it's good enough to kind of expand and get into more congested cities?
That's really interesting, dude, because we've seen nothing as a proof of concept from Tesla. We saw a nice car in I think it was in a movie studio or something.
Yeah. It was like
the robotaxi event. But we have seen years and years and years and years of FSD.
Yes.
But we know FSD has its issues. So I need to see proof. Now, that to be fair, he's got in 2025, he's rolling it out in California, he's rolling it out in Texas, so let's give the man a chance. Let's see what he's got to offer and what the growing pains are. But like, let's call a spade, bro. There are going to be growing pains.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Just like that was growing pains with Waymo.
So would you classify it as, okay, so we've seen with Waymo, do you think that Elon and company are a couple steps behind Waymo, considering they don't necessarily
We need to see a finished product.
Or do they have kind of an edge that we haven't seen yet because of FSD?
That's a good question, man. It's a good question. I need to see Elon's finished product before giving you like an honest answer there.
Fair enough.
Let's see what everybody's saying in the chat. All right, Adam's like, I'm going to be late for my flight. I know, the poor guy. I mean, he's trying to start a fight, and he can't even get out of the car. Ike release, weasel at Waymo. Exactly, that's what he'd be doing. Big smile. Ram got some good style. Yeah, hopefully she'll show us that video of her doing what's it called? Donuts in the parking lot there with her big monster truck. They are the best, Sharif, sir. Look, brother, Tony, I'm not disrespecting Waymo. I'm just saying that this is an interesting video. So it's incumbent for us, if we're going to invest in these technologies, which I'm not invested in Google, but a lot of people on the stage are, to know exactly what their product is offering at the time, right? And it's incumbent upon you to do your homework. Otherwise, you're not being duly diligent. So that's the look there. Let's see what else people are talking about. Saad Mahmood, that's hilarious. It reminds me of the Silicon Valley episode where Jared gets stuck in a self-driving car and the car puts him on a shipping container that goes out into the Pacific. I mean, no, it's perfect. Shout out to you guys. I don't watch that show. Stopped out of the ride. Shout out to Ike release. Sharif, he couldn't get out. Doors apparently locked. Of course they're locked, Adam. It's like everything is automated in that car. He'd have to smash the window. I guess he couldn't do the tuck and roll. Too bad for him. So that is the look there. Zion Lala Nito going into nitro mode. Yes, it did. I missed that one. So weaseled up into that $2.70 area, topping tail candle. But like I've told you guys many times, these topping tail candles on the small cap gappers, they're not operative in the same way as if you saw them on a large cap on the 5 or the 15-minute chart. You should be on the lookout. These ones, because it's such an intraday trade, they manifest the topping tail candles even when they're bullish. So we'll keep an eye on that one. $2 or $2.10, I'm a possible entrant back into NITO. You do have price action resistance at 210, giving these all three of these candles top out at 210. In addition to that, you have the volume weighted average dang price waiting at that 210, 211 area. So very interesting to me. Between that $2 area to 210, we'll see if it holds up at that level. I'm still involved here, break even on VIR, looking for this one to break through the top. I'm not asking for much, bro. I'm asking for a 40 print over here. 40, again, it shows up and then selling comes in. Look, if I had to really be honest with myself about the pattern that VIR is putting, you're not getting that parabolic effect like that we got earlier, but we are getting higher lows. So we'll see if this one ends up manifesting to the high side. I'm involved in at the $0.25 right now on VIR. Did we get the print? No, we did not get the print. So still waiting on the north side of 40 here, up 70% on VIR. I just noticed that I said very, very little about the price action of some of these large caps, so it behooves me to cover this a little bit since a lot of people in the chat are obviously trading the Mag 7. What's the situation right now on the Mag? So we're down 0.5%, a little bit less than 0.5% on the NQ March contract, certainly off the lows. Looks like we did defend 21.2 despite the fact that we did have a wicks below 21.2. We didn't spend that much time below 21,200. Right up we go, looking to work our way possibly back into 21.3, and then above 21.3 we have the volume weighted average price at 21.3 1/4. So a lot of resistance levels for those who may be looking to the long side right now on the Mag. Apple trying to Apple looks bear flaggish here if I could be. Are you still short? The Katina man is still short, 241s and change. He has 1/4 of the move left. It looks bear flaggish to me, Katina man. I don't know how you feel about this, but you get a big move down, uninterrupted. Then you have a sideways consolidation. Oh, where have I seen this before? Every flag pattern that has ever manifested ever. I'm obviously saying that tongue in cheek, but it looks bear flaggish here. We'll have to see what Apple does, and by extension of that, obviously, the Mag in general. Looks like we're on our way to 21.3. We were just at 21.6 and change. Here is 21.3. We retake that level. We're still south of VWAP. We're still south of the closing print from yesterday at 21,360. So we're going to stay negative on the day until that 60-point level gets taken out, if it gets taken out. Keeping my eye still, looks like I got printed here on the VIR, and I did. Okay, D's. Let's see if we can take out that $0.50 level. I'm waiting at 55s here on VIR. Second stint into this one. We had the first stint originally, which was a good one. We'll have to see if the third VWAP bounce on VIR ends up paying anything, or we just give back what we made. So keeping an eye on that one. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, someone in the chat asked me about something. No, this is common stock. Keep that in mind. These are not contracts. All right, so yeah, people are asking me in the chat, why am I still holding on to this NVDA short? It's starting to pull back a little bit more. Well, I'm looking for the continuation within the trend here, guys. So again, we got that really large dip down. Majority of the position is out, but looking for a little bit more continuation to the downside. See if we can break these lows, but as of right now, it's not looking like that's going to be the case. So as you can see, we had that isolated volume signature here, guys. So again, a nice turnaround in price. Let's see how deep this turnaround can be, because I know Meta is starting to turn around as well too. The Qs are heading back towards the volume weighted average price. And I believe the SPY, let's see what the SPY is up to, is also headed back to the volume weighted average price, spiking massively. Is there any news here?
Okay, so Rogelio Concepcion says that the tailwind, that the Indonesia ban got lifted. I don't see it on my news. Adara does have it, so as soon as I get the message from the production team, we're going to send it. Go to Adara.
Oh, okay.
Basically what I'm seeing here right now is actually, it's that auction. Looks like the high year, here's the 30-year bond auction story. So high yield, 4.913% versus the previous of 4.535%. So higher than expected auction here on the 30 years. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. We could also quickly over here take a look at Bitcoin during our crypto segment. Just put out a new tweet here from Trader TV Research. Definitely check that out. This is a look here at the public companies which hold BTC. Shockingly, I'm being sarcastic. MicroStrategy is the largest holder here. So of the publicly traded companies here, there's about 571,000 Bitcoin held by publicly traded companies. So that's about 2.8% of the total available, 2.9 million, almost 3 million Bitcoin available. So of that 588.5 thousand, MicroStrategy holds more than half, actually more than 75% of the Bitcoin that is held by publicly traded companies. But other companies that are major holders here of BTC include Mara Digital, Riot Platforms, Hut 8, CleanSpark, Tesla, Coinbase, and Block, Inc. or Square. So definitely keep an eye on that if you want to check out this graphic, and put the link in the chat at TTV Research, putting out original content for you. And we'll cover this as well, probably on the stream tomorrow. So check out our stream. The market is closed, but we will still be providing some content. Back to you.
Hey, good stuff there, Dare. If you could tag me in that on X, that'd be fantastic. That's a nice looking pie chart you got going on.
Awesome. The Katina man is yelling about OKLO right now. OKLO. He's long, I believe, at $25. What a hold up there, Katina man, at 24 3/4. There's the move into 5. It just took out the 10. It just took out the 20. It does have resistance, Katina man. I perceive it at 26. The Katina Man says it's at the 200 level, the 200 SMA on the 1 minute right now on his chart. So keep your eye out on that. Seems like as we had a 5 candle hold up Katina Man at that 26 and change, we could be on the way there. The volume weighted average price on OKLO at 26.50 currently. Keep your eye out on that one. He was involved with that one earlier. Remember, he was talking about it. OKLO is the one he's talking about. Joseph.
Yes, sir.
We got the playmaker poll we got to deal with.
Let's go.
We not?
Yes, sir.
Right. All right, let's get to it.
All right, let's go.
First, the entry
go.
price, let me know.
Let's go for entry price.
588.05.
588.05.
We're going to take everything out.
Yes.
590.05.
590.05.
And we're going to get stopped out at 587.05.
587.05.
Sir.
Yes, and we go into the long side.
Yes, sir.
Long side.
I believe, yep.
All right, we're in at 10.
No, hold on, dude.
Whoa.
No. It's 50-50.
Oh, my
It is actually
days.
50-50. Hold on. 1 second. Okay, we're going to go. We have to send it to Dara, but we'll
this
talk
is crazy.
about this when we get back.
Breaking news here on Hershey. This is HSY. This report was actually published here, I think around 12:50, but the stock didn't really start dropping until a few minutes ago. Bloomberg basically reporting that Hershey is seeking the help of the Commodity Trading Commission here to take a large cocoa position in New York. So HSY here trying to get some cocoa. The market not responding positively to this. Hershey does have about a 5% short float, so HSY on watch here. Right now, bouncing off that $160 level, but we'll go back to the Bash Brothers and that playmaker poll.
Man, what's going on over there? The Katina Man short Tesla at 395, guys.
So, hey, it's 50-50. I've never seen this.
I don't know what to do here.
I honestly don't know what to do.
break.
Yeah, we need a tie break. As the next percentage mark that it goes up, that's the direction that we're going to choose. Kyle, this as close as it's ever been, an absolute neck and neck race. I'm waiting for that percentage point to change here right now. No one's getting those votes in. It's not changing. Someone vote because it may sway it to that side. We need a tiebreaker. We need a tiebreaker right now. Are we frozen?
I don't think so, bro. We
we're
are
not.
legit 50-50.
I'm seeing the votes coming here, though.
Let's bring it in. Just show the. I voted. I voted long. Oh, now long, 51.49. Okay.
All right, okay.
So that's it.
Yeah,
okay,
we're in it. Okay,
so the long side.
We'll hold this one here to the long side, guys. That was crazy, Kyle. Unfortunately, you didn't. The team didn't step up for you there. Left you hanging. 50-50. Going to the long side, guys. In at 104, it is for the playmaker. So yeah, that's a big Spile voting on that Spile trade. So
there he is.
Yeah, there he is. What's he saying?
Oh, no, there's the...
okay, there he is.
Shout out to Big
All right, guys,
Spile.
we're in it. But yeah, I mean, it's been a tough look here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Look at this head and shoulders pattern we got going on our own equity curve here. Shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2. That's like picture perfect, essentially, on an equity curve. But it's kind of been a little bit of a tough run here, folks. Mentioned this yesterday, 1 for 5 in the past 5 sessions. 4 of those were hitting full stop outs. So, I mean, from the peak around $460, we have now been cut in half. So with the overall market moving south, sure enough, our equity curve is as well too. And I mentioned next week that we're going to start this off with some options contracts. So I'll get you to read the chain and we'll just mark it off the chain there. So good stuff there, guys.
All right, guys. What's the situation right now? There are trades. I don't know if I'm going to be in VIR for that much longer. So I do have a new level off which to base my out. So initially, I had to keep my out at 13 because that was the area trough. Now, we whiffled and waffled enough with $13.10 that I feel comfortable putting my out south of that. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I don't want to give back much on this at all, if anything. So I'm going to cancel my order. I'm going to have to flatten out here if we continue moving down. Didn't even give me an opportunity. I'm going to wait for the ask to drop below 13.10, okay? So I want to see a 13.09, something like that on the ask. Let's go ahead now and enter it. So we're going to go like that. Then we're going to go like this. Okay, over here. I know, right? You start losing it a little bit when you have to talk a lot. So Taking my old stop off. And then boom to the high side on NITO. You guys called this out for me. I didn't have eyes on the $2 dip on NITO, but you guys called out. You said $2 defend on NITO. I got in. Where am I in? 3s. We just took out 13s. I'm layering my orders right over here into the high teens to low 20s. Let's see if NITO can hold too. It's got a great looking hammer candle, despite the fact that it's still red, the candle that is, on the, currently on the 5-minute candle, which has got about 1 more minute till it closes. So we'll see if we can get the print a little bit higher. NITO, big move into 270. This is a trade, a name that really got its footing under it subsequent to the bell. I would submit to you that the big boy volume on NITO showed up at a quarter afternoon. Okay, so you didn't have the majority of the volume trading in the pre-market, trading at the bell. It is a trade de novo, so to speak. It doesn't mean that it's going to bounce off $2. I'm just letting you know the characteristics of this name. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Now that 5-minute candle has now closed as a hammer candle. Or let's see what the subsequent candle does over here. Where am I waiting? I'm waiting exactly at 15s, 10 showing up on the ask right now. So we'll pack our patience and see what we get there. So keeping my eye out on that. Shout out to the basket case. I'm shouting you out. I think you were definitely one of the people that was yelling about NITO $2 bounce. Shout out to you. Clearly have the right idea. Now it's got to hold. So where's my stop on NITO? Did I place one? Yes, I did. So I gave it to below 90s. Okay. So it's going to have to hold up in this general area. Otherwise, we want no smoke. Otherwise, oh yeah. That's kind of my move there. It's going to have to hold generally the bottom area of this wick here. So the bottom tail of the hammer candle, which currently shows me 193. So if it prints a lower low, then I'm gone. You guys are yelling about FUBO. Okay, and I think you're rightfully so, because it's coming in to the 20 exponential moving average. And now, Joseph, we've got a 3 candle hold up above the 20 exponential, or you could make the case it's a 5 3/4 hold up, possibly. I don't need to be first into this one, and it was obviously very directional on the day, giving back a little bit right now after the breach of 6. Technically, still a lower high than yesterday's 644 touch and drop, where we got to $6.44, and then we dropped all the way down to $5.07 at the low there. So we'll keep an eye on NITO, keep an eye on FUBO, and obviously I'm keeping my eye on VIR because I'm still involved in that with that $0.25 entry. So that's my look right now with these small cap gappers. Sadly, a lot of them are dropping off. A new one has emerged onto the scene. TPET. We're going to take off VRME over here. TPET, new small cap gapper. Again, getting the majority of its volume now at 1 o'clock. Look at that big monster volume bar. 4.5 million shares. Really taking this above the volume weighted average price. However, not tradable under my system quite yet. Why is that? I got to show them. 6:40 a.m. Look what we did over here. We made that high, $2.65, right? So the pre-market high, $2.65. What's the high after the bell? $2.61. So it's got to take out that $2.65 for me to get interested. Exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw out the alert at $2.64, let's say. So that way, if it moves into that level, we'll do exactly what we did with NITO, which was take that $2 break, or whatever it was. I think it was a $1.70 break, excuse me. Speaking of NITO, it is coming back down now into $2. So it looks as if, that move into that $2 area and bounce into the 2 mid-teens could have been short-lived. I don't think it changes anything with respect to my trade, though. I still keep my out below the wick of the previous 5-minute candle, which is $1.93. So I placed my out at $1.92. Let's see what comes of this. But we're going to have to load up a trading screen over here for TPET because, well, it's making big moves. And we're going to need to keep an eye out on that. Okay, it doesn't trade on the NASDAQ. Is it New York? Nope. Then it's on the Amex. Okay, so this is an Amex stock, guys, TPET. So we likely, if it halts, we won't have the theoretical auction price and all that jazz that comes with a listing on the NQ. So again, I'm looking for a 265 break on TPET. Otherwise, I don't trade it, Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff there. I was just looking something up there on Copilot. And also someone asked me to take a look at Redwire 1 second. But as of right now, it looks like Newton's third law is coming into play here, guys. With every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. I'm pretty sure that's his third one there. So, but let's see what's going on, guys. Nice recovery on the overall markets. Things are starting to pull back in. Man, stop. Get some help. Stop. Get some help. All right. Anyways, let's see what's going on with the overall market. Actually, sorry, we'll take a look at Redwire real quick for the individual in the chat who asked us to take a gander at it. So sitting at a $1 billion market cap on Redwire Corp. Corporation is a global space infrastructure and innovation company enabling civil, commercial, and national security programs. The company develops and provides core space infrastructure offering for government and commercial customers through long duration projects. Okay, not the most liquid stock, not something that I don't think anybody here has ever traded, but from a daily perspective, I don't know. This is extremely interesting. I like that we have these types of outlooks in the chat here because, I mean, I have no idea who Redwire is or what they've done, and it's trading extremely well. Picture perfect stuff here, but I mean, if we zoom out a little bit, tough look off the all-time highs. But let's see what we're up here off of these. Let's see from the beginning of the year here, or we'll call it beginning of last year, and see how far we are off those lows. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, embarrassing, but yeah, can't get that one to work. But it's looking really, really good here on Redwire for you. Dip scenario. I mean, the overall market is selling. A lot of these names are selling, so nothing to be overly alarmed, especially you have these nice consolidation phases with the break of all-time highs, and then you make a new high there. So on Redwire, looking pretty good so far. And then my friend in the chat, sorry, I don't want to mispronounce your name. So you were talking about FUBO and the signal at the top here. I mean, it's not the most clear signal, but you're looking in the right direction. This is something that you want to see and you want to kind of take a stab at. Not the most isolated pivot, but again, at an extreme high, you see that indecision, that shooting star doji, that inverted hammer, whatever you would like to call it, at this extreme high, and then sure enough, we're starting to get that pullback here. Now running into some key support levels, what was once resistance, now acting as support. Let's see if this holds and that FUBO can take that second leg higher. But as of right now, the market picking up some steam. Our SPY playmaker pool finally in the money as well too, guys. So I want to see if we can hit that target. What's our target on this one here? 590.05 is our price target. We're in at 05s, 588.05s. So we would need to make a new high of day here on SPY in order for us to hit that price target. I think it's achievable if this goes into recovery mode. Let's take a look at Meta as well too, putting in a massive engulfing candle with this bottoming tail, saying no, we're not going any lower than 606 today, Sharif. So nice turnaround there on Meta platforms. I like that look. A little expensive for my books, but if it's in play, then it's in play. What does it matter, the price?
I sent Ram a video, and she's gonna let me know when it's ready. But Joseph, there it is. Okay, so before you play it, Ram, let's preface the whole thing.
Where are we right now?
So this is before. Where are we right now? I guess we're in a lab, a robotics lab. That's where we are. So obviously, Starbucks had issues with their baristas, with unionization, and that's aggravated the shareholders. I'm not taking a position either way on unions or not. That's not the point. The point is they're trying to shore up costs, whether that's at the expense of human capital or other forms where they can become more efficient. So with that in mind, now we know robotics. And besides, your boy Jensen out there dropping that new processor that's supposed to be really good for robotics. This, that, and the other. Ram, if you may. Here we go. So look at this. So this is obviously a robotics barista, but look how it's able to make the leaf. So you're not just making the drink, Joseph. You're able to actually make the, look at that. It did the whole thing.
It did the whole leaf.
Yeah, bro, we don't have much time left, Joseph.
Fire everybody.
We don't have much time left,
Fire
Joseph.
everybody. Get this thing in there. It seems to be working.
No, but like, let's be real. So the menu got super complicated for Starbucks. It's making the job for the baristas much harder because they got to take much longer to be able to make the drinks. So there's been obviously customer dissatisfaction as a result of that. I know if I order Americano and it's like semi-busy, I'm waiting 5-6 minutes.
You're waiting a while.
Right?
Yeah.
And 5-6 minutes doesn't seem like a lot, but to check out, I think it is. Most people would agree. So here's the deal. This we could see as a pilot in some stores.
I think so.
Absolutely. And then they make their assessments going forward.
Well, don't they already in some countries already have like robots delivering your food within the restaurants?
Yeah,
so
of course.
Japan.
We have it here.
We have it here?
Andre's saying sushi, the thing breaks it right to your table. You order from the screen, all of a sudden it knows exactly how to get to your table. It weasels on over. This is obviously robotics. Is going to be huge this year. You've got Jensen pounding the table, Elon, and obviously Optimus, this and the other. I want to bring this to your attention because we could see these in stores a lot sooner rather than later. And funny enough, it's a Chinese company. Surprise, surprise there, huh?
Yeah. But there's one thing these robots can't do that humans do, Sharif. You know what that is?
Take tips?
No. Make it with love. You know what I mean?
Does it taste better?
It's way better. You never had that? You never had your mom say made with love?
What'd you say, Ramber? Bro, you can't flirt with robots. How are you going to fall in love with strangers anymore, says Ram. Oh, good point. I mean, you're going to have to figure a different way out, Ram. Because these robot baristas are
Isn't there a movie? There's a movie called Her with, I think, Joaquin, who is
Adara's clapping, so she obviously likes that.
Yeah, Her, and Joaquin falls in love with Siri.
It's Joaquin, bro.
Joaquin Phoenix.
That's Joseph.
Joaquin,
Neil.
Joaquin.
I love being on the show, bro. It's good times. Good times. Always having a great time on the show here, no question about it. Yeah, but that's something to keep an eye out on, obviously, because your boy there, who came in for that Lakshmi guy? Adara, who's the CEO of Starbucks again? Brian Nickel. I'm sorry about that. Your boy Nickel there from what's it called? CMG.
Was he from Chipotle there?
From Chipotle. Yeah, he's got to shore up costs, Joseph.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. The what? The shrugging man? Oh, yes, you did.
Was he shrugged?
Yes. We got to get that.
No, the ultimate shrug is, I'm not even going to mention it.
You didn't pronounce it too well either, says Eddie. I'm sorry. What can I say?
Joaquin.
Shout out to Big Smile. She never seen Ex Machina. You thought it was going to say Machina.
Yeah, it's
no, it's Machina, because I remember Andre and Fabian correcting us last time.
Yeah, well, me in particular.
Yeah, I think we both said it that way, though.
Yeah, Machina.
All right, guys, NITO stopped me out, sadly, but here it goes, right back to the high side. It was a specialist breakout, or breakdown, forcing, I would say, the longs out. And here it goes back to the high side again, clearing the 3 previous candles. And this candle over here ended up as well, this is the 5-minute chart, obviously, on it. So it ends up as a hammer candle, reclaims to at that 2 1/5 right now. Let's see if it can take that $1/5 of a dollar. High of the day is 277 or 270, What a breakout. There it goes, back above that 210. It just breached 220, albeit very, very briefly. Let's see if this one can continue to the high side. I'm interested in getting back into this one. I just don't want to give back much over here, but it does look like it may find, or it may have found support at 2. It wouldn't have been my style to give it that much room. I wouldn't have given it like a $2 entry and then below 180. That's just not my style there. Wow, this is a good green candle right now on the 5-minute chart, taking out 2 1/3 right now on NITO. Great recovery off the bottom there. I'm going to wait at maybe 220, okay? So I'll look for a dip trade on this. I don't want to punch in at highs, especially since it's not the first go around to the highs over here. So I'll look for a dip trade to try to get a bit of a better price. I'm winning at the $1/5 of a dollar. It does seem like people were stepping in at the $1/4 there, breaks momentarily. So let's see what we get. Can it get a move back into that $1/5 of a dollar? And if so, do we hold up generally there? So I'm keeping my eye out on this one. Can be certainly persuaded to get in at another level, but it's got to hold up the right way. What are you giggling about there as I look at this?
It's like, at least an AI girlfriend won't argue with you or be all dramatic.
Or what? Or what?
Dramatic.
What happened? Bad experience? I'm assuming with a barista.
No, it was funny. No, it was funny.
Okay.
Yeah, I just thought that was
funny.
funny.
I'm assuming someone who wrote that had a bad experience with a barista? Is that not?
No, I thought that was funny. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, bro. I mean, like, what the hell? Excuse me
thought
for
that was
thinking
funny,
that, we're talking about baristas.
Yeah,
we were
we're
just
just
showing the barista video.
That's what I was referring
AI
to,
girlfriend.
barista.
What is this nonsense? All right, here we go. Back down into that 216 right now on NITO. Now, the question is, where do I give this? I'm going to give it to $2. I really don't have another choice. That is where the support level is. So we're long at 220 right now on NITO. Let's see if this one catches the bid, Joseph.
Hey, good luck there, my friend. I think my meta screen here is frozen on something else. Let's take a look at meta and see what Zuck and family are up to. So trading half decently here, starting to recover some of those losses from earlier in the session, up about down about 0.8% there, as the SPY and the Qs slowly start to climb slightly higher. So yeah, let's see what NVDA is up to now, just hovering below the volume weighted average price. I think in order for this market to move higher, as I say all the time, is that we need these big boys to start participating and climb higher. Otherwise, we're in a little bit of trouble because market breadth is weak. So just keep that in mind. Nice recovery thus far. Can't complain about that on that front. MSTR starting to come off those bottoms as well too, breaking through some key resistance zones on MSTR. Yeah, I again don't have anything going right now. Wasn't expecting this V-shaped recovery on the overall market. So hey, just wait for a pullback, see if we can get an entry around the volume weighted average price VWAP and see what we got going on. Darius Golden. Oh, Darius Golden, I haven't seen you for a minute. Where have you been at, Darius? Good seeing you here. For sure, it's my first time here. I'm going to stay forever, Joseph. Oh, thank you, Guamar. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name, Guamar. But yeah, I appreciate that. Very kind words. We don't want you going anywhere. And make sure you chime in the chat so we know that if you have any questions, Sharif and I will do the best that we can to answer those. So yeah, thanks for joining. Thanks for subscribing, and hopefully you enjoy your time here because I know a lot of people do. So once again, thank you very much. And let's see what we got going on here. Someone else was saying here, bullish on SMCI and NVDA. Darius, good to see you back as well too, my friend. Yeah, again, it's hard not to be bullish on these names. It's a buy the dip scenario, so we're recovering extremely well on the market. The SPY creeping in on those higher days as well too. So I wouldn't be surprised if we break it at this pace. That's definitely in play. So doing well for the Playmaker poll on that front as well too, guys. So again, Meta picks up some steam and some of these heavier names start picking up some steam. I think that we're going to go and test those highs of days and break through some key resistance levels. But in the meantime, guys, let me know what you are looking at as well too in the chat. Curious to see what you guys were looking at. We were just, we took a look at Redwire as well too. Sorry for repeating myself. Bitcoin now bouncing off of those key support levels. Let's see what we got going on BTC, on spot Bitcoin. I thought that we're going to break 92. Maybe not just yet. Needs to grab a little bit more liquidity. I don't think that, because we're building quite a base here, Sharif.
Yes,
I don't think that we hover below that 92K level for very long if we just decide that we want to breach it. So I'm being prepared to have some dry powder on the side, as my friend Greg V would like to say. Ooh. So we'll get ready for that. And especially if we get any indecision print or any hammer, then we're going to look to get involved and see if we can play that break up higher. We know that we can get that volatility skew in Bitcoin. When we start raising in price, that volatility steps in. So right now it's kind of dwindling. And I was looking at the options chain the other day and this morning, telling Sharif about a little bit of a game plan. But the volatility on IBIT isn't horrible, so those options contracts are priced reasonably. So I'm not going to complain about that. Yeah, so again, take a look at that. If we can get a little bit better of a price, that's going to be beautiful. So I'm just sitting on my hands, being really patient, like a tiger in the bush, ready to pounce.
A new small cap gap has just emerged, IMG. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Look, it's sparsely traded so far, about 2.5 million shares on IMG. Let me just load it up here super quick. It had just took that dollar level though. It was basically whiffling and waffling at 70 pennies. Nothing doing there since basically the entire morning, including the pre-market. Just took out a buck, 108 HOD. It's a spready name for a dollar. You can just see by how it's moving. I don't even have to look at the time and sales to tell you that it's spready, but here's the deal. It's a different trade north and south of a dollar. It's just the only question is, has it cleared the dollar by enough to kind of be able to use it as support. So I'm going to keep my eye out on definitely IMG. Here goes. Right back into that high of the day, 107, 108 HOD. It's up 51%, man. So it's a good look. Again, as I mentioned, almost 3 million shares, 2.87 million. The float is very small, sub 1 million, 629,000. This thing can get parabolic. Let's find out what the short float is. No short float according to Trade Ideas, or it just doesn't have it. It's just taking out the high of the day, 180, 114 now, HOD on IMG. So this one is going, pack my patience, keep an eye out on that one. I will take out some of the other trades that I've got there on the side. So keeping my eye out on that one. Now I'm involved in a couple of trades here. As you can see, I'm involved in NITO at 220. It's at 220. It hasn't done anything, so I really don't know whether this one continues to make higher highs and higher lows. It did defend $2, at least my humble estimation it did, because it had a hammer candle through 2 and then got bought up quick as you like. But it's really having trouble making higher highs. That last high there was 232. It was not able to print anything above that. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. I'm also involved in Fubo now at 5 3/4. I'm looking for this one to hold this 5 3/4 area. I'm not going to give this too much room. I haven't been sold on Fubo all day. Anything below 65s, we're going to risk 10 pennies on it right now. On FUBO, if it gives up that level, I don't want to have to nurse this and start DCAing and stuff like that. So not going to be interested in that. TPET did a bit of a V-shaped retracement, a Christmas tree retracement, where it has a big move up and then an equally big move down. But now we're looking here at IMG, because IMG is zigging and zagging right now, and it made a new high of the day, 122, but it's coming down quick as you like, back down into the 1 low teens over here. Let's see if it prints 10s. The volume weighted average price a little bit above $1. It's at 102. So there could be a trade here, a dip trade that is off the buck, because you have the buck, psychological support, this, that, and the other, and you also have VWAP. There's another high of the day right now, 124. This is going to halt right now, it looks like, at $123, unless it's a false halt. So IMG zigging and zagging, 75.69%. It will halt if we have a couple of more seconds at the $123, and there it is. IMG halted $123, 75.69% greenery on the day. Let's see when this one reopens. It did halt at 131, it looks like 01 or something like that. So we'll keep tabs on that. Still involved with NITO, still involved with Fubo. Nothing doing on either of those trades as Fubo's back to break even, and NITO, we're 10 cents out of the money on this one again. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Let's see what everybody's talking about there. Tisha yelling about Hoth. HOTH. I think this one was moving in the morning. Oh boy, Nitto's going to stop me out over here as it's breaking down to 2. Yes, Hoth breaking through the volume weighted average price. Tisha, good call out by you. HOTH. I know the boys were talking. You guys were saying something about Hoth this morning, correct? I heard you mention it. I might be wrong. But anyway, this one really caught a bit, Tisha. $117 low of the day. The volume started coming in fast and furious there at 25 after 1. And you have aggressive candles to the high side. Tisha, though, we're still below the official high of the day, and we're well below that pre-market high at 220. So this one doesn't meet the requirements of my system. If we get into that 220 area, I'm putting my alert at 215. I'll absolutely trade it, but it's got to get above that area for me to get involved. I won't be breaching my rules today. That has not worked out well for me in the past when I have breached my rules. So we're going to try to exercise some discipline today, Joseph. Keeping an eye on Fubo. Fubo's having trouble right now, guys, with that 580. It's putting in higher lows on the 5-minute chart, but the higher highs are not as forthcoming. I feel like this could be, sellers shorting in and around $6, taking this down incrementally at lower levels. You had the initial short there at 610, and then they added to the short there at 595, and now we're having trouble with 580s. Let's see if Fubo wants to change its tune and print me here. I'm waiting at 82, so I'm not really asking for a whole lot there. NITO, we got stopped out. It did break down, so I'm a little disappointed with how this trade ended up going. And we gave back 20 pennies on that. So a little disappointed there. Yeah, it was a zig and zag trade. I thought, Once it reclaimed VWAP with that aggressive candle into 2 1/3, that it might be a different story. I was wrong. We'll look to do a little bit better. Let's see what everybody else is talking about there in the chat. All right, facts saying dump soon. I'm assuming you're talking about the overall market. Sure. What else we got over here? Any interesting comments from the chat? Just looking what people are writing there. Nothing specific. Okay. So not a whole lot going on in the chat there. Guys, we only have 464 votes, though, for that for the latest poll. So, yeah, get into the chat.
Get that up.
Right now. Yeah, get that up so we can get a good sample size there and have something to talk about at the big screen, or at the green screen, I should say.
At the green screen, yeah. I had the privilege to...
I saw.
Yeah, appreciate that. So, yeah.
Killing it up there, bro.
Yeah.
Watch out for my jug.
No, whoa. Yeah, you're a skilled guy, man. Don't get it twisted. None of that going on around here. So, yeah, guys, we were so close to hitting our target on the Playmaker too. 590.08 was our target. We hit up to just under 60, I believe, on the SPY. So got really close, 68-ish maybe. So we got really close. Now pulling back. Hopefully this isn't a hammer candle above the volume weighted average price, and that reverts us back through VWAP as well too, because I'm seeing it on Microsoft, just so you guys get a visual of what I'm looking at. This would alarm me, right? But again, if we break it to the top side, that's extremely positive. That means I think that there's going to be more appreciation in price. But the same thing going on with the SPY here too, folks. Slightly alarming, something that you want to keep an eye on. If we break it to the downside, could spell a little bit of trouble here on the front. But if we break the high of 589.60, then I think there's going to be some new highs there. We're going to push through the high a day on that front, and then go higher. So 590 is a really key pivotal moment for us here, guys. So keep that in mind. Joe, do you mind explaining the FOMC min for people who may not know what it is? Yeah, I mean, it's just the previous minutes. So again, I don't know too much about that, so I'm not going to kind of explain like I do, but it's just minutes from the past meeting. It's not an FOM, like an actual rate decision or anything along those lines. So don't hold too much weight to it. Can it add volatility to the market? Absolutely. But it's already... Brando said this earlier, and Sharif said it's nothing that we don't already know. So Sharif might be able to touch on that a little bit better than I can, but it's just the minutes from all the previous meetings, right? Essentially,
from the previous meeting.
So exactly. So it's just everything from the previous meeting. Nothing crazy, but guys, you know what time it is? It is time to eat some bills.
Get it? Come on. Yes. All right, guys. Trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite trading experience. I'm talking about eSignal, baby. It's the platform that helps you analyze, strategize, and then capitalize by foreseeing profitable opportunities with the platform that meets all your needs. You get a bunch of stuff. You get infinite data. You get instant trading. You get to know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data and execution. And a lot of people say it's got great back testing and great scanning, which helps you predict the future by certainly understanding the past. It's got reliable, real-time data, up-to-the-second market information from hundreds of global market sources. It's literally everything you need all in one place. So don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, then you will scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen, or go into the description of this video and click said link. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal.
Dude, look at Hoth, man.
Yeah, that's why I took it.
Yeah, nice.
Adira, what's up?
Just going to provide here some context there just to clarify what the FOMC meeting minutes are and why they can be a little bit, add some volatility to the market. So basically, of course, we had the FOMC meeting a month ago. It was just over a month ago. It was December 18th. 2024. And basically what happened there, of course, as we know, the Fed really did emphasize the fact that we're going to probably have a slower rate cut path. That combined with these JOLTS job openings that were a bit of a shock for the market, as we know yesterday, this could actually be pretty key. If we see anything that is any more hawkish than we expect, and keep in mind, it was a pretty hawkish tone, this could actually be huge. So I would be very cautious. Just because they aren't a meeting in and of itself does not mean they can't move the market. They can, and they have. The other economic data thing to keep an eye on this afternoon, which can also sometimes move the market, is going to be the consumer credit drop at 3 p.m. So this is one of those events that tends to have be something or nothing. It either will completely make moves or it's just a blip in the water. So be aware here, 3 p.m., consumer credit, 2 p.m., those meeting minutes, because they can actually provide a lot more insight. For example, at the September meeting minutes, when we had that unexpected dissension from Fed's Bowman, we actually had a little bit of context as to why Fed's Bowman didn't agree with the 50 basis point cut. So do be cautious of the meetings. They are not nothing, guys. Or the minutes. Sorry. Back to you.
Appreciate that, Adira. There it is.
Yeah. How do you feel about kind of the rate cut cycle? I thought it was going to be significantly slower than what JP kind of implemented this far, like doing 50. The first couple cuts were 50 basis points, weren't they? So I thought he would have kind of done like 25 and made it significantly slower, just in case he didn't exercise the possibility of inflation kind of reigniting again. So
to be honest with you, Joseph, I just kind of kept my analysis on the dot plot. I didn't want to veer too far away from, and we saw what they were predicting. I think 4 cuts for next year.
Yeah,
we may or may not get 2.
Yeah.
So I gotta tell you, I was a little surprised, but I wasn't surprised when I saw the nature of their economy and how it's holding up a lot better than ours.
It's robust.
So it's like, okay, well, what's the point of the cuts? And I had always felt prior to actually even getting into the rate cutting cycle that we were not going to go back to zero. Like that, the 2010s was an anomaly.
Absolutely.
Okay. When you look at the historical rate, like cycle, or not cycles, but the historical neutral rate, or what the overnight rate is, what I'm trying to say, it's never been at zero for prolonged periods.
Money.
Like the quantitative easing in these low interest rate cycles was, I think, a very unique time for the 2010s, and I don't know if we see it anymore.
Yeah,
we will. Maybe
not for a while. I think
know.
we would need some maybe some more unrest in the economy. And
clearly, something's needed.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
But I feel like we got a really bullish tailwind with AI going into the future. We'll have to wait and see. Robotics, you got AI, you got everything going there. So we shall see. Guys, I'm in Hoth. I got in at 09s. I've wet my beak all the way up there in the 35s. I'm now waiting at 45s. Again, the only reason I got into this, okay, because the pre-market high was 215. I didn't touch this until it cleared 215. Then it dropped down. It defended 2. That's when I punched in. Okay, so 215, that 4 a.m. pre-market high, it got taken. I didn't breach my rules by getting involved. Prior to that, it doesn't mean that it wasn't moving up aggressively prior to that, but I got to have some sort of standard off which to base my trades. That is the standard that I've implemented, the breaking and the taking of the pre-market high. Now, since I've wet my beak already a few times, I'm putting my stop now, which was below $2. I've now moved it to a little bit below my entry, so it's going to have to hold up above this 205 area. Let's see if it can work its way up back into 242. That is the high of the day currently on HOTH. It's actually negative, believe it or not. Negative 3.25%, but well off the lows. It was trading at $1.17 not that long ago, which is the low of the day. So let's see if this bad boy over here catches a bid or what the situation is. Here are the details on this name. 15.25 million market cap, 21.5 million shares. Traded on the day with a float of around 4.8 million shares, a little bit more than that. And then let's see what Trade Idea says about the float or the short float. It's not negligible, but it's not huge, 4.26%, so 4.25% of the float is borrowed short. So we'll have to see if it factors over here. IMG has just opened up from its previous down halt. There we go. So this one halted up, then it halted down, and now it's back at the $1.25. $1.30 HOD right now on IMG. Let's see if that gets taken out. And by the way, this wick into 106, that's an exact wick off the volume weighted average dang price, and back up you go, still south of that third of a dollar area, which is still the HOD. I'm involved also in your boy Fubo over here, and we did get the print at 82s, but this seems like a very, very weak retracement to the high side. So I have moved up my stop from below 565. It is now below that 570 area. I don't want to have to be nursing this. And quite frankly, I feel the best part of the Fubo trade is behind it, but I got in because it gave me an advantageous opportunity. And if it ends up printing, fantastic. If it doesn't, then we'll have learned our lesson. So keeping an eye now, still keeping on Fubo. Where's my other trade? There we go. HOTH, still south of that 230. It did come back into 230. That's actually yesterday's closing print, $2.30 on Hoth. So it's rejecting the closing print to be expected. I mean, that is a predictable area of resistance. It doesn't change my trade. My out is now just south of my entry, come what may. IMG screaming to the high side though. It just got back into that $1.30. IMG up 82%, zigging and zagging right now.
Come on, Hoff.
It did get it off.
I'm in it, man.
Yes,
I'm
Joseph.
I'm in it from,
Yes,
from
Joseph.
227. Let's go.
Here we go. I'm waiting at 45s for the next little out. It wicks 44, and then down it goes again. Okay, so we get wick into the high there, and then we actually make a new high, excuse me. Sadly, no print so far. Back into 40s we go, though, Joseph. So here it is again. 42s, 44s.
Come on, break it.
And bang.
Bang.
There it is,
Let's
baby.
go.
Get it, Joseph. So now we're going to wait, let this one run. This could be a halt here. No, no halt at the $0.50. Let's see if this one continues to the high side. How do you see this one, my man?
Hoth?
Yeah?
Yeah, so what I seen, Sharif, here, I was waiting for that pullback, heavy momentum to the top side in Hoth, and then you see price start to slowly curl around. We were talking about round and bottoms earlier in your lesson, and then sure enough, once I seen price turn around, and then that momentum pick back up in the time and sales, then I'm like, okay, this is my time to participate on this front. So sure enough, we got that high day break on Hoth. It was either going to fail at that high and then head back towards the volume weighted average price, in my opinion, or we were going to breach that high with momentum. And sure enough, we broke that. Dipesh, yes, we do talk about Rivian when it's in play. We can go over it real quickly, but we're talking about Hoth right now. Rivian, it's hit or miss. I know Randy and Sharif like talking about the EVs as well too. So we'll take a look at Rivian, but right now we're focused on Hoth. It is starting to climb higher, $2.54 in change. Let's see if we can go higher. Oh, bang. Oh, wow, bang.
Can you get much higher? So high.
That's not on graduation. That's not on graduation.
No, that's, what is that one called? The Red Album Madeira? Is that one called? 808, isn't it called 808 Heartbreakers? Oh, you're right. Yeah, 808, something deep, dark. My dark twisted fantasy? My beautiful dark twisted fantasy. Can you calm down? I got a thing in my ear over there.
Yeah.
She's so mean, eh?
Yeah, come on,
bro.
Man.
She's get it
together, buddy.
Right? If you get on her wrong side, she'll let you hear it.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I'm talking about Ram in case you guys are wondering. I'm not talking about a
Dude, she was sitting behind me the other day. I'm minding my own business. Walks past me, she's like, leave me alone. I'm like, yo, what I even do? I'm like, all right, sure.
Ram.
Yeah. I'm like,
Ram.
Right, whatever.
You got that donuts video with your giant truck on the phone or what?
It's in the chat. Yeah.
Randy, you want to be here for this? It's in the midday chat? It's in the midday? Okay, I'm going in there right now. We're going to find out. Where is it, Ram?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's not letting me.
Okay.
Wait, there it is. Oh, that one? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay, there we go.
Right.
I like very much. All right, here we go, guys. Here it is.
Here
Let me know when you're ready, Andre.
Come on, spy.
So this is Ramin, all 4'10". Look at her, bro. This is a big car, bro.
That's a big truck.
It's almost a dually. It's not a dually, but it's quite
I love how it's on YouTube, too.
Yeah, I know. She had to upload that. Can I can't full screen. I can't. It's not letting me.
Yeah, you can't full screen.
No,
Zoom in.
I don't know why.
No, it doesn't work.
It doesn't let me full screen that. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So, look at her, Randy.
Nice.
She's a menace to society, Randy. Look at her, bro.
Yeah.
All right, like, this is what we do up here, guys. It's winter.
Yeah, that's the best
It's cold.
part. It's the best part of winter is drifting.
We got big cars.
Yeah, in the open parking
time.
lots. Yeah,
Man, Randy, how are you?
What's up, brother?
How's everything?
Someone in the chat's talking about Rivian.
Yeah,
Grab
they're
the
going to
mic
yell
here.
at him for the mic. He's going to come back in there.
Yeah, we'll get him going
Randy's
about
going to have a
Rivian.
midday rant right
Somebody-
now. You guys love your EVs.
So
Here he is.
Deepesh, he wants to
Somebody
talk
in the
about
chat
Rivian.
this
We got
morning-
the guy with us right now, all right?
Are we good?
Yeah, Rivian.
Somebody in the chat this morning asked about the Honda Sony EV.
I saw that, Randy.
The
Thoughts of that. Two
Afeela?
models, right? Two different models they dropped to that.
It's basically the same chassis, but Afeela, terrible name to start
Horrible. Like, why is Sony making it?
Sony has no business being in the auto industry, period. They don't. Go back to making PlayStations and televisions and whatever else. Music, yeah. Games, absolutely. TVs, all day long. To put their name on a car that starts at $90,000 US,
Ridiculous, bro.
it's going to bomb. I mean, Honda's got a great name, been building great vehicles, platforms, engines, motorcycles, tillers, snowblowers, generators, airplanes, you name it, forever. Sony? No. So to pack a whole bunch of screens and stuff into their platform and put Sony's name on it, no, fail. Sorry. Not gonna
I
happen.
gotta agree with you. When I saw it, I was a little shocked. Let's talk though about Honda. So Honda's made some moves lately, Randy. Obviously, the partnership with Nissan, the acquisition there to try to kind of merge economies of scale, but that doesn't change their moat. They're both very good at making internal combustion engine cars. Does this Honda move with Sony change anything?
So there was two questions there. Let's talk about Honda Nissan for a minute. Nissan needs Honda, not the other way around. This is not a merger of equals.
Agree.
I think the Japanese government sort of had a push in this to say, you guys, look, get your you know what together. Honda's been building hybrids for a long time. Neither one of them really have an EV platform. They don't, especially Nissan. Honda partnered with General Motors to build the Prologue, which has actually been outselling the GM model that it's based on. There we go. That's pretty cool. Honda's got, so again, the Prologue, which is selling like wildfire in the States. So it's one model. Nissan has this many EVs outside the Leaf. When was the last time you saw a Leaf on the road?
Yeah, and it was like,
It's
that
fall,
was one of the first to market cars, like the first mass,
Yeah.
one of the first
So-
mass-produced EVs, but it was kind of a flop, wasn't it?
Right, the Leaf and the Bolt and then, the early gen, very, very original EVs. So
Like
Nissan's in
60-mile
trouble.
range or something like that, right?
Yeah,
like
it was just, it
ridiculous,
was, no. So the issue is here, is the Honda Sony partnership going to change the game? It's kind of an experiment to me. I think it's going to be a failed experiment. The starting price is too high. It looks okay.
Too high, man.
But BYD's building the same thing for a third the price. Yeah.
not allowed in North
boom.
America, though.
The Japanese have fallen behind on the EV game. They're very, 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 can I say that one more time, very good at building ICE engines. And always have been and always will be. But to build EVs at a cost-effective rate and still return a profit, Toyota's huge, Honda's huge, big companies. If they can't get this game right, merging Honda with Nissan, is it going to solve problems? Debatable.
Maybe in the short term.
Lots
but
of
definitely not
doubters.
long.
No.
I got a question for you, though. So the stencil we've seen so far, Randy, for people going to market with EVs is drop your most expensive model first, the one that you have the most margins on. Case in point, obviously, the Model S, the Model X, Rivian, with the R1T and R1S, the more expensive the models. I don't know. There's probably other examples. Does that kind of explain why they're launching with a $95,000 plus car? Does that not really make
Good
a difference
point.
to them? Yeah.
Good point. I mean, we've got the Lucids out there who only make, for more or less just luxury models. But even the likes of Mercedes-Benz and some of the other upper echelon manufacturers have got cost-effective EVs. They want a wider breadth of the market. You can't just put out a single cost model or variants of a single cost model in a smaller window of price. You've got to be able to embrace, if you want market share, if you want customer loyalty, if you want brand loyalty, and eventually brand value on top of that loyalty, you've got to have a good selection. You've got to appeal to, it's a mass market. So, I mean, whether you need a car or whether you just want the latest and greatest toy, maybe it's a summer cruiser, maybe it's a pickup.
Yeah.
There's lots of different needs and wants out there depending on price, on budget. I think you've got to play the whole market. You can't just have a singular model. So no, this whole Afila thing, no. The PlayStation on wheels, I don't see it.
I'm not a fan of the name.
No.
Well, I don't want to disrespect
Marketing
unless
blunder.
somebody has someone's named Ophelia in the chat or has a kid called Ophelia or something like that. I don't know. Step on any toes there, but no, your point well taken. Any updates for anything that we should know in the EV world, Randy? Because you're always coming with the goods.
Nothing yet this year.
Nothing yet. Okay.
I'll keep you posted.
Okay. Amid another episode of A Midday Randy's Rants, we got to come up for a better name than that because I feel like it's not really a rant. Yeah. It's more like a hotline dropper.
Someone said in the chat, run it over with Randy.
Yeah. Should get Ramin to get into the driver's
run
seat
it over.
there, she'll
Yeah,
run you
run it
over.
over with Ramin.
Get her on a
And say,
bad day.
Get her drifting.
She'll drift right over you, bro.
Run it over.
Jamlocky, Nissan Leaf is very popular in the Middle East. I didn't actually know that, and I'm kind of surprised by that, obviously because oil's a lot cheaper in the Middle East, so a lot of people like to take these big cars, but there are jurisdictions like Egypt where but gas is actually subsidized by the government. So if you bring in a car with a higher displacement, I think than 2.0, you get rinsed on tax. They will take you for so much money at the point of entry on customs. So I think that's specific to just a few countries. I think the Gulf countries, you don't necessarily have that with Qatar and UAE and Saudi Arabia, obviously, who leak oil from wherever part of their body it may be leaking from. Get it, Rib. All right, I'm done my trade on Hoff. I know that your boy Joe is still involved. I have the topping tail candle there at 275. High of the day is 279. This one continues to go though, guys. So yeah, sure, it's got a candle of indecision right now, forming in the 2 mid-60s, but I'll submit to you that this could be forming a bull flag. So we got the initial move up, the pull part of the flag, and now we're getting a bit of a sideways consolidation between say 2.5 to 280, maybe 2 3/4. This is the kind of the flag part or the pennant part of the flag pattern. Not a hard and fast rule, but something to be on the lookout. Perhaps maybe if you're still interested in trading Hoff, build your position to the low end of the 250s, maybe in the mid 250s for that continuation south or north, of the 280 area. Jamlocky goes on to say, gas is not cheap in the Middle East unless you are in the Arabic Gulf. It's pretty cheap in Egypt, bro. Chill vibes. Meta just took a flush. Okay, I haven't been looking at these Mag 7 names, so I won't switch now. I'll send that to your boy Joe once I'm finished reading some of these comments there. Randy, give us an update on Neo. He is gone. I will earmark that for next time, no question about it. I'm sure he'll have a lot of comments, obviously, about Neo because they're so unique with the battery change format and that whole thing there. Trying to obviously cater to a bit of a higher end Chinese client. I've never seen one of these Neo recharging stations described in the way that I read, or actually show in the way that I've read about them. So they were like, oh, you go into a Neo charging station, you can go in and have like a cappuccino or like some alcoholic drink while your battery changes. But every YouTube video I've actually pulled up, people stay in the car.
Oh, yeah.
And then it gets changed like from underneath the carriage of the car. And then you're about on your merry way. Right. So I'm assuming maybe if there's a lineup or something like that, the car maneuvers itself into the spot, by the way. Yeah. Isn't that pretty sick?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's good. That's cool stuff. Guys, but I mean, this is, Sharif, we were talking about this earlier, how kind of just the capitulation within the market can be drastic and rapid. And sure enough, we were about 40 cents away from hitting our price target. And then we get stopped out.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, right? So it just flushed.
And
yeah, so taking a brutal hit here. Like, oh my days on that one, guys. Really tough look. I was so close to just docking it up as a W. We almost got there, but sure enough, yep. Another tough look there on the Playmaker pool, guys. Let's see what we got going on with the overall market. We are now starting to trade back below the volume weighted average price, NVDA. Let's see what Jensen and company are up to. Yeah, so the inability to break there. Let me hop out of this Hoth trade though here, guys, real quick. There we go. We're all out on Hoth. I think we're gonna pull back on that front as well too. Let's see what NVDA is up to. Yeah, the inability to breach VWAP and then now pulling back, bumping its head against this resistance level around the 140.70 level area, and sure enough heading back to the southeast. So yeah, really tough look there. Buyers couldn't push price through the high day on the SPY. We'll take a look at it one more time here. Yeah, see, so that fail high of day break forming that lower high on Spider. And continuing now slowly recovering, but this was a big engulfing candle. I mean, from a volume by time standpoint, wasn't crazy, but just look at this bearish 5-minute print here on SPY. Lots of weakness in the market, and we're just trading within this range here. Let's see what kind of range we're trading in. So 590 being the highs, we'll call it, and then 585 being the low. So volatility is up on the SPY, guys. Keep that in mind. Let's take a look. Actually, we're going to do something a little different here, Sharif. We're going to pull up the SPY options chain and see what the at-the-money's implied volatility is looking like here, just to get an idea of what is cooking. So the at-the-money IV is around 51.8%. Nothing crazy. Again, so pricing that in, the at-the-money 6 days. Let's go to the 2 days here. 0 days. Okay, so volatility low on the 0 DTE. So but from a week out, guys, volatility not overly elevated, but something we need to keep an eye out on. Let's go back and take a look at the VIX here and see what we got going on from a fear standpoint, if fear is stepping in. So again, let's correlate these here, all right, real quick. So they're inversed, right? It's essentially inversed. So what you have here on the Qs, as we appreciate in price here, the VIX going up. Okay, so no, it's not as inverse as I thought. Okay, usually is a little inverse, but again, so as we appreciate, now pulling back here on the VIX, really weak, something we need to keep an eye out on. If the volatility and the fear index starts to step in, that can be somewhat of a bearish signal, and the average true range implied volatility is starting to pick up too, guys. So tough look on the VIX. Officially, it's not time to sell any puts on that thing just yet. We need that massive spike, as I was mentioning before. We were up 80%, over 80% on that previous hawkish Fed cut. So we'll keep in mind and monitor that. It doesn't happen. It's only happened 5 times in previous history or something along those lines to get my numbers exact. But yeah, we got to keep an eye out on that, especially in this market sentiment. Meta starting to trade back towards the volume weighted average price. Slight recovery in the market, but not before it stopped us out.
All right, Joseph, I want to shout Adam to Quid super chat. Thank you for the goods, Randy. Now back to the market. Shout out to Adam DeLuce. Want to point out, Adam, that that was a tough L yesterday with losing to Newcastle on our own turf in the Carabao Cup. So Arsenal down at 2-0 on aggregate to Newcastle. Obviously a good team. Shout out to Alexander Isak, who's turning quickly into one of the best attackers in the dang Prem. What a buy from La Liga, which is super boring, where real soccer takes place, baby. I like to drop the controversy in the Prem. By the way, guys, anybody who follows soccer as well probably knows about Omar Marmoush playing out in Germany. I think he plays for Berlin. He is now being touted as a City acquisition going into the January transfer window, but we'll talk more about that and others when we see you guys back on Friday. Remember, tomorrow, no trading, but we will be here live at 9 a.m. We're going to be talking long term. We're going to be talking about how we see the bigger names, the bigger trends, the bigger sectors in 2025. Into 2025. Say that again, Rembrandt? Yeah, sounds good. All right, guys. So we will send you up to Adara at the big desk, but Joseph and I and the entire crew will be on tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll be talking some markets. See you guys then. Take care.
Before we go to the big guest really quickly, I want to talk about these FOMC minutes because they're coming in. These comments are coming in right now. And it's pretty hawkish, which is what we expected. They basically said they're expecting some slower progress on inflation, partially due to the incoming Trump administration, specifically with regards to trade and immigration plans. We've had a couple Fed speakers since the meeting saying that we really need to wait and see what these policies are before we can act. So that will be really interesting here and eye-opening as of January 20th with the January 29th meeting on watch there for the FOMC. We also had, this is pretty interesting too, they said that they're at or near the point where it might be appropriate to slow the pace of easing rates, with some participants even saying they would have been okay with no cut during December. So that is a really good point. And apparently, though, almost all participants said that this easing is going to have to slow down. So keep in mind here, we had the Fed, the FOMC rate tool showing that we weren't probably expecting any cuts till July. We're going to take a look now to see how that has changed. But this CME Fed watch will be huge here, guys. Basically, this is the market here trying to make a lower low in this most recent area. As of right now, no change. 95.2% of participants still expecting that we will have rates steady. But we're going to have to wait and see what happens as we have participants continuing to to digest this news. Just to clarify, it was hawkish. We even had some participants saying they would have been okay with no cut during the December meeting, guys. Back to you. Over to the guys.
All right. Thank you, Adara. Yeah, we're We just took Tesla right now. We'll take $1 on it. I mean, market looks like it wants to head a little bit to the downside. The Fed minutes are never really
Not that.
that big of a deal, but we're back into trading again. We've been shorting Tesla in this area. Profit out once it broke 398, but then we went for a walk. We should have shorted 400. The easiest trade of the whole day was right here when we weren't even sitting here, I feel like, when this came right back into the 200 period, AMD, and then again right now. So we got to stay on this tip. But yeah, so far so good. Just holding 2 shorts, man. We're $2 in the money on AMD. That's still from the beginning. And then right now $1. Actually, we actually have Oklo long as well. That's $1 in the money as well. So right now, a couple trades. We'll wait to see. I want to give Tesla some more room up to 400, but hope everyone had a great midday there. A good show. Playmaker poll, won or lost? Lost.
It's so
we got to change the name, man. Playmaker's going to start to get upset about the results there.
Roll over. The timing's unfortunate for that Playmaker poll because if we're being,
but that's hindsight.
I know it. No, it's not. Because I feel like the problem is
1 o'clock every day.
Yeah, the problem is though, like the voting happens, the bulk of it in that half an hour before. And if you look at it from that time frame when most people are voting, that was a clear upward move, and then the timing ends up being poor. I almost feel like it's open for too long. Like it's a long window. Maybe
it's going to be under 50% anyways.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Like 95% of day traders lose money.
I would do it this way.
This is anywhere near 50%, 50. I think is great. But
I would almost do it where like if it's like 50 to 55%, then you take X amount of shares, and if it's like 55 to 60, so that the day that 90% of the people agree that it's a long, you're not taking the exact same amount as when 51% of the people agree that it's a long. But
that's actually a good one.
That's about the only thing I would change there because it's just weird. Like it was literally a coin flip today, so the fact that maybe there's like a no trade option should be in there. There was just now Halter. It was that IMG. So I know Sharif was on this one. Maybe both the boys. Well, I know Sharif was on this one. So IMG just halted. Why is it? That's kind of weird. Like I have like a candle out of nowhere, and then this halt at 113. So maybe this will fill in a second. But to the upside, halted. It's not the first time it's halted today. It's done about 13 million in volume, which is good, not great. So I just want to throw that out there. But IMG with a tap of 115 and a halt of 113. I'm only in Rigetti. I actually got shaken out of Tesla right before the Fed minutes came back on. It did this VWAP hold because it had this. Look at the trend on Tesla from the bottom. From 387, it just trended back up. It didn't get to 400. Had a violent break of trend, which kind of sucks because it means that you're not shorting the trend break until it's already dropped to $2.50. But then it looked like it was going to crater through VWAP and then trailed out. So VWAP holding on Tesla. Obviously, that's going to be worth watching. If you're watching anything this morning, you know that the quantum names have taken it on the chin and has since have had some recovery. So a lot of these are off the bottom. Rigetti, IonQ, D-Wave, QUBT, QBTS, which is D-Wave, but like they're going sideways now. So this is the local bottom, really like $9 a low, then a higher low got put in. It trended up for over an hour to then completely stall at $10.40. And now just going sideways on Rigetti. So a lot of consolidation happening. So just trying to short the top and see if these ones want to play continuation. I think we all know what happened this morning. If you weren't trading this morning or you weren't listening last night when Jensen essentially tanked the entire or reversed the entirety of the quantum move in just a few words, it's been a healthy bleed back in. Like some of these are intense. Like Rigetti more than cut in half from the highs. And I get it. If you're long at $1 on this stock, you're laughing. You're not out of the money, but anybody that got caught up at that top is in a world of hurt on those quantum names. So we'll see. The market is barely down on the NASDAQ, and it's been an inside day for the futures. Like we've had like a couple of breaks to the low, one test to the high, and everything else in between. So, it hasn't been a wild volatility day within the overall market, NASDAQ and ES, but individual names, completely different story.
All right, yeah, we're going to go get ready for the stock rundown. We want to thank everybody for voting in the middle of the day. And to Neil's point, yeah, I think it's just like give a little bit more of a stop space and maybe a little bit less shares because the market's just kind of back and forth. You don't, pretty much every trade besides, even on AMD, we got stopped out at one point today, luckily able to get back in. But it's like every trade is pretty much stopping out. Like it's getting into the money for you. You're going to have to take that. Then it rips sort of against you and then you get out. So it's just kind of like a back and forth day. We'll talk about that more as we go. But the futures right now, yeah, back to zeros again. So close your eyes from yesterday at 4 o'clock, open them up now and you would see the same prices. All right, Oklo dollar in the money, AMD going, Peloton moving, and Joe, oh no, it's Sharif, my bad. Sharif there over at the screen. So let's go with the stock rundown.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The boys locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join Joe and I during the How to Trade show during the midday and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber in order to contribute to the chat. So make sure you are subscribed. Let's have a look at the triple Qs here. So essentially flat, the ES, the Dow, and the NQ, just marginally red at the moment. That could change by the time I'm finished speaking. It's the Russell 2000 that's decidedly red on the day, down 0.2%. So we'll keep an eye on the major averages. Fubo, the number one ticker decided by you guys today, up a lot less than it was yesterday, up 6 1/3%, but holding on to some of the gains from yesterday and the day prior. In case you're just joining us after a few days, Fubo and Disney entering into a definitive agreement, and that had MKM raising their price target, guys, yesterday from $2 to 4 3/4 on Fubo.
Day 3 for Fubo here, and look, 2 days ago was the monster day for Fubo. Yesterday felt like, okay, gave it up a little bit, but there were some late opportunities, kind of felt like a head and shoulders. Today, Fubo's just been trending back into the upside. And ultimately, it never really broke down underneath. It was kind of a resistance and turnaround spot on day 1, and then afternoon support at 450, so it held that eventually into a high of the day, red to green breakout. So it double topped at the prior close, which you don't see that happen very often. So you had a lot of confluence at that high of day break. Essentially, the break went to $6 and turned around. So it was like a break of 543, and then the best, you could have got 611. My best was like 598 or something like that. But I'm now out of Fubo. I think it's gone through the head and shoulders. If it can hold above prior close, there might be another salvo in here. Let's go to the 3-minute chart. But you're out and about above VWAP. I'd love to see it maybe retest that breakout price here for Fubo. Do like the name. Volume, it's worth mentioning. Like the volume's good, but remember on day 1, this thing did 700 and something million shares. It's now done about 140. So it's not quite the volume beast it was before. I seriously doubt you're going to get anything resembling what we saw 2 days ago on Fubo. Just sort of treat it as more of a station to station and work the trend as opposed to super parabolic moves. Hyperbolic.
Yeah, hyperbolic, parabolic, some kind of anabolic, steroids. Shout out to Major League Baseball. All right, Johnson. It's so funny. The best of times in Major League Baseball was steroid era, but that's fine. Maybe it comes back. Who knows? They need to do something.
Did it leave?
21. I was just going to look here on the futures, right? You're getting close. This is just what's happening. I'm still feeling pretty short. 50 period, 200 period. This is a 30-minute chart on the NASDAQ. Looks like it wants to point to the downside. But, you got to be aware that we could start to break. I don't know. The Fed, generally speaking, there on that release, didn't get too much movement there. It is, I guess, since 2 o'clock. That starts at sort of, that movement is like 03s. So about 5 straight minutes to the upside. We take advantage of that and shorted more Tesla. We'll wait to see if that one can come in. First area of support for Tesla, 97. So we're short right here. We're flat on the trade now at we're at 397.70s. We wanted to short. We're just, as I said, using less shares and trying to be less specific on our prices. Just know that we want to stay short. So that's what I'm trying to do right now with Tesla. Oklo, a good trade there too. All right, Fubo, man. Fubo, we had 100% or something like that on the very first day when we bought the $3 break. That seems obviously really good. Now, just looking back, the last couple of days, when the stock gaps up like this, actually gapped down today, right? Down into 460. So that to me, whenever you have a decent gap, I always try to play it like it's an earnings play. And by the way, there's Tesla. We told you about holding it. So it goes from like $1 out of the money to now 50 cents in the money. We'll wait. But anyways, right there, that 460, let it settle down, find a base. That's right off the open. So again, some of the pre-market lows hold, just like an earnings play, and then off to the races upside. I always think that you want to follow the 50-period moving average. So if you did that, you might have got some out here at 520. You might have got some more out at 520 again. And then there is the sort of the high move, then the cross low below $6. So yeah, I feel like that's the grade out for you. And if you're still holding it, fantastic, obviously, but yeah, some good outs up there near $6. So yeah, congratulations to anybody that had that one. I know Neil was on that. There's $6 right there on the daily. The best you could have gotten throughout this whole time was $6.50 or so. So I think you did pretty good there. Anything north of $6. Go, Fubo, go. But right now we are more than $1. I mean, I don't want to say is what it is, but there it is. There's the hold. We'll get out twice now on Tesla and see if we can't get a little bit lower. So some good outs there for us on Tesla. And yeah, we'll see if we can hold for this pullback in on the market. My next bid, $394.50.
94.50.
The blood continues on Palo Alto Networks. PAN-W down 2 2/3% today off the record highs that put it in at 210. And this list of rating agencies all downgrading and reducing their price target on Palo Alto Networks is concerning, specifically for me, because I am involved in this name. So here we got Guggenheim downgrading the stock from neutral to sell and lowering the price target to $130, excuse me. Then you also had Deutsche Bank downgrading from buy to hold and lowering its price target from 207 down to 190. And then BTIG joined in the downgrade party here, downgrading it to neutral. Can't really see the price target there, but it was a downgrade from buy to neutral, guys. Off the lows at 167, back above 170 now, but it's been a tough week and a half for Palo Alto Networks.
So PAN-W trades at 40-something forward and 40 times PE. So like they're both very expensive. It's now in that zone. So I'm going to show you the daily chart, and then on the weekly chart, it's a similar thing, but it's right back into the 200 period on the daily chart. Now, obviously, whether or not we get retests of those August lows, that was a good support low at that 140, but it's a DCA time in. I had sold some crowd at the top and was putting, just waiting for the dip to put it into PAN-W. So I'm starting to put that money in, started with some today. But it's the 50 there, the 200 period, on the daily, and then the 50 period on the weekly, lining up. So both of these have been respected on the higher time frame. On the weekly, ideally, you'd like to see it close above. But sign me up if it gets to the 200 period on the weekly. That's an all-in kind of situation if it gets to $120. But keep in mind, it's a pricey stock. If it gets down to like a 30p, then you're gonna like it a heck of a lot better. I always trade these. They've always traded a bit of a premium in the cybersecurity space. Whoops, realized I was on an AMD chart on my 3 minutes. Sorry, guys. But PAN-W is actually trying to break out here now, but on relatively light volume. Like there isn't much of a catalyst here for it. It could just be that it's a technical bounce. Market didn't break the lows. It's bouncing off a major moving average, and maybe getting a technical breakout after kind of a false bottom, I would guess. But I don't think there's enough volume and volatility for the day trade, unfortunately. I think, why not be looking at the Fubos of the world and the Teslas of the world? Like that's going to be a better trading opportunity. But PAN-W, it's getting into a buy zone. You just got to be patient because it's still very, very expensive on a fundamental basis.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what exposure I have on PAN-W because I've been in CrowdStrike's been great. Yeah, so I'm still only up. I'm only up 30% on PAN-W is still a good stock. There's no doubt about that. I was trying to find out how much I have in PAN-W versus CrowdStrike, but I definitely like the CrowdStrike trade. All right, we got out of some Tesla there we got out of half at the 50-period moving average right there as it came back in. So that was $1. We were short 98. We talked about that. There's $1. We actually got something a little bit lower than that. Let's see if we do get a little bit lower on that one. Yeah, look, Neil just went over Palo Alto. It's a stock that I've been probably held for 20 years. But CrowdStrike, though, I mean, this is the one for me. I mean, it's been holding up. So, yeah. I mean, if anything, maybe I'll sell. I mean, we're long down here on this drop. Like, I hadn't bought any CrowdStrike since, I mean, until we had that sort of malfunction there. And then CrowdStrike basically from 210, 220, 230, all the way up to 380 right now. Probably good. Maybe switch out of this and into some Palo Alto. I don't think that's a horrible strategy at all right now. You know, I mean, that's probably the best thing to do. We'll think about that, but all right, Tesla.
Before we get to Tesla, Hive Digital Technologies, which is HIVE on the NASDAQ, pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining. A global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin in their balance sheet. Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them on socials at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com and sign up for the Hive newsletter for updates. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. Yeah. Check the link in the description. You know who else has some Bitcoin on their balance sheet? Is Tesla. Who has some Tesla on their balance sheet?
Yeah, they definitely do. All right, guys, Tesla, interesting. Got a couple of headlines today. Looks like Grok is going to be included into Tesla's very soon. Grok is obviously their AI large language model, says Elon Musk. We'll have to see when the rollout comes out there. Separately, Marquise Brownlee, otherwise known as MKBHD, came out with a video and ranked Tesla's full self-driving FSD as one of the best, among the best assisted driving systems, but adds, obviously, everything that we already know, that it's not perfect, guys.
Yeah, I mean, what new technology is going to be perfect, right? Like, that's the reality. But look, obviously, Tesla, it's a very good recovery for it to be green today. It's somewhat mirroring the markets. Tests of the highs, tests of the lows. Right now, as you can see, it made a big trend back into 400 for reversion. I'm just looking for a test of that 400. It did the revert and bounced off VWAP, which is kind of bullish. So maybe a run at the $400 level for a curl. Ultimately, I just don't see until it breaks out and holds bids above 400 how it's bullish on Tesla. Like, it's one thing to wick it, but if there's buyers consolidating and making higher highs and higher lows over 400, then you can convince me that the selling has abated here on Tesla. So, you know, it's still obviously a resistance level until it's not at the 400, which we're basically staring at as we speak. Probably going to test that if this market continues this malaise toward the top, which it keeps on reverting.
Oh boy, let's go bang right now. We're trying to do it, guys. There goes Oklo right there at $1.30 now. We just get that fill up and around 26.50, right ahead of VWAP. So I just want to let everybody know that's a most recent fill for us. Tesla's a pretty good stock. I mean, we were short early, very early, right off the open there. Had a huge move down, right? Short 400. It was the number. We haven't made any NVIDIA trades, so we'll talk about the number one then idea on here that I actually traded, and that was Tesla short in and around $400. And I mean, we wrote down 398, 400, so we did hit that short. It was a great one. Then we went long, breaking through 400, thinking that giddy up, the market's here, and then the market wasn't. And then we fell back down. So right now so we were short there, got stopped out. We were short, made money. Now we're short again, looking to possibly get stopped out again, but not until the high of the day. So I'm trading less shares, waiting for bigger moves right now in Tesla. So we're out of half. I told you my next bid is at VWAP. I made a mistake. It's not 94, it's 95. So we're waiting at 395 or so to see if we get this fill. Like, I know that's $3 from now, but like I said, we're flat on the trade right now. We just took $1 out for half. pretty comfortable, obviously, in this position. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll sit here and we'll wait, see if we get view up, see if we get something a little bit lower. And if the NASDAQ just wants to play a game, fine. We have jobs on Friday. Like, I don't expect much to happen until then, except for downside. So we had a jobs report this morning, which was lower than expected. I mean, I think you're going to come in with a pretty hot number maybe there on Friday, which will send this market into the depths of hell. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening right there come Friday. But for right now, we'll hold short on Tesla until it takes out the high of the day.
Down says, why, Lisa, why? But I bet you it's Lisa saying, why HSBC, why downgrading our stock from $200, it was a double downgrade, by the way, from buy to reduce, and reducing the price target from $200 down to 110. Tough day, obviously, for AMD, down 4 1/3%. Was reading through some of the report by HSBC. They're not really too keen on some of the technology that's slated to be released by AMD this year, guys.
Before we jump to AMD, just want to get to a couple of super chats. Thank you very much to both Marty and Nimrod in the chat. Nimrod, you left for a 2-day vacation. I hope you enjoyed it. When the markets broke records, return to this stock crypto apocalypse. Apocalypse is harsh, but maybe you could call it that for some of the quantum names. Forgot a stop loss on quantum stocks. Any positive news outlook data for the next week other than shorting New Zealand? In terms of positive data, I don't necessarily, there's not any big catalysts out there. Sean mentioned we have jobs at the end of the week. And for the quantum names, I can't see what gets them off the schneid, right? Like, there was such a big, massive run up, and then the cold water got thrown on there by dually. It was actually not just Jensen, but if you read Martin Shkreli, he put a pretty solid note out there for the short case on all of the quantum stocks. So just be careful. Always have those stops when you can. And another super chat here, Marty, the 140 magnet on NVIDIA, right? Magnet, regardless of what market does, it just seems to always want to get to that price. NVIDIA feeling squeezy in the next few days. Okay, I still kind of feel a little bit bearish, but by the way, I look forward to seeing Neil in a Broncos hat. I'm glad you're looking forward to it, but unfortunately, it's just not going to happen because the Bills are going to cover the spread. So we'll be good to go for that. And we appreciate the fun that will be had, but I think the Bills are going to handle some business and let's just say win 29 to call it 17. I'm just going to throw that. I think we'll score under 30, just under 30 points, and you guys will be in the
They have
team.
a good D, Broncos.
Yeah, they have a good D, so we're not going to score 40 because they have a pretty good defense.
I agree. I mean, I think it'll be. I think, yeah. What is the spread? 8.5? I don't know. Do you guys agree on a number?
It was, well, I think
whatever
it was.
It is on game.
He said, look, I think Marty said 9. So
Yeah,
I didn't even check. I just assumed you looked at the spread and you said as long as they cover 9, and I was like, I'm fine with that. Like whatever the spread
whatever it is,
as long as the Bills cover, I think we're fine with it. I mean, you're gonna look it up.
No, I just want to think. I thought we were playing at the same time. Sunday at 1 o'clock. No, we're Sunday at 4. Yeah, they don't do playoff games at the same time.
How come the Bills are the 2 seed and we get the because whatever.
The Bills is a very small market.
Yeah, I know. They never prime time.
But whatever. That's better for the Bills. 1 p.m.
It is. That's our usual.
I just feel like you don't want that Sunday night game where the weather. Like, I know the weather is good for Buffalo, but I just feel like imagine it's like a snowstorm. It's just an excuse. Like in ideal conditions, I think Buffalo wins. I think it's an advantage if the weather is super bad. What's up to super bad? Everybody that loves that. McLovin. AAPL.
Good movie. Oh shoot, we were supposed to talk about
no, I mean, whatever, I got it. It is your number one stock.
Another one.
Again, it was also the number one stock. What? Apparently that lunch was pretty good. I didn't get any of that tandoori chicken. I was a little late to the party on that one, but we did have egg salad on the salad, which
really
is
good.
I appreciate it. I mean, to me, it's better than half the other stuff we have. Okay, just real quick, man. I mean, AMD, we just did it again, and I said that we missed that trade. We should have had that trade right there. We did not take anything out at the bottom. That was 120 flat. I was hoping for a 120 break. We have like less than 5% left of these trades, so we're just gonna wait to see if we can get a reload. Right now, I'm picking my poison with Tesla. I don't want to be short the whole freaking boat here. I'm also looking short before we go back over there. I'm actually looking short to Qs as well into this level right here. So 81.30. I just want to play off the high of the day and give it a little bit of room. If it wants to blast higher than that, we'll give it about 20 or 30 cents or about 10, 15 handles or so. If it rips up through there, fine. But that's the TQQs. Looking to go short right into here. The 200 period is 81.65. I'm going to go a little bit earlier than that, around 81.30. If we do get the NASDAQ, I'm looking short on the NASDAQ. So around that 21, what are we at now? 21.4. So in and around 21.4, but near the high of the day for the Qs. But that's AMD. Look, it's already 2:30. Why don't we go over, unless you want to say anything, I don't know.
It's at VWAP, but
Yeah.
so is NVIDIA. So I think both AMD and NVIDIA at VWAP are going to be, I think they're a thing if you're looking for shorts. I mean, if you're looking for the long, it's kind of tricky underneath VWAP where it is. Bitcoin on sale, not yet. Discounts may be coming soon.
Ooh, I like things on sale.
Get your checks book. No, nobody uses checks anymore. I was going to say, get your checkbooks ready. All right, guys, IBIT down 1.75% below $54. There's really no specific headline today for Bitcoin, but it obviously sold off aggressively yesterday off that $100,000 break. Separately this morning, I was reading an article about a technical look on Bitcoin. Looks like we were oversold on the RSI on the 1 hour chart. Last time that happened, according to this article, was back at $60,000. Let's see how Bitcoin closes today, guys. IBIT down 1 2/3 now.
Well, good timing, because I just got
short the Qs.
I just got trailed out on Mara.
This might
I
not
was
work.
just mentioning checkbooks. Junior high, I actually remember learning. We had a teacher that would teach us like life skills, and one of them was, reading your bank statement and writing a check and all this stuff and the value of saving. And it was pretty. It was good at the time. Obviously, it's pretty useless now. But Bitcoin. Look, I think we're headed to. Hey, my Fed Funds tool page is not. Look at that. Maybe so many people are checking the Fed Funds page that you can't even load it right now. I know I've refreshed it a couple times. If I do it a third time, it'll probably work.
Probably.
But I actually moved this chart here from BTC to the US 10 year. So allow me to change it back.
I don't think the features are going to.
We made the bounce again in front of 92,000. It's been a few times that we've done this. There's your 15-minute. Where is the support on BTC? It's at 92K. And once again, you get a bounce off of this. I don't think we're out of the water. It's another fail of 100. And if you pull it out to let's go to the daily chart. So yeah, we tried to break above 100 again, another fail. I think if you lose 92, we're headed down to 85. You lose 85. Then we're looking at somewhere in those 70s where we definitely want to look to load the boat on BTC. So that's the higher time frame look on Bitcoin. Mara was an easy short early, but hey, now that the market's bounced, or Bitcoin has bounced, it's made a nice recovery. So it was clean off the 19 level and then 18.5, but I was just in the short underneath 18.5, and now it's back above the half. It was a pretty wild reversion at the bottom. I covered the short at that price and then went back to shorting it in front of VWAP in 1850. But now you're getting higher highs and higher lows. So I guess I'm going to back off this until it gets right back into that top, and we'll look for a mean revert. Because now that it's trending up, it's got a pretty clean trend up. Allow it to break the trend, and then I would get into the short again on MARA. That's the one I'm kind of focused on here.
All right, here we go, guys. Big time trade alert again on the TQs. As here we go, guys. We have this trade, and oh boy, Neil, did we put on some shares this time? And oh yes, we did. Bang right there for Tesla. Bang for the Qs. I mean, there it is. We just shorted this exact trade. We now have, this is like 50 handles now in the money. So there goes the TQs to that downside. Big time trade alert. As soon as we went over to the screen, I'm like, oh, we're in the Qs and we're short Tesla again. So there it goes. Big time trade alert. The Qs, Neil, actually now going pretty much to P&L number one on the day. Just still AMD still there, but making a big move now is the futures. And shout out to my guy, Obi, in the background, because he's always like, man, we should just be trading the futures. And there it goes again right there. Oh boy, what's up, Obi? Oh boy, that was something else there, Neil. And you know what? Real traders unite, guys. I mean, this is what we're talking about. We are waiting for these moves with open hands. There it is again, Neil. Wow. There's Tesla now $1.50 in the money. I just like when it works out. I mean, obviously we have the shares and we have the trade on here right now. But oh boy, Neil, I mean, I don't know how easy it is to call these trades, but that's 21,430 down to 21,370. Neil, we're 50 to 60 handles now in the money on the futures. Oh boy.
Oh boy, great look, and that's the kind of trade that turns everything around. And here comes Tesla. It's about to break that trend as we speak. So at the end of the day, everyone has to trade their own strategy. I don't want to be this. I want to be this. So we're going to do it again. The second we close underneath here, now we can jump into the short side of it. You got to trade your own style, everybody. Like, I don't want to necessarily try to pick the top, but you just had a massive curl. I'm going to be back in tomorrow underneath that 18.5.
Oh boy.
So we're going to go back to the well, but we have to go trend revert. The NASDAQ has done it again. It's just failed that high of the day break, and the flush is going to be ongoing. You did just see NVIDIA pull underneath VWAP pretty nastily as well, but you got to be willing to jump back in. Like I'll get wicked out, but it instantly reversed the trend right after. There's your trend up. My stop at 18.5. It reversed the trend. I jump into the trade. Stop goes to the high of the day, so it's very, very linear. I think whether you're up, down, left, right, and center, just as long as you have a rule of action. Where are you getting in? Where is your out? And where is your target? I see that IMG still moving. I haven't had a chance to look at the small caps because we're focused on a very small amount of names here. I'm looking at Mara, I'm looking at Tesla, I'm looking at NVIDIA off of VWAP, and a little bit of Fubo, though Fubo looks like it is dead. So I might move this level 2 off. Fubo looks pretty much dead at this point. Might look for another small cap. You guys let me know what small cap is moving around, because it doesn't look like Fubo wants to give us round 2.
Look, give Neil some small cap names. Well, I mean, we're here on the futures. And as Neil said, man, everyone's got to trade their own style. And as long as your style is something like this, then it don't matter what your style is. And there it goes, the downside. I just want to thank everybody for subscribing. I mean, we talk about it, and Adam DeLuce and all the people that trade in the chat. You guys know how tough trading is. And so it is one of those things where, like, my style is to scalp this all out. You know, and there it comes down. Obviously, if we held the whole thing all the way to the bottom right now, we would be up a lot more money, but it is what it is. And that's why I don't have a problem always telling you guys where the #1 P&L stocks are here on the show, just so you guys can see the opportunities that are there for you, right? I mean, like Neil said, there's going to be opportunities everywhere, depending on what style you are. I mean, again, one of the top stocks here today is Silo. There it is. Like, we could talk about all these stocks. This is still actually, this because Qs were not fully out of it all yet, this is still the second P&L name here on the day. We go AMD, a mega cap name, is P&L #1, and then here's SILO, to Neil's point about trading your style, right? Like, I have 10 different styles, but for this one, I mean, there it goes. And there's the win right there to the upside on SILO. Randy, we back in the business right now, Randy, because there's Tesla with that short, huge short, man. 400 down into 397. We are getting extended right now to the downside. So I just hope everybody's there. What's up, Medical Marinara? That's hilarious. I might steal this right there.
Medical Marinara.
Marinara. Thank you for that, man. I mean, like I said, we got super chatted yesterday for the trade of the day with AMD, and this futures trade right now is most likely, you know, I mean, just the fact that we peg the bottom there and then get out being a pig all the way down here to $80.60 right here. So this, Randy, in just 3 minutes, this becomes P&L #2 right there. We probably traded, how many names did you trade, Joe? It doesn't matter. 10, 40 names. And right there, this name just instantly shoots up the top. But all right, 5 names. Only 5 names. Good job there. Yeah, no, I didn't buy lunch because we went swimming. We did all of that. But if you want me to buy you lunch, Randy, we can get that figured out at any time.
The lunch was too good to be buying lunch.
No, watch out, man. I might hit some keys right there. But shout out to Randy right there. We're a little busy, guys. We have 4 positions right now. We have $1.25 on AMD. We have $1.20 right now on Oklo. We have $3, Neil. $3 right now on Tesla. And then we have just small little 50 to 60 handle winner right now on the futures. So yeah, man, so far so good.
So far so good. And shout out to Randy. By the way, I thought it was Randy did a great job with that, the talk about those EVs. I feel like every time there's EV news, I just want to defer to Randy. So new position for me, trend revert. It's going to be on NVIDIA. So there's your uptrend into VWAP. There's your test. There's your break, short, stop, prior bar high. If it breaks, we'll maybe look at VWAP or something along those lines. I just saw that Hoth stock start to go again. So it looks like this might be one. Up 10%. There was obviously news in the middle of the day to get it going because it was cold as... Well, I mean, it was like, yeah, this was nasty for most of the day, like a lot of the small caps were. But it looks like it has a chance at a breakout. It just reverted the trend. I want to see some higher lows, but there's your trend revert. If it holds 240 and makes a higher low, then I want to be into the long on Hoth. I like the fact that you've also got VWAP to correspond with it. So we just got back into Mara, and if it breaks VWAP, we'll start getting out on the road to 18 even. So right back to the well for the short that I love in MARA. It always seems to bleed. Like Mara and Fubo were the reasons why, like today, despite it being rough, like today was a green day because of Fubo and Mara, but Fubo's dead. Can't stress that enough. Volume looks pretty terrible. I'm moving that over to Hoth.
Breathe. I just want to give a lot of respect to all of our viewers because you guys have stayed here, you stayed with us, and we just want to thank everybody because names like I've never even seen. I mean, Salvador, I don't know if you post that often or not, but thank you so much for the kind comments here in the chat. I mean, it is what it is. Daryl flinched, exactly. Congratulations. We're eating on that short. Like, my kids are like, you ate. It's like, come on, man, 8, 9, 10, you ever heard that joke? Why did 7, 8, 9, 10? All right, so at the end of the day,
That's a dad joke.
Yeah, that's a dad joke. Yeah, we're really feeling it, obviously, as you guys can see here one more time there. We are covering. We only have like 15% left of this TQQ trade. Like, it is moving gangbusters right now for us. So we're really sort of pleased how this is all moving and working out for us. So we got to say a shout out to everybody that tailed this trade and everybody like you as well, Daryl Flinch, and everybody else that tailed this Tesla trade, or you had it yourself. I mean, we had this Tesla trade from the get up right there, short 4 bills. So it was nice that one came through again. I'm thinking about maybe just pairing off here. The futures aren't doing anything, which is why it's kind of like, oh my God, like when the market actually moves, we got to, respect that, because that was sort of the reason why we went into the short there. I'm going to see if we can get some out of 19s. The reason we got, and again, I could punch out right now 16s and maybe get some midpoints and get like 17 or 18, but then I got to pay for them, which is probably fine. I mean, if this goes down 2 pennies, then it's not worth me doing what I'm doing right now. Oh man, we just got something else. We just got another TQQ fill right there as that's going down. We're $1 in the money almost on those futures where that one just came from. But at the end of the day here, they're still not doing anything. We got to take advantage of getting out of some more Oklo there. It went up into 40s. Now it's trying to fade back just a little bit. So we're going to have to watch out for that. There goes Tesla too, man. Tesla, we also got to fill there. Let's see if this can go back down. We're still bidding some 395s from time. So let's see if we can get that fill right now on Tesla. But again, thank you so much to everybody, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. As long as they'll have me, I'm going to keep coming back. So we're still here, and we're here tomorrow as well. And we'll talk about some long-term strategy, what we have planned for maybe some buys in the new year, which is right now. Even though there is no show, no market.
Well, there's no
tomorrow,
market. Well, US
there
market.
is a show. And the reason, look, I've already talked about why I'm negative on the market, right? And I've said this, and it's the next time this market is open, in my opinion, we're going to have probably not a great jobs number to deal with. The market's closed tomorrow. It opens up. Oh my, Neil, right now. Let's go, man. Shout out to Daryl and everybody else in the chat as the futures just continue to pour to that south side, and we've got it. Like, yeah, we're excited. Of course we're excited. Look, I mean, these trades that we have on, we're excited. So good move to the downside there for Tesla, trying to break, man. We're getting lighter and lighter on all these because the market really has given us what we wanted. Even before this happened, Neil, and this is what real trading is all about, right? You and I giving our levels, taking the trades that are there, executing on them to plan, making some money, getting those super chats, getting a great camaraderie, getting everybody here together. There it is. You're welcome. There's Nick W. again for that. I mean, look, man, just keep on bringing it up. This is what we're doing. We're showing you live trades, and there's another one brought to you by Tesla and 400. So nice move to the downside. 396 and change. Now 350 in the money for Tesla. My next bid is 395.25. I may get something out right now, though.
Yeah, let's get them. That's like a,
oh my God,
that's a wall at 96.
Now.
So 140 is about to break on NVIDIA, VWAP, Tesla, and the futures are also going to be at the volume weighted average price. I rolled back in tomorrow, but it hasn't broken VWAP just yet. I'm looking for the place to add tomorrow. If it does a break of VWAP, I'll look for underneath VWAP to try to add to this one. Hoth, I still want to look for that long, but at this point, you want to hold on to your shorts if you got them, hold them if you got them. As far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty bearish as well. There was a question in the chat, and it was about the futures. Markets are all closed tomorrow. I'm not sure about when you would get the futures open for the overnight session. I'd have to double check when you're going to be able to trade. So I think Adara is going to be able to look into that. And I don't know what Blue Ocean is doing either, like what the timing is for Blue Ocean, whether you get a regular evening tomorrow. But as far as we're concerned, the big catalyst is going to be in the morning on Friday morning, everybody. So that could be a big mover. Nothing burger as far as the Fed today and their meeting minutes. I think they told us what we needed to hear, what we already expected to hear. Pace of slowing obviously is going to drop down. So only one new position. Check that. Well, new to get back into Mara, and then we're in NVIDIA, and I still like Hoth. It just put in the higher low that we're looking for, so it broke the trend down. There's your higher low, holding on to 250. Prior bar bottom is 245. So if we look for the longs off of 250 area with a stop underneath that 245. So I'm just going to pop on the bid. I wanted to see it bounce, make that higher low, see if we can run it into the high of the day. Bit of a mean revert on Hoth here. I should probably check what locates are just so I have them in the back pocket. But for now, only looking to go long into the high of the day in Hoth. And for additional targets, even if it breaks the high, $3 resistance here on Hoth. So looking for the long, we just grabbed it. We're going to give it to this prior bar bottom, which is actually at 243. So just going to move that by a couple of cents. And then working it into the high of the day. High of the day right now, 279. So if we break into the 60s, we'll scalp out into the high of the day, hold some for $3 on Hoth. Always going to be a bit of a halt potential here on this name. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be the runner. And if you want longs, you're probably going to be looking at some kind of inverse, volatility, or a small cap this afternoon.
We're over 100 handles now in the money and really starting to bleed in the market. So, yeah, you have any questions for me at all? What's up, Tisha Perkins? Yo, Yylin, man, Yylin die. I don't know if you're just here for the first time or not a long time, but am I leaning towards more bullish or more bearish? On today's sticky note, I had only short ideas. And I've only really been short everything except for Oklo today. Every single position I feel like has been. I mean, we had long silo, but as far as the market, yeah, I'm pretty bearish about the market. But that could all change. Like I don't have an inside track on what the futures are going to bring us on Friday. I have no idea what that sort of look is going to be when we talk about Fed funds or what's going to change if and when. Oh, not when, if the number comes on the jobs number comes hotter or colder, cooler. I don't know, but I'm thinking that we're going to miss and the market will start reeling to the downside, and the Fed has already showed their hand by cutting already, which is probably a mistake. And so I still got some makeup and stuff on the hat. We've just made just so everybody knows. I mean, we don't talk about P&L, but we just made back on these two trades basically the whole kit and caboodle. So, I mean, wrap everybody up into one. And that trade right there, just on the Qs and just on Tesla there, big trades for me and brought it back. So we're really, really happy today. It's going to be a big day for us. Obviously, very well positive. We're going to look at Oklo here, though, and we're going to talk about this because we just got some more out. Now, we talked about the nuclear names, the Iranian names, all starting to go, and then we have some quantum names.
Quantum, yeah.
Yeah, so I just, we talked about this earlier today, and I was like, you know what? If this name comes in, it was one of the names holding out. There's other names down 40, 50% today. I just didn't find my way into them. Oklo was tough because we just kept going, swinging and missing, swinging and missing, and swinging and missing. And now we actually feel like, a Hall of Fame baseball player because we go 1 for 3. So we made some money here, lost right there. We actually have an out rate here as well, where we lost again right here. So we tried to buy 25s basically. Once it broke 25s, we gave it 20 cents and got out. Then it broke 25 again, and that's where we're long at 24.97. So I think, I'm not sure what happened there, but the play was going to go back to the upside through 25. So I guess we got a little bit early. And there it goes back to the upside. So we'll go 1 for 3 on Oklo and just trying to see if it wants to go a little bit higher. I mean, we're underneath that VWAP. We are covering everything. So we just covered some more down here. We talked about having less than 15%. Now we have exactly 10% left as we got VWAP down there. You can go high of the day down to VWAP and down to the 200 period. I think we take that on a flat Q's day. Very, very good. So far, so good, man, to everybody. Thank you for all the kind words in the chat. It clearly doesn't matter if we have winners or losers on. All of you guys just want to learn, and that is fantastic. We're here for learning, and as you can clearly see, we're here for putting on some winning trades as well, which don't always work out, but when they do. And again, for the TQs, I even said on this trade that we were giving this to 81.50. So for this trade, we gave this trade 22 cents. Of upside to make at the lows $1 right there, right? And so that started to really print out well for us. Unfortunately, it barcoded here around 80.70, so we do have a lot of outs right there. But right up to P&L number 2 on the day is the futures trade pending on Tesla. Dara?
I'm going to go over here the hours for some of these futures trading, and I've seen a couple different numbers. CME Group, which actually does futures, they all seem to basically have the futures closing at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Now, I wasn't able to find any info as to when the futures open for Friday. From what I assume, it's usually, I think we open around 8 p.m. the night before. That's usually what happens on weekends. So because I couldn't find any information in this, I would assume it's the same, but I'm still looking into that. However, though, in terms of if you're looking for trading futures heading into tomorrow, they are going to close, it looks like, at 8:30 a.m. So that's from what I've been able to see here. The VIX also will be closing. For some reason, this is in Greenwich Mean Time, 2:30 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, which based on my calculation seems to mean that it will be closing at 7:30 a.m. Eastern, and then it will open back again here. So this is, again, VIX trading. Will be opening back again at 9 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, which would be 4 p.m. Eastern. So the VIX is going to basically be closed for what generally would be our market hours, and then, I guess, open again after that point. Chicago soft commodities as well will be having a bit of different closures. The markets that are remaining open seem to only be Forex trading, metals and commodities, and also cocoa, coffee, and sugar trading out of New York. So again, to clarify, some of this commodities, specifically in the metals and energy space, will remain open, as will Forex. The futures will have limited hours, and the VIX will basically not be trading during normal market hours, but open other than that, guys. Back to you.
I would just say, like, even with the futures open in the morning, it's going to be a very different environment. Like, I wouldn't suggest anybody, unless you have strategies for that time, you've done it before, liquidity around the day is probably going to be ridiculously low. At least that's what I would expect, any kind of a holiday. So there was a question in the chat, where's the stop and also don't mind repeating it. So let me just redraw here. And I always think it's a good question. Sometimes we talk a little bit too fast. I know I'm guilty of it a few times. So there was a trend down. It then trended back up. You had a break of the prior high. So I go long in here. And then the prior bar bottom, well, it's actually this one on trend, is 243. So that's where the out is going to be. And then we play into the high of the day. So that's the idea for Hoth. We're still in NVIDIA. I did have eyeballs on, and I did see this. It was Bonkzilla, let MSTR rally, MicroStrategy that is. I would say this one's starting to go a little bit sideways. And for everybody looking at it, it is a pretty short-term bullish setup on MSTR, because that looks a heck of a lot like a liquidity grab. Let me just zoom it out for you guys. Looks a heck of a lot like a liquidity grab that tries to hold on to like a prior high. If we were open tomorrow, I'd say, hey, tomorrow, if you hold on to this and break out that, then you have a bit of a gap fill. But we're not. The downside for every single crypto name is, well, they're not open tomorrow, but Bitcoin is. So nothing like this setup and whatever it looks like technically is going to be pretty meaningless when we come in on Friday morning, because you will have had Bitcoin trade around for 24 hours and you couldn't do anything with your MSTR or your MAR or anything like that. So you got to be a little bit careful if you're swinging any of those. I've never really paid attention too much to what these look like in terms of liquidity going into some kind of a holiday event. But it's considered like a weekend, I think, here. So I'd be careful looking for any swing trades in MSTR, Mara, Riot, or anything related to the crypto names. So good luck. I think it's worth maybe a trade. I just saw this topping tail candle in NVIDIA, so on trend down, added with the break-even stop, moving from up here. So it came down to 140. Did a topping tail candle, add a consolidation, and go with the lower high stop. I feel like if it gets into VWAP, I want that to be a separate trade. So if it's going to trend down from here, great. But if it moves into VWAP, I don't want to be holding the short all the way into a test of 141. I want to be able to put on a different trade on a trend reversion at the 141 level here on NVIDIA. So hopefully that makes sense on NVDA, the newest position. It's actually red to green at this price level. That 140 just keeps on going back and forth off this level.
All right, guys. Super chat, Kerr. What's up, Tisha? All right, so someone that's asked me, what do I think about Roblox? I mean, you guys, those of you that watch the show, you know, we bought Roblox in the spring for the run up into the summer, and that has just continued. So we got the majority of it out. I'd have to go back and look to see how much we have. Generally, I'll keep like 20%, maybe 15% of the trade, but we had bought in some Roblox in here, in and around the $34, $35 level. We talked about that. Maybe even we have some down here. At this point, I can't remember the average price, but we bought it into the summer because, again, my kid's just sitting at home playing Roblox, even now. Shout out to Dress to Impress, Squid Game, all that stuff on Roblox. But at the end of the day, it came up. We had seen this 48 a couple times, so we wound up getting out. I remember we got some out at 43, 44 in this area because that was the top. Then we saw this, and we were like, oh God, that was a nice move. This is in September, so they're back at school. So we basically were dumping our shares, able to get it out. We didn't sell anything under $40, so we didn't absorb anything into there. That's 40, so that makes sense. We didn't sell anything under it, so that makes sense. And then now to the upside. Now that I look at this, yeah, it's probably, I mean, if you just look, whoosh there, whoosh there, whoosh there, whoosh there, a little bit of a whoosh here. So we still got some more to go. Then the next move down probably gets us into 60. I think if you break below $60, then you can get out of Roblox, and that could happen tomorrow. So I think that, you know, there's been a lot of stock that's up near the highs, and I just think that Roblox is just one of those names again where you got to be careful with it. It's up pretty good on the year, you know, 40 to 60, not bad, 50%, good name. I still see a lot of tailwinds, man, for Roblox. I especially with the Oculus and with some of that stuff, I think Roblox is the thing. And
I can now start to see why as well.
Yep, exactly. I really like the stock, and you can code, like, my kids get paid on Roblox because they code games and people play them. So they get some Robux from that. Obviously, they've been draining my account for 3 or 4 years, every month getting Robux dropped into there. But you know what? You know what's helping us pay for some Robux right now are the trades that we currently have on. Roblox, I mean, they can have Robux for the rest of their life because of those. Same thing with Starbucks. It's like, we made money on Starbucks, so now every time we drink one of those cortados, it kind of feels a little bit better. But there it is right now, 396 coming in, 350 now in the money as, again, this is the stock, right? Neil's on NVIDIA and Mara. We've got 350 right now on Tesla. So let's see if this continues to bleed down. The futures are, I mean, we're underneath the 50, underneath VWAP. Like I feel like it wants to test something here. So, and if it does, oh boy. I mean, Neil, we have 4 positions on right now. AMD, $1.50 in the money. Oklo, $1 in the money. The futures, 100 handles and or $1.05 in the money. Tesla, $3. So that's 3, 4, 5, 650 right now in the money. So it's been obviously a pretty decent day as we sit here and hold out for maybe even a little bit lower. We only have, although we're 650 in the money, even though we only have 10 to 15% of every position, except for AMD, we have less. Still, that's where holding gives you sort of that next leg of an advantage, because even 10 or 15% of a position is still a decent amount for these bigger moves. And again, a shout out to Adam DeLuz and to all the people that continue, Sebastian, Jay Lee, Daryl out there as well, Flinch.
Daryl in the chat.
Yeah, exactly.
We had
everybody that supports this style of.
We had Jarhead after a while. It's good to see Jarhead back with us, and shout out to Jarhead. I didn't see you today, but I definitely saw him there yesterday. And we've had a lot of fantastic viewers over the years, and we appreciate all the contributions that everyone gives to us. There was a question, and I like this. It was Tisha. Look, this Kerr stock, just in 1 second, I'll get to that Kerr. It's a couple of times now, and we haven't gone over it. But 2 things. 1, because I was asked about NVIDIA, does it not look like an inverse head and shoulders? I don't disagree with it. But that's one of the reasons. You're at an inflection point on NVIDIA right? Like the 140 is the 50 period, it's a closing price. So when it did that reversion, I wanted to tighten it up. It bounces off of the 140 level, add here, tighten stop. So tighten the stop up because I don't want that curl. If it doesn't follow through big, I want to have the loser be small. And again, everyone's style is going to be different. Like I want to try to make sure I don't have any headshots in there. And if it trends down, fine, I can start scalping out of it and continue to do that. But just tighten up that stop there on NVIDIA. So for Kerr, it is back in and above VWAP. And the volume is still pretty bad on this. Like it's very, very low. You can see what happened on the way up and you can see how it completely died down in the afternoon. I want to see the volume start to trend. A lot of times in the afternoon, we look at these things and you're like, it's above VWAP. It's looking very good. But I want to see continuation. Like volume, hold higher, hold higher, hold higher. If that happens and you make some higher lows, I'll be a big fan of it. Is it going to work every single time? No. And I would grant to you, it's not going to work every single time. Like so we'll look at Hoth, right? Hoth had that increasing volume that I was looking for. It had the higher low. We took our shot in the consolidation. It stopped out pretty much exactly where it said it would. And that's one of those things. I want you guys to yell at me, Neil, you put a stop in here and you didn't take your stop. I'll always do that. It's a very simple setup. I want to take that trade in this way, and if it bounces off VWAP and goes, fair enough. Because the other side of that trade is to look at something like, and I'm just going to use Fubo even though it's dead as an example. Like when one of these, I want it to look like this. When a tight stop works, then that's what the trade looks like. When it doesn't work, then what you see on Hoth, that's what I want it to look like. And for everyone's style, it's going to be different. I think that's doubly true for myself when trading these small caps. If I look at it, the ones that work the best are where I get in and it just kind of starts working right away and I don't have to hold it against me. I think you can run into a little bit of trouble. Like, if you get along here, it's kind of obvious because it's parabolic on news. But when you're playing these retracement trades, like if you look at Hoth, like look at it the day before, that trend down. Now, obviously, if you bought it at VWAP yesterday on the way down and held it to the close or at least into the afternoon, that's $2.50, that's $3. Great. But you carried that against you 50 cents as well. And you got to consider that. So I'm always looking for the entry point that's something along the lines of here or there where you can have that tight stop. So I hope that makes a little bit of sense. As I said, we tighten up the stop on NVIDIA. We're still in the reload of Mara off the highs. We scalped it once into VWAP. And we'll try to get some underneath if we end up breaking down. But I do have to keep that eye on Bitcoin. The issue with trading Mara, if you're trading Tesla, if you're trading NVIDIA, if you're trading, pretty much any of those big cap tech names, the first thing you're looking at is, hey, what are the futures doing, or maybe what is the ETF doing? When you're trading Mara or MSTR, you got to watch out for BTC. So while we're still trending down, I got to respect the fact that you're not really moving anywhere. Like you're going sideways on IBIT. So you don't want to be caught in a situation where this goes sideways forever. I can't expect there to be a big move in the Mara unless this continues to trend down. So we're in the Mara, but I need this to start breaking down because we're in a power hour, and if Bitcoin doesn't move, then obviously Mara is not going to be the one. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
Just be aware here, we did just get in the consumer credit number here, negative $7.489 billion versus the forecast here of positive $10.5 billion and the previous of positive $19.24 billion. Bit of a move on this in the market. I just wanted to let you guys know because this is a number that has moved things in the past. Just to clarify, lower than expected consumer credit print here on the, for the market, guys. Back to you, like and subscribe.
Yeah, that's weird. It's the source I look at didn't have the number out yet. Thank you, investing.com. It's kind of weird, but thank you very much, Adara. I'm just trying to refresh that page. I think my internet's probably just a little bit slow. That's
it's not on Benzinga either.
Yeah, it's. I didn't hear it either. Thank you very much, Adara. The consumer credit number we've seen it move the market before, but you're not really getting a heck of a lot. So you always want to make sure if a number's coming out, be wary of it. I saw a few people in the chat that were mentioning that it was going to be coming out there, but it doesn't look like it's moving anything just yet. Apple. I just load. Thank you very much. Apple just broke above VWAP, so we'll have to take a quick look here. I can't believe this Apple I haven't really traded Apple, and I'm gonna ask myself like why I don't like Apple when this support line has been very good to go off of at 241.5. So like it's out, if I keep waiting for it to get down to 238 in the 50 period, and then Apple keeps catching a bid out and about in front of it. So I think tomorrow, obviously not tomorrow, on Friday, and maybe even this afternoon, if we continue to have reversions off of this 241.5, instead of just writing on the iPad 238, I'm going to start looking at this 241 to 241.5 on Apple. It's a red to green story. It's a holiday tomorrow, so I think you might get a little bit of choppy action in the final hour of the day. It's not a guarantee. This is kind of a different scenario. I don't remember what happened last time for Bush Sr., but I'm going to guess you're going to have a little. It was like 5-6 years ago.
2018 or so. 20.
I actually, at the time when they announced this holiday, I didn't remember actually that they had done this as a regular thing. But I would expect you might have a little bit less volatility, maybe a little bit lighter on the imbalance locator as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't, for this example, the reason why I kind of chuckled there was because, like, for this example, I wouldn't, like, what happened, the market rate now is like if the futures are open, they could just do, like, I don't know what the situation of the market was back then, but just the fact that, like, we have that coming on Friday with the jobs, like, I just really feel like trading tomorrow, it'd probably be very, again, futures, Forex, anything like that, probably just kind of going back and forth until we get some definitive reasons to move, because right now today, and I went and got a tea. I was like, when I went swimming, I got like a little bit of a headache, so I feel like just trying to battle that. I got some ibuprofen over here, so I'm just going to take a nap.
Well, you hydrate pretty well. So, no, the first thing I think of is, the first thing you think of is like, well, if you were working out in the middle of the day, sitting talking all day, are you hydrating properly?
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I mean, the weather's fine. Normally, if it's a low cloud,
the weather's fine. Oh no. The weather's not fine. It's freezing cold outside.
Oh, it's freezing cold, but it's gorgeous. It is gorgeous outside. That's for sure.
Let's get to Adara to handle some business.
Okay.
This part of the show is brought to you by Prop Firm Match. Are you feeling overwhelmed trying to find the perfect prop firm? With so many options out there, it's easy to get lost. And that's where Prop Firm Match comes in. Prop Firm Match is the ultimate platform to help you identify and compare reliable prop firms tailored to your trading trading style and goals. Whether you're after low fees, high profit splits, or quick funding evaluations, we've got you covered. Say goodbye to hours of research and confusion, because Prop Firm Match makes it simple to find your perfect prop firm. Scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and take the guesswork out of finding the perfect prop firm. Back to you.
Yeah. That's a great business model.
Yeah, scan that QR code there.
Yeah, I like
Prop
that.
Firm Match.
We were just saying, like, how good of an idea that is.
It's a great idea, actually.
Yeah, because of the fact that, like, you can go in there and find where the best deals are.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Well, it's like the equivalent. What I was.
Down with that.
This is maybe not, obviously, gamble's not the best analogy, but it kind of works in a sense. And if you listen to fantasy sport radio, which I tend to every now and then because I like sports, you'll hear usually what they'll say is, if you're going to be online betting, let's just say in sports, you should probably make sure that the bet you're placing, you're getting the best odds on.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Like if you're playing whatever, like and the over-unders is your game. Well, then if DraftKings has the better odds for you, then you should take that. And you should scan. It's like anything else, man. If you're not shopping for the best price, then I don't know. Like I like a good deal, and I get principle is priceless. So just leave it at that. Sometimes my wife considers me a little bit cheap, but I just kind of believe that if you're not looking for the best price, then you're the sucker, as far as I'm concerned. I think it's a great idea, and I do absolutely like it there. A couple of things in here. What is Hoth doing? Probably a good idea that we got out of that. That one just turned ice cold on the planet of Hoth, as it's right back into VWAP. And that's the thing. Like, it's okay to take a shot, but as we were talking about, like, either it works right away and goes based on your thesis, you've got to be able to jump out of it. It's all the way at VWAP. If you like it at VWAP, take it at VWAP. But I don't like it off of these lower lows and lower highs. Like, I want something a little bit more trendy. Okay, like you had a reversion on NVIDIA. Now it's really going sideways here in NVIDIA. Mara, kind of the same thing. They're just working that next leg and seeing if it can fall to the downside. So I'm kind of looking over to see what else might be moving. I don't have anything popping off on any scanners. My Holt scanner is just that IMG stock, which for anyone out there, I think that's a very, very dangerous one to try to trade. And it's about to break $1 again. Like this one halted a few times. Yeah, you can't. $1 stock, 2 or 3 cent spread every now and then. That's not tradable. I know it's done 39 million shares worth of volume, but your slippage, if it breaks a level, is going to be way too big. So this one does feel like it's a bit of a waste of time. The chart can look good, but liquidity is going to end up mattering.
I mean, you know, to be honest with everybody, I'm not really doing a whole heck of a lot. I mean, we just take out the TQQs there at VWAP. So, I mean, that's a props up. If anybody's holding the short, you kind of know that we're in that already. We're in the TQs. Tesla, Neil, just keeps on getting better and better. Down to 395 and change. I mean, this is going lower right now. I'm bidding 395.66. That Oklo is also doing fine. Still around that $26. I'm going to take a piece. I'm going to cancel that 395.60 area and just put a bid now at 396. That's a good trade, man. We're short. That's $4 right now on Tesla. I mean, we should take it if it's going to give it to us, and it just did, and we didn't take it. So that time we will take it. That's a hot dog cannon right there for you. So that's $4. We'll wait to see if that can come in even more on that one. There's Oklo. So what else do you guys want to talk about? I mean, yeah, so you're talking about NVIDIA. Neil's on that one. I'm clearly seeing that.
Hoth again.
Maybe Hoth. Yeah, PLT. I don't want to just keep on with the same names.
Oh, there was a question about the moving averages on the charts. It's a good question because everyone has their own indicators on the charts. ZL, does anyone know whether the moving averages on our charts are EMA or SMA? I only use simple moving averages. So on my charts, it's always a simple. I'm pretty sure it's the same for you. So Sean also uses a simple. I'm not entirely sure about Joe and Sharif. So we'll ask them. You just ask them because it is important. Like if I have, I'll show you. I have on this chart, like I'll draw trend lines, but I've got VWAP, the volume weighted average price. Although, see, this is an issue with that MAR chart. So like this one's missing data. It happens every now and then. I have MAR up on my black chart, which is fine. So I'll use that VWAP for myself. I have VWAP and volume. And then on the daily charts, that's where I'll have the 50 and the 200 simple, generally speaking. I might throw something else up in a moment if I want to have a look at it, but those are the staples on my charts. And it's just whatever works for you. Like I kind of started with simple moving averages and never really went away to anything else. I understand why some momentum traders prefer the exponential, and there's logical reasons why it makes sense. It's just I've never really used it.
Yep. Yeah, great question. So I'm glad that you found that there in the chat. Thank you guys for asking that. And yeah, simple moving averages. I mean, if you're asking about mine, like for a 1 minute chart, you can change EMA and SMA. It's not going to make any difference, I don't think, anyways. So for that one, again, great question, but yeah, not that much of a game changer there on a 1 minute chart. But I use the same for all of them. So SMAs, EMAs, every MA type of business. So, all right, so that's what we're doing right there on that one. Great question, and thank you for that question. That's the number one thing, right? There is no such thing as a bad question, especially, we're not trying to kill time here or anything like that. It's just
actually,
my position.
Can I expand on that? Because Rogelio just asked in the chat, shoot, I just didn't even see it. Oh, there it is, Rogelio. What's the difference between simple and exponential? Simple moving average, any simple moving average takes every single data point as even, right? So if you come to my chart for a second, I was asked about Rivian, so I have a Rivian chart up. It doesn't really matter. The 50 period, which is the teal, just takes the last 50 bars on the daily chart and then gives you your data point for the average. And the 200, all of them are weighted the same. The exponential gives more weight to the more recent data. So what will end up happening, obviously, is your exponential moving average is going to more closely follow explosive stocks. Like I would see the argument if you're looking at, let's just say, a quantum stock, why you might want to look at an exponential on an intraday basis. On the daily chart, I've just always used the simple because on the daily, that's what I know a lot of higher time frame traders look at. I just heard Unity making a move in my ear, so I pulled up Unity. I didn't hear any news. I just heard Unity is spiking. So Unity just broke through the highs. Not really sure what's going on with it, but I don't know, someone just yelled out, but a little bit of a rounded bottom here on Unity. Maybe we'll get a news story in just a second, but Unity just went red to green. This is the name that Roaring Kitty, I guess everyone speculated Roaring Kitty was going to be interested in making some moves on, and obviously it's done absolutely nothing. I think January 9th was a big deal as well, which is tomorrow, but could just be related to that, bouncing off to 50, but I'm seeing no story. Let's just go back to what we're looking at here. Yeah, if there's no news story, then there's no there. So finally trying to break down off 139.80. We started this one at 50, and then we added back just above the 140 level, and we'll see if it gets down into the 139.5, which is next support there on NVIDIA. And then Mara, which we're also sitting in, just tagged VWAP and is trying to break through. We'll scalp the inside range and then hold through if it wants to break lower on MARA. But yeah, if we hear something on Unity, my guess is it was probably just a technical break.
Oh, man. Yeah, so welcome to the jungle, man. We got fun and games. Like, this is now $5 odd Tesla. It's just breaking through VWAP. We said we were going to try to hold on to this. So my Italian friend, Joe. He's not Italian, by the way. All right, so huge move to the downside right now. We're still saying net short, like over 100 handles now, 130 handles in the money on the NASDAQ. As we have one trade on that one, man. The assassin just clipped that one. That reminds me of a rune right there on the futures, like high a day like that. Okay, about the futures not being the number one stock anymore. There goes the futures. Nice move to the downside, and there goes Tesla as well, man. This has been quite the afternoon. Just holding on to all these shorts. Remember last time we were 650 in the money? Try 850 in the money right now. And I just was that when I was talking with Joe and Obi, getting some tea in there. So shout out to everybody that's short. I know it's been a little bit of a tough go to get these positions, but again, just being patient, and we said using less shares, waiting for bigger moves. That's the strategy there today, and oh boy, is it paying off here this afternoon, Adara.
So I did look into this Unity move, and interestingly enough, Roaring Kitty has not posted anything. So I went on X, because that's usually where you go if you're trying to find out moves on things like this or GME, once I realized there wasn't any actual catalyst. And it turns out people think that this volume candle was Roaring Kitty buying. Now, that is not, if it is so, we don't have any, again, we have no evidence of this. This seems to be continuing to run on pure speculation that this initial volume spike is related to Roaring Kitty. But there's already been a lot of excitement about this name because of his post that did suggest he was getting involved. There are people saying that they called this move from yesterday, they've loaded into options. So I would say it's just ongoing, intense bullish sentiment on the hopes that Roaring Kitty is involved, because I would like to clarify there is zero evidence that Roaring Kitty is in fact involved in this name. So you just looks like intensifying Roaring Kitty related bullishness, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I have a second. It's related to that, but I have a secondary theory. When he made that time tweet, it had this 109 in it. So remember, like everyone's trying to decipher like what this crypto thing meant, and that year or whatever, like that. You know, that whatever that year was, they had you was the person of the year, meaning the reader or the viewer. So yeah, 1/9 being January 9th. So I guess people are thinking that any move up, and he was intending on making an announcement or buying it going into the 9th, and obviously he can't buy it tomorrow because the market's going to be closed. So that would be my guess if I had to make one there on Unity, but I wouldn't chase it. I'm not chasing that move whatsoever. Like, Roaring Kitty is a catalyst. I can tell you that was last year, I think it was. Yeah, like one of my worst days trading momentum was literally that day. An unwillingness to go short on GameStop or Chewy that day.
Yeah.
It was kind of an obvious short if you're looking back in hindsight, but it was that desire to be bullish. And unfortunately, Roaring Kitty kind of moked us all that day.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, honestly, you could see here where, although sometimes you would think, like, what is this guy doing? We're choosing to trade, obviously, based on support and resistance, not based on thinking about tweets. But at the same time, great trade. Like, if anybody was thinking, and that's why I said, like, hindsight, this is why I really, am proud of the stuff that we're doing here. Like, the trading that we have on is not hindsight trading at all. Thinking about and saying, tomorrow's 109. Well, if we had thought about that, then the people that were long yesterday or into this area, I don't know what that, I mean, honestly, this guy coming in and buying, like maybe. We already know that Roaring Kitty's a millionaire. I think it was 30 times over. I think when he did that tweet there, he was showing that he had 30 sheets in the bank.
And he was in the money
Yeah,
implicitly.
So like, whatever. He's like, oh, should I execute? Should I execute? So, I mean, at the same time, look, the guy's obviously made some great calls and is a fantastic sort of manipulator of stock at this point. But that call that he made was pretty classic and a great one there. So congratulations to anybody that made GameStop money at the first time around. But just be careful because things aren't always alike, you know? I mean, you could see that even in trading. Like, here's the TQs. We're just starting to get out of everything right now as we look around and assess what this day has brought us. It's 3:17. Make sure you do join us tomorrow. Hey, man, hit the like and the subscribe. Honestly, all of these trades, I'm getting out of them all right now as we speak. Like, I'll show you some more fills. Whoa, I didn't mean to maximize that. That's bad. What I want to show you right there. Oh, I got to... All right, I'm gonna have to refresh this, but over 5,100, that's not bad. Watching right now, I'd like to get a little more than that. Let me see how many likes we got. 509 likes, guys. Hit the like button. I mean, for those of you like Daryl, like myself, like some of you others there in the chat that have made money this afternoon in a significant amount, hit the like button. You know, I mean, we like to hear your ideas, and I think you like to hear, we like to hear yours, you like to hear ours. So hit the like button, keep coming back over and over again, over 5,100 watching. We'll see if we can get this into 1,000. That would be really nice and well appreciated. And make sure you share it and everything with Trader TV Live. So once again, man, you've now found the best station. Our views right now are just keep on getting higher and higher. So we want to thank everybody for that. I think part of it is we're trading the right names. You guys are liking that. You're following us over there on Twitter. You're seeing that we're trading some silos and putting some bangers on. You see we're trading the NASDAQ. You see we're trading some Mara and some NVIDIA. So it's like plays, it's names that you like, it's names you're interested in, and we're all over those, including Oklo. I mean, this is a decent winner as well. Oh, we just covered some more of Oklo, by the way. It tried to go back through that 200 period, so we did cover some again. Highs, perfect. Great execution up on that side of things. Tesla. All right. Tesla, we're still doing the math. I think we have under 10% left, but it's probably around 10% left of this position as well. We just got a big trade ahead of VWAP and at VWAP. And then for the TQQs, man, we have under 3% left. So I'm almost out of all of this. I'm just sitting back. I can't get the smile off my face. It's been a great afternoon of trade, and I just want to thank everybody for coming back and believing in us and following our trades. And if you have any questions about stocks we're up on, stocks we're down on, how our day is going, anything like that, put it in the chat. We have no problem answering it. So let's just keep on going, man. Quantum is getting faded today.
I was about to...
I haven't gone in and bought anything in my own account.
D-Wave made a much bigger move up than I realized.
D-Wade?
D-Wave.
Oh, D-Wave.
That
Dwayne Wade. I've never...
The statue. The second you said Dwayne Wade, the picture of the statue just...
You know, it's like us trading and not knowing how to put on any winners. Who in the hell is employing these guys to make these statues?
The problem is, like, when you commission an artist, you just kind of get what you get from them. So if they screw up...
No, man, that's where you like open it up and be like, no, this is really bad.
It's so bad.
This is like insulting Ronaldo.
Yeah, but someone paid hundreds of thousands of dollars whose job... So they have to be like, no, it's good. So someone's job is on the line, so they just kind of stick with it and lean into it because they're the one that...
And then probably they got fired at the end of it all anyways.
Probably. Actually, so I was going to say the quantum names, they're bleeding, but I actually did not look back at Qubits or D-Wave until just now. I know it's down 38%, but how is that for a recovery on Qubit? It actually got up to 680, above the opening range, and is going to close above VWAP right now. So I'd say distinctly different from the rest. That seems like a heck of a buying. Yeah, it's kind of weird because why would I? Oh yeah, I remember why I didn't revert into this one. So candidly, this obviously looks like a trend reversal, which you know that's a setup I like. Like there's your bottoming tail. I had just reloaded it for the third time, and then there's the trail out. A lot of times I'd go into a long, but I do remember at that time the tape on this, and then it was like we're getting an eye on Q. I had them all up, and it was like, ugh, it just didn't feel right. Whether that's like a shakeout, like these stocks were bleeding this morning, but you can always look back in hindsight and say, well, Neil, that's a trend reverse. Why didn't you take it? At the time, tape didn't look good, so I didn't have it, and that ended up being like, look at that thing, fantastic. My wife's in a piece of this, believe it or not, so I'm kind of happy for her, but thankfully she took profit, so was riding with house money. She bought it at like $1 something. Fortunately, so we got pretty fortunate there. Unity, I'll keep it up. We have like 30 minutes to go to the imbalances. It's somehow holding a bid and continuing higher. While I might not believe in the story or whatever it might be, the bid is still catching here. It's only 1.5%. I will say that I have moved the trailing stop again because you've now closed above this VWAP trend. So now if you break 140.10, which is break even on the ad, then I'll jump out of the trade and wait for a push into VWAP, which is especially good at 350. If NVIDIA pushes into VWAP, then you get possibly like a reversion trade at 350 or 355 when the imbalances come out or the imbalances flip. So if it gets there, I want to be out and looking for another shot off of VWAP, and if it doesn't get there, then we don't have to trade it.
All right, we almost got filled there. I put a bid. There it is. I'm not going to hit the things anymore. All right, so that's $4. We just took another $4.50 there. Not another $4.50, the same trade. I'm trying to piece it out. Neil just made a very good point, and that was the imbalances, right? And it's like we saw that. Yesterday we put on a clinic on those imbalances. We didn't take it, but we talked about it a couple days ago. We had a great trade on NVIDIA onto the close as we waited for those imbalances and then reacted on them. You guys have seen me take. I'm just trying to show sort of the breadth of trading abilities, not just of myself, but of opportunities that are there, right? We traded that Silo today, which was a monster trade. This is the best part about being at a prop firm. Now we trade Tesla, $400 name. I can put on hundreds of shares on this name, hundreds of shares of Silo, a $2 name, if you so be it, thousands of shares, if you so be it. And then trading Oklo as well, as you can see, AMD, the futures. I mean, the futures, like, just the ability to go back and forth in all different kinds of styles. And then you've also seen me trade, of course, at the close, which we've just talked about that, and some of the money that we've been able to make on some of those reverse imbalances, including, I don't know if Neil's had one, but we've had Palantir, we had New Holdings, we've had NVIDIA a couple times. I think we had Apple not too long ago as well. But, those, a lot of them, like the New Holdings and the Palantir were on event days, right? If we come big today with some of these imbalances, and we can have a quick little look at them right now just to see. So ATUS, I have no idea what that is. There's a buy on that right now. This XTIA is, what was that? Wow, I remember when we said, watch out for this at 25 cents. Jeez, man, wow. Now that's down to 5 cents. I'm so glad that we reviewed that. I remember we got multiple super chats about XTIA, and I was like, watch out now. But there it goes anyways to the downside. So if these come millions of shares in big cap tech names, then we will look to play the reversion at 355. So I think everything's working fine in my ear. I did hear you can retest it if there is a call for Adara. I can see if there we go. No, last time I was not. Most of the time I'm hallucinating because, look, you can't have these kind of trades with being sane of mind. I mean, that's why I host the show, I put on these big bangers because I'm loco. Neil sits there and makes sense with his trades because he's smart. But at the end of the day, we see the end results. It works out for everybody, and working out on...
You gotta have your style, that's all.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And
Ramin's style is to always heckle. With love.
Yeah. Well, she heckles her guy over there, Sharif. And if someone used baby talk to my name all the time too, I would be heckling as well.
Stop it.
There it is.
Get some help.
Yeah. Like maybe I should start calling you Nini or something like that. All right. Good trade there, Nini. Let's go over to Dare on the desk.
I was going to say what castle.
We have Alarity. I don't really know how to respond to that story. We have Alarity on Watchlist. This is a small cap, ALLR. This one has rallied in the past. I recognize the ticker immediately. Basically, from what I'm seeing here, there is something I guess circulating here on social media that they've received a European patent. This does look to be a legitimate patent, but I've only seen it circulated on Twitter. I've not seen it confirmed here on Benzinga, so fair warning. But this does appear to be a legitimate patent. I've seen images of the patent circulating on social media. Basically, Alarity here apparently having received a patent for methods for predicting drug responsiveness in cancer patients. So basically trying to determine how patients will respond to certain cancer treatments. ALLR, regardless, again, frequent runner. And we really have to talk here about the float and the short float because it's significant. We have a short float of just under 10% on a float of 1.4 million shares. Again, lots of social media hype too around ALLR. Really quickly before we throw back, Bloomberg reporting that Elon Musk and Tesla have officially filed to appeal the decision that the Delaware court made last year to block his 2018 compensation package valued at $56 million. So the case will now be added to the Supreme Court. So keep an eye, I guess, on Elon Musk and Tesla related stuff as we apparently get that Supreme Court hearing with regards to his $58 billion payment package, guys. Back to you.
That's a lot of payment packages.
That's a little scratch.
That's a little something,
Just a
something right
little
there.
bit.
I think he eventually gets it, but
Well,
I mean, remember you have new administration coming in.
yeah, I'm one of those
I think it can change some opinions.
rules are rules people. Like, you don't change the rules of the game after the fact just because you don't like the outcome. You know, that's one of the reasons why everyone doesn't like the Kansas City Chiefs, right? Like, everyone wants things to be fair. But I don't want to get
It is
political
not
with
fair. They have the players they have. You know.
Well, look, they have a fantastic team, but
You don't win almost 3 Super Bowl. I mean, you guys obviously lost 4 in a row, but they're about to win 3 in a row. Potentially. I don't know if they're going to win.
They've had some ref help. I would.
Yeah,
I would posit.
everybody has ref.
That said, like the Buffalo Bills, when the Buffalo Bills lost 4 Super Bowls in a row, you can't blame the refs. The only thing I will say is the Dallas Cowboys, who I strongly dislike, were an unbelievable team that were better than the Bills.
Yeah. I
can admit to that, but I've always I look back when I was a kid, the Bills were better than Washington. They were better than the Giants. You get disappointed when your team is supposed to win and they're really good. I think if they're overmatched and they put up a fight and they lose, no problem. When you're supposed to win,
that's all sports are. It's just expectations.
Yeah, it's all about.
It's like it'll be a horrible year for the Bills if they don't win the Super Bowl.
I would 100% agree.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why it's like.
100% agree. This is our chance. Like,
Yeah. It's like, unfortunately, the Packers, we just lost Christian Watson, tore his ACL. Oh, man. So I don't know if it's our year. We're the youngest.
Well, if Love is healthy, you had a shot.
And Jalen Hurts is not healthy.
Well, that's huge.
Apparently. So we'll see.
Oh, this is good. Kyle W., will you stock up on comfort food to help you Sunday night? Asking for a friend. The game's at 1 o'clock. I've got my ketchup chips. I've got my... Oh, I don't have Innocent Gun.
Oh.
All right, I have to go get some Innocent Gun. That's like my playoff beer of choice. And then...
Good one.
I have a bit of a tradition. When the Bills win a playoff game, I always go for... That's when I drink Blue Label.
Like the confidence?
I always like to have a little bit of fun. That ALLR that Darryl was just mentioning, actually increasing in volume here as we speak. Yeah, like it's still going up, still looking relatively strong. And I did hear in the chat, like one of the reasons why QBTS D-Wave was up is their CEO was actually on air refuting a lot of what Jensen Huang was saying. And so that's QBTS. Essentially saying they were already solving some issues and some positivity with one of their clients, and that's MasterCard. So,
I mean, that was someone in the chat saying that. If
he did, fair enough. I didn't see it. That's why I put a reference. Someone in the chat mentioned it.
Exactly.
That could explain why QBTS had a bigger bounce up than, say, Rigetti or IonQ, which IonQ, to its credit, if you read Shkreli and his note this morning, is like the only one that he actually thought was worth something. Like he said the intrinsic value was like $11 on this. The other ones, he was like, it's 1 cent, which is another way of saying it's worth nothing. But when they don't make any money yet, that's an easy thing to say.
And I want everyone to remember who Martin Shkreli is. Convicted criminal. Yeah. I mean, the guy really abused the healthcare system and charging of... Like, I'm not taking this guy's opinion really worth anything.
He's very smart when it comes to assessing a balance sheet.
However, he's predicted.
Here's where I actually care about his opinion more.
Yeah.
It's specifically when he knows how to break down like a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 studies specifically, and like he really knows how to break down. He's really good at figuring out the addressable market for drugs and the upside of companies within biopharma. Like I understand like his history, but he really knows his stuff with that. So if I'm trading a biopharma stock in a morning, a lot of times I'll look if he has an opinion on it, just to get someone to read to me in English and explain to me what that study means. Because I read a press release like everybody else. When I see a biopharma one, I have no idea what it's saying. And so to have someone that you can go to kind of give you the nuts and bolts of it, I think can help. So you might know the fundamentals. Ultimately, you might not care because it's just trading momentum. But it's good to know whether something
different ideas. I mean, people have different opinions on stock. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, we throw up the W's because Shkreli, they're the only person apparently ever to listen to the undisclosed Wu-Tang album. So he owns whatever that 6th album was or whatever it was there for Wu-Tang, and that's probably worth much more than whatever he paid for at this point. Okay, so it's 3:30. Like, it's been a really fun show, and I'm getting a little bit exhausted because of the trades that we've had today and all of the trades. I'm like kind of done looking at charts right now. It's 3:30. I've just been peeling off of this. You know, the market has gone back up a little bit, but this is why I think it's important to understand the amount of shares, the share size, this and that, that we have left on these positions. And they're all like super low, bro. As we talked to some farmer bro there. We barely have any shares. The problem over there, Ram? What's super chat?
Yeah, it's
okay.
long this. I got it up. I can read it here.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Long This, for the super chat. Ram it. If you know, I'll try to get through this. If you know how to ram it, just ram it. We know how to yada, yada, yada. I'm not going to read the whole thing. You guys can read it yourselves. I'm not going to make it through without kind of chuckling there. I'm trying. It's a lot of ram.
No, I don't mind. He only says ram once, which is fine. It's the ram.
Ram it,
it's the
ram
ram stuff.
Ram it. Oh, speaking of LA.
If you're going to pay $50, man, you can say ram as much as
you say as much as you want. Thank you. But look, Long This, obviously been a viewer on the show for a while. So we appreciate all of our viewers, not just if you send us super chats, and we do appreciate that. But, you know, as long as you're sharing, I think not just sharing the stream with your friends, but sharing ideas with the community. When we get questions and sometimes we might miss it, I love when I see some of our viewers just answer the question for somebody else, right? Or someone else just confirmed that they saw the CEO of Qubits or D-Wave talking as well and sort of refuting some of those claims. Okay, so a few people did see it. I didn't watch the interview. Like when I say that my wife is in the stock, she was doing a cybersecurity course and had the opportunity to meet a lot of executives within the data security space, and that was the name they were talking about. She showed me the chart. I was like, I mean, I don't know anything about the stock, but it was the beginning of the year, last year, when it was like $1, and I was like, well, I mean, like its low was like 50 cents. I'm like, yeah, you take a shot at it, and if you risk 50 cents, you never know. And then it just so happened this nonsense this took place. Well, my wife's in it by blind luck. So what else we got going on here? More ram it in the chat, so appreciate everybody. Unity has predictably is the wrong word. Whoops, UI, which is an actual stock, believe it or not. I love when you typo and then find out there's a symbol that exists under that. But Unity pulls right back into 23 even, never sustained volume. There was never a real catalyst outside of some speculation that maybe that was Roaring Kitty. And if he did buy, good luck to him. Somebody seems like they like to stock at $22, and it's been bouncing off 22 for a while, so maybe he's been accumulating it. I have no idea for that name, but it's a pretty significant level right now at 23 even, technically. I guess it's not a bad jump-off spot for Unity. I just can't think of any reason why you should get in. Alma Hamada, oh goodness, we're going to talk about this one tomorrow. When we do the stream tomorrow, we'll talk about ideas. I mentioned this to Sharif when he was asking about Moderna. Yeah, Moderna's chart looked nasty, and we'll get into it in a second. Instead of selling my mRNA shares yesterday, I sold a covered call on it. I closed it today, 43 support, LOL. Moderna's chart, LOL. Although, if you're long in Moderna, you got to be a little bit careful. Moderna looked like it was on a breakout. I'm just going to try and pull it up here on a daily. We're on Unity right now. Moderna looked like it was starting the break of a trend. Like there's your down move. It's one of the worst charts you can find. Look at the update it had breaking the 50-period moving average. This is about as nasty as it gets of a reversal. So the breakout of the 50-period, 10% move up, and then today, give it all back and close underneath yesterday's open where it broke out from. That's a little bit bearish. So it's just like you got all that excitement into it that, hey, Moderna, a stock is bottoming, which I can understand why people think that that's a good area to get in. You have so much room for it to run, but for it to close right back underneath that 50 period is about as nasty as it gets. So I'm kind of looking at Moderna to be a bit bearish going into the rest of this month. Let's just put it that way. As long as it closes where it is right now. If it ends up breaking back out, anything can happen between now and Friday because there's a whole, we got aftermarket tonight, then we got the overnight, and then of course we'll have Friday morning. Anything can happen on mRNA. But for now, that looks incredibly nasty, that reversal candle. What happened to the position?
Yeah, Oklo still up here. I was thinking about just getting, I mean, it's 3:36, so we are moments away one more time from those imbalances. We're about 8 minutes away. I'm going to get something out of 93 if we can get it. Thank you so much for that super chat along this, and great content for sure. We'll make sure that we mention some of that to Sharif. He'll think that's funny. So again, thanks everybody for all your participation here today. It's been a good day, needless to say, here in the stock market. And again, that's the other thing about trading. You never know what your day is going to bring. We base. Oh yeah, position board is down. Yeah, there you go. Ramin took the position board down because she was happy with the $50, but was looking for a little bit more. So we can get that back in just a minute.
Just always goes down at this time.
Just joking. We don't have anything to do with any super chat. I mean, that was very, very kind of you.
That was cool.
So thank you so much for that super chat. We're just having fun here, killing some time.
Did you see the video of the donuts that Ramin was doing?
I did not. Oh, before. Yeah, same one, like yeah. He's done it last year, I think.
In the truck in the snow?
Yeah.
Okay, you see.
Yeah. Crazy times. Oh, Sharif brought up a good point there about the Waymo faltering.
No, just kidding.
About Waymo faltering, and that the Tesla full self-drive was faltering the other day. And I just want to say like that, I didn't want to interrupt Sharif when he's there, but he just has a hate on for Google. The thing is like the guy's, Sharif is a self-declared fanboy of Tesla. All right, and yet he'll show the Tesla thing crashing, and that's okay. But the Waymo guy's going around in a circle, kind of having fun, and that's bad on Waymo. So I just want to say, like, as we get through some of this technology, there is going to be opportunities there, both sides of the trade. And I think it's like that one time somebody lit, and I'm not talking about the explosion that just happened on New Year's Day or whatever that day was, but someone I remember lit their Tesla on fire, and then basically was like, and then the stock went down, and turned out like the guy had puts on it or whatever.
Yeah.
He was just trying to like pretend like there was a problem with Teslas, This guy could have done that to the Waymo thing as well. Like I have no idea, but that was kind of fun and funny to do that.
It's weird he hates Google.
He doesn't hate Google. He hates the fact that he's not long.
Yeah,
okay, so the other thing is about this all is, anyways, I forget what I was going to say. Go ahead.
I was going to congratulations, but also thank you to 007 Kyle. So we got Kyle Burdett. We have 007 Kyle, new member for Trader TV Live. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying it. Catching stray Sharif. No, so the position board is back.
Ooh.
Another bounce. Look, the range is the range. So I got to quickly show you. Remember I said if IBIT doesn't do something, then like why expect Mara to break VWAP if IBIT, which is Bitcoin, obviously, if it's doing absolutely nothing. So there's the sideways action. So when we bounce off VWAP, then we just get out at VWAP. And if it wants to make the range again, maybe we'll take that trade. But with 340, not much time left. Shoot, I was just about to say something else. No, it was about Google and Tesla. It's like one of the cool things about Tesla is if you're a Tesla bull, one of the things you probably like about it is that it's not just an EV company.
Right.
It's that you've got full self-drive, you've got robotics coming in, you've got energy storage. There's so much that they do. So like, how could you then not like Alphabet? Because Alphabet, we already know, we know all about search and advertising. That's great. We know about data. You also know about AI. But what about quantum, where they're the actual only real, well, not only, but I guess IBM was one of them as well. They're a quantum play. They're a self-driving play. Like, it gives you that same bucket. Like, it's like the perfect kind of name in your portfolio. It gives you cross, what's the word I'm looking for? It gives you like one stock to own and you get multiple exposure to multiple growth strategies with Alphabet. That's why when Alphabet gets to reasonable valuations, you gobble it up. Gobble, 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 because you don't get that chance on Tesla. When you buy Tesla dips, you always have to grit your teeth and not look at the valuation and then benefit from it. But if Google breaks this little trend line, I'm 100% a buyer at the 200 period moving average. I'd have to check to see what the weighting is in my portfolio, whether I'd buy it at the 50 period, because I feel like I'm in a spot where I have more than enough of Google and not enough of Meta. So probably more discretionary or patient with Google and more aggressive with Meta on the next available dips. But I'd have to double check.
Yeah, and I think that no better of a time to discuss what tomorrow's all about. I mean, if you guys want to know why, he doesn't like Google, forget about us answering it for him. Just ask him tomorrow. I mean, join us tomorrow at 9 o'clock, where we'll all be here doing exactly that, going Q&A. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Bring your questions. We'll hopefully have some answers. We'll have some fun as well here tomorrow. So XXII.
20th century something. What's it called again?
See ya.
22nd.
I mean, this stock was only, $5, and now it goes all the way to the upside. There goes XIIIII. Aye, Captain. Let's go find out more about this name. X.
Oh my goodness.
Hold it now. So
This is worse than Mullen.
Look, the chart can't even show it up here. It's like all the way up there. It's not even showing it. All right, the short float, no idea how this even makes any sense, but 110% short. I mean, I don't think there's options on this name. Maybe Joey options over there, but I like 110% short right there. So the float.
It just reverse splits. Maybe it's.
Maybe, yeah, it's probably not worth it. Yeah, because there's the float, 500,000 shares. So XXIIII is giving you, yeah, just two I's, is giving you a big win here at the end of the day if you somehow, look at it, it doesn't halt at all until finally. No options. Yeah, I didn't think so on that.
I'd hope not.
I'd hope not as well. But if there was, maybe someone just blew that account up right there. So this name was 5 cents, now $8. So
actually,
making my Palantir trade look a little bit, Come on, Sean, how are you long $11 and the thing's at 70? I'm long this thing 4 cents. It's at $8.
Please don't compare that to Palantir.
My hat's off.
Palantir's all-time high isn't $190,000.
Soon to be.
Assuming this chart is correct, and I have zero reason to believe that there's nothing. Obviously, his stock has probably reverse split a few times. I think that's obvious because I'd remember if this thing actually was 190K. So yeah, 22nd century, that is 197,000 when you adjust for the splits, the all-time high.
Wow.
And it is now at $8.
Kablam.
So yeah. I would venture to say that put this one in the bucket. I didn't know it was this bad. Put it in the bucket with Mullen and light it on fire. But for momentum, congratulations if you happen to have it. Just remember what these usually do when they are these reverse split. And then I guess I can in the daily. Can it show another split?
Well, that's important.
Yeah. So here's the last. This is what you want to see. I want to zoom back a little further. Reverse split. There's a bridge. The same thing. Gap, broke out, and died. So obviously there's going to be a bit of a break here. It wasn't as parabolic right away, but essentially broke out after the reverse split. And if it does any kind of a candle like that to die tomorrow, check that on Friday, then probably worth it to look for some shorts. Be very careful with that. That's a nasty, nasty one. Diamond hands, Dr. Marin, I would say the opposite of diamond hands in those. I am more than happy to diamond hands quality companies that make money. That's where my diamond hands lie. I am paper hands if I ever swing trade something like this.
Thank you so much to Brian Owens as well, because I started trading 5 years ago, learning on YouTube. Me too. I belong to various paid streams. That's where we're different. But this is by far the best morning and afternoon show. So thank you so much for that. And yeah, trying to provide a little bit of hopefully some humor, hopefully some good talk, and hopefully some good trades, which I think the proof sometimes is in the pudding. And as you can clearly see right there, it is. I guess you covered your NVIDIA trade. I just noticing the
covered NVIDIA, covered Mara. Mara bounced off VWAP. It's 20-cent range on the day. Not the day, sorry, in the afternoon.
Yeah.
On the day, this is the difference. Like Mara in the morning, I don't know what's going on with that 30 minutes before the open, but it got from 18.8 all the way down to 17.8 with really only, it was like that top and then it was this top here. But the afternoon is just a little, it's just a little sideways. It is what it is. Gerber in the chat, the platform that we are trading on is called P-Pro 8 and it's proprietary to Real Trading. So we trade with Real Trading and P-Pro 8 is the platform that everybody at Real Trading is used. So we've traded on essentially the same platform. Obviously, it's been updated and had version a million. In over 20 years, but it's the same platform with just many, many versions over the years. And it's we say for traders, by traders. We give input on it all the time for things, improvements and different keys that we can add to it and hotkeys and all that kind of fun. Yeah. So yeah, it's obviously going to be
hotkeys.
It's like nothing. No platform is perfect. But what I love about it is if I see something that can be improved, or Sean sees something, we put a ticket in, and then development team looks at it.
Right, like halt bands and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, great point. I think that's important too. Like you're actually going to see, we got a question, the question of the week that I did on Instagram, which has been pretty popular. We all have little things that we putting up there on Instagram, and thank you for continuously supporting that social media as well. We all have Twitter accounts. Instagram's been pretty popular. We have a Twitter TV research package that's out there as well on Twitter, all for free. I said package account that you can go and grab and follow there. Adara's running that, and if there's any stories, I guess throughout the day, she'll sort of post them up. She makes these really cool graphics lately that I try to retweet as well. So yeah, thanks Adara for working that account. But at the end of the day, yeah, that's what it's about, right? It's about the community. It's about following each other and trusting each other to some extent, and getting new ideas throughout there. And I want to thank again. Is that a new one there from Ben? ALRR. Okay, what's up to Ben? And again, here's another example in the chat. I hadn't seen this yet, so there it is right there, Ben. I've been focusing on my positions. God. Obviously, I have 4 positions right now.
That's nasty.
And they're all pretty serious. But there's ALRR, so I'll ask Adara. He's asking, what just happened? So I'm going to say maybe there was some news or something on Yeah,
it just came all the way back though.
Yeah, have you given the news on this already? Okay, Alarity Therapeutics right now to that downside. So a nice move down into 110. So again, I just say the name and Adara already knows about it. So stay tuned, man. Keep on watching. Sometimes I'll miss some of the throws because, again, 5 positions. But there goes ALRR. I think this is probably a buy down here at $1. Any stock that stays northbound of $1, I like the stock until it breaks below. And I think we've done a good job explaining that many times of why there is sort of that mechanical situation that happens under $1, over $1 as far as delisting.
And someone's been supporting the stock at $1 for a while.
Okay, so yeah, so there you go. So there's been someone there on ALRR, and Adara has some updates.
I do. So again, I'm not seeing anything new on ALLR, Alarity, but I do want to clarify, as mentioned last time, small float, about 1.4 million shares, 10% short float. So that is key there, the very small float and the very significant short float. The other thing I want to mention here with ALLR is the catalyst. There's something floating around here. It does seem to be real, but I have not seen anything on Benzinga then or now, so it's not confirmed. Basically, people are speculating an image here of a patent approval here in Europe. So ALLR potentially here getting a patent in the EU for methods for predicting drug responsiveness in cancer patients. So again, I want to clarify, I'm not seeing any news reporting of this patent, but an image spreading around there. ALLR rise and falling here with, again, 10% short float, under 2 million share float. Guys, back to you.
Oops, she did it again.
1 minute till, yeah, thank you, Dara. 1 minute till imbalances are less than that. There needs to be a name for this pattern on the daily chart on ALLR. I don't know what to call it, but we usually say it's a repeat offender. Yeah, like, are you kidding me? Reverse split dump, reverse split dump, reverse split dump, reverse split dump. You need to have a hedge fund that just takes advantage, because that's what essentially, it's probably some hedge fund that just, yay, their bonuses are made shorting ALLR every time it reverse splits. Like it's ridiculous how easy it seemingly is. I've never swung short in my personal account, but you've got to be kidding me. Like, those are ridiculous. So if it does it, if the next time this reverse splits, probably want to make a note, and then the second it's back underneath the top, just look for the short every single day. So imbalances are now out. Shoot, I was on my quote board there. NVIDIA is a buy of 1.6 million. That's not very big. TLT is a sell of 1.5. Pfizer is a buy of 1.3. That's not significant. Intel's 1 million to sell, but that's a cheap stock. Not a big deal. Broadcom, 1 million to buy. That's not bad, although, never mind, Broadcom has split. In my mind, Broadcom's still a $1,000 stock, so a million. Yeah, a million shares, not that big of a deal as well on Broadcom. It's overall 1.7 billion to the buy side for the market. NASDAQ 237 million, not a lot. The Dow 500, Mag 7, 350. So slight imbalance on NVIDIA. I'm going to call it a nothing burger on NVIDIA. Yeah, it's still sort of hanging out in the same range. It moved all of 20 cents on that imbalance, so clearly it's not going to be a big mover. Probably going to keep eyes on that ALLR at the $1 level, and maybe it'll make a test of the dollar. It's already bounced once. I think this one has a potential. Let's see if it can hold. Like, you've got all kinds of support at that $1 level the last couple of days. Maybe there's a trade there. Nothing on the imbalances, but I don't think we were expecting to see much of anything. today, the day before the holiday.
No, I put a bid. Once I saw that come out there, we did wind up bidding out of some TQs. Neil just gave that number, which seemed to be quite large there on a buy side. So we don't need to be hanging around and waiting for anything to happen. So we will get out of the TQs. And again, just holding very, very small positions now on everything as we go. We've already talked about Tesla. I just bid 397. So hopefully that comes in. I do have another bid at, there it is. I do have another bid at 394. So, hey man, we'll take $3 there. I mean, we're wishing for a little bit more, but wish upon a star. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. And right there, Tesla, nice move to the downside. Look, if we can get this 395 at the end of the day, we'll take it. But just to talk about some of these imbalances, I got to get rid of the broker side because I haven't even really looked at them yet. Yeah, so it's NVIDIA with the buy. So that's a decent buy. I think we had a couple million shares yesterday. But as I was talking about it, you guys were trying to, I forget who it was. There was it Marty or somebody else in the chat was like they're really interested to see me talk a little bit more about these imbalances. But NVIDIA, rate this from yesterday. NVIDIA right now not making a huge move on this imbalance, so it's kind of telling you it's a nothing burger. So I think it's probably not going to be an executable strategy there today to go on any kind of a reversal play here on any of these names. I mean, the TLT, I got to get Raider Trader involved here because I thought he liked this name a little bit north. TLT, a little bit north of $90, but right now down to 86. Not that bad. Just get a little bit of an opinion there on what's going on with the Treasury. He liked the 10-year once. I think it hit 4.7 or I can't remember the number.
It was 477, I think.
4.3. I can't know, but he was like,
oh,
as soon
his
as this
thing.
number hits, it's a go. Anyways, don't want to talk about it because it was his trade, so we'll get that next time he's back on. But the TLT. Not bad today, flat, obviously, which isn't bad considering the day, right? So TLT making some moves there. Shout out to our good friend Andrew Rader. Again, you know, smart kid for sure. Well, we'll have him back on and talk more about.
Should we be back on Friday?
Some of these plays, yeah.
I would expect.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
think we'll have him on.
Oh, yeah, he's not going to be here tomorrow.
We had him last Friday, and
tomorrow's going to be Raheem's going to be on.
we have Raheem coming through. Michael Noss is going to come through. Obviously, we'll all be there. That's the beauty of this, like the round table. You know, you want to talk about options, we'll have Joey Options there. We want to talk about Google, then we'll ask Sharif's opinion on that one, and you can ask us anything. We can. It doesn't really matter. And for everyone that was asking in the chat sometimes about individual names on the imbalances, not a big problem. But I will say this, so it's the imbalance updates real time. So IonQ, which I was asked about, here, it's at 130K right now, but it keeps flipping. There, you just saw it, 320 to 130. So somebody is like, it's almost like someone's putting an order in and canceling it, which I didn't really think you should be doing back and forth, but whatever. So it's a buy imbalance on IonQ of 130, and then sometimes it shows 320, just going back and forth. But for now, it is a buy imbalance. It's not moving off that imbalance, so clearly nothing affecting it. I'm pretty sure you can't just spam the imbalances with.
Nope.
You can't put in a buy order into the close, cancel it, and put a buy order into the close, cancel it. I promise you, if that happened, if a trader here did that, like despite the second time they did it, there'd be like a call and be like, stop doing it, because you can't do that. But someone's doing it on IonQ, so I wouldn't read into that balance too much. About 30 seconds or 20 seconds till they possibly flip. Alma Hamada, the stream tomorrow, we're going to start it at 9 o'clock. So 99.9% sure we'll be on at 9 o'clock. And there's no time parameter on it. We don't have to worry about the market open. We'll just shoot the you-know-what. Top trade ideas for 2025. I like that graphic.
There we go.
Don't hold us to the ones that you see on the screen.
I got to get some ideas, I guess. Okay.
Because yeah, we'll probably talk about NVIDIA. I guarantee we'll talk about that. Can't promise we'll talk about Snapchat. John Deere, I don't know if we'll mention. Amazon probably. Netflix almost certainly. Alibaba will probably mention. I see Nike on there. Bitcoin, Roblox, Starbucks, AMD. I can't make out what that is in the middle. Who is that on the two? The bottom of the two and then above it. Yeah, that's
Carp.
Is that Alex? Okay. That's Alex Carp?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, man.
And then I don't know what's above that. Apple just made a big move on 355, bouncing. So I'm going to guess. Let me just go over here. Shoot, I had this alphabetically. That's what happens when you sort and look for IonQ. Is now all of a sudden this is not sorted by size. So I'm going to guess Apple probably reverted just load it back up. And I don't see Apple at all, but it just did a bit of a spike. But 355, sometimes you get big reversions, but Apple wasn't a big imbalance in either direction, and all of a sudden it just shot up about $1.20. So not really sure what caused this to move to the upside, but Apple just went green on the day, believe it or not.
There it is right there, man. We get the flush that we needed. There goes, look at that. You take a look at that right there at 395. So a good little trade there for us on Tesla. End the day with a $5 winner. I mean, great. We will end that off right now. And then talk about ending the day with another winner. I mean, here goes Oklo right back to the upside as well. I'm excited for tomorrow. I want to make sure everybody does join us here tomorrow. Raheem, Michael Noss, talking all that jazz. Probably like a midday sort of close on the show. And then, you guys can spend the rest of your time however you want. So join us there tomorrow. We should have a lot of fun, and we will have a lot of fun. I'm not having any fun not getting filled at 33, but we are there on Oklo. We'll wait for that. Tesla, obviously, we just talked about that. Huge trade at the end of the day. It's funny that right there at 357, we actually get the lowest bid that we've gotten all day. And then I put a stop on AMD. I thought it was around 121.80s. I guess it didn't go out, so okay, that's lucky.
Good look, I got to the desk. I didn't realize there was 2 minutes left.
I was way too slow on getting over there. The computer wasn't even working yesterday. I had to reboot it, so go have a quick look at that.
Seriously?
All right, I think it's fine now. 121.80 there to close out the day on AMD. All right, 2.5 minutes left. Salute to everybody there. I hope you guys had a good day. It was a little rough early. We talked about, actually, I lied. It wasn't really that rough early. AMD was a good trade that carried us. This was basically the first trade that we had. Sans Silo. Silo was a pre-market trade. Like we took that at 8 o'clock, man, 8:30 right there. As soon as we went on air, we were just in it just before as we broke $2 and we averaged it back in. So this was really quite a good trade for me there to start the day. Happy to have made it. But again, could always make a little bit more money. We'll see if we can do that again tomorrow on SILO. Fubo was, of course, a big winner as well in the game. We are going to go over. I was about to go over the sectors there today, but Neil's just going to do that. That's the thing that we do on the market recap show. Check out some sectors to trade, which ones are hot, which ones are not. And right now, Fubo down that 3%, looking like continuation to the downside on Fubo here as we break through VWAP. Just watch out. I mean, it's kind of going to be what it is right now. People still chanting about ALLR. I like it above $1. The problem is the next time I'm going to see all of you with a live open is jobs. So I'm nervous about it. I feel like I've done a good job talking about that. And yeah, it does make me a little bit nervous. Tesla, I'm fine with it, still hovering around $400. I think Apple, as long as we stay above that 240, we actually indicated that earlier today. We said we're buying 240s. Crazy that we don't have that long. We should have shorted it there into today. All right, man, a minute left. Again, good day overall here on the floor. I hope it was a good day for you guys. And no matter where you're trading, just trade safe. And I know that might sound ridiculous, but I really mean like trade, make sure that you have the right stops, make sure you have the right orders, the right entries, and everything. And I think a good example right there, AMD, there's my out right there on advanced micro devices to end that trading. And that's it, man. That's a wrap on the day. We do have the countdown ready to go. I'm going to cancel all my stops because I am flat. Got to make sure we do that. Here comes the countdown right now with only 2 seconds left. Oh, it's a Dara on the bell. So this bell brought to you by Hive. Check out Hive there on the NASDAQ, HIVE, HiveDigitalTech.com, 2 and 1. And that puts a close on the day. Thank you so much, Miss Adara. Now she's going to run back there, and do the recap show. And as I said, the next time we will see you will be tomorrow. Despite the market being closed, we're going to be open, having a lot of fun. Should be a good one today. Oh, my daughter is back in the batting cages there today. So quite the little hockey player, quite the baseball player, back at a sort of a workout place, an indoor place here in Toronto. I'm going to go there right now. It's always great to be back in there. She's with one of her friends. They're in the cages today, so that should be a lot of fun. I can't wait to go see her hit some around. But all right, for everybody here, Brendan. I see you, Brendan. Brendan's gone already. We had Sharif, see ya. Oh, Sharif's gone. Joe, have a good. All right, Obi. Is Obi's here. Obi's here. There. Oh boy, there he is. What's up, Obi? High five. High five. High five. Very nice. Very nice. Hey, high five, Obi. Very nice. Very nice. All right, there we go. Let's go over to the other show. We're having a good time, man. We're on one today, and we're on one every day. Thank you so much, Long This, for that super chat. That was great. We had a lot of fun there. We'll talk to Ram and Sharif tomorrow. Thank you, Bears vs. Bulls, for everything that you've done for us one more time today. Fabian, thank you so much, man. Great day as well. Ramin, pretty good day as well. Andre, thank you so much for all the stuff that you do. I am just blabbing on and on and on. Are we ready to go over there yet? Am I throwing it over there, Fabian? All right, we're ready to go. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. For Sean, Adara, everybody. Well, Adara's right there. For everybody that's not here, we'll see you tomorrow. Neil and Adara, they're on right now.
Thank you very much, Sean. There, just like, are we going to us? Are we not going to us? Obi, what's going on with the hoodie, man? Everyone's gonna think that we don't pay the heating bills around here. Is it really, like, as I say that, wearing a sweater? Like, I know it gets chilly in the office, but if you got the flow, you got to show off the flow. I'm the one that should be wearing a toque, as far as I'm concerned. So, obviously a fun day trading. Here, shout out to Obi. You do whatever works, man. I know the boys like to keep it comfortable. You know, no dress code on the trading floor here. It was a topsy-turvy day in the market that didn't break the range in either direction. So it was a bit of a choppy day. But as I look at my notes, curated wonderfully by Adara, the market did something right around 12 o'clock. It made an attempt to break out those lows to the downside. Now, for the life of me, I'm trying to figure out what possibly happened around 12 to get, and I was like, I'll go away from this interesting looking chart to the Qs, which this is the turnaround right at noon. And was there a trading opportunity? Potentially, there were plenty of them here. And then I look at what happened on this stock at about 12 o'clock, Adara, and for the life of me, I can't figure out what someone might have done with this here.
I mean, I can tell you what I did with it.
Why will we what?
I shorted it. So initially, I will say, went long on MSTR for this. I had reasons. Basically, I had like kind of an over-under at that 333, which was a flat bottom. But at this point, we were bouncing really nicely. I went long very briefly, got stopped out. Whatever, fine. You know what I mean? As you said, too, all your losing trades should be boring. And this was. But then I was like, you know what? I love flipping directions if the market gives me reasons to. And so then we actually break that 333. So I went short. I was risking to, I need to check here as to where I was risking to because I do not remember where the order was on that. But it was probably, I'm guessing, it was probably prior bar on the 15. Let me see. Yes, okay, so I got in, I risked about $1.50. So it was going to be basically that 334.50 area. I had drawn a trend line. That was basically where I was wrong. I was cool with that. So that was risking 1.5. The best exit for this was $13. So I think it's decent RR. Basically, once the trade started working, because it was a momentum trade, what I like doing momentum trades is I like to give it to prior bar high in the 3 minute. Because 1 minute's a little too chip choppy, 5 minutes a little too much room. I like the 3, especially when you trade spread, because we're talking like sometimes $5 differences in a 3 minute candle, right? So that's why I like to do prior bar on the 3, got short 330, 290s. I had, for some reason, I don't know why I thought I had way more shares than I did on this. I don't know if I typed, because it's not even like the numbers I had were even close to each other in the keyboard. Either way, I'm not going to complain. I'm happy with the trade. Happy I got the reps in. Do I wish it was more size? Sure. Am I going to cry over spilled shares? Absolutely not. Because I think also, because I had less, I was a lot more calculated about where I offloaded. So I took off one piece here, 320s, whole dollar level. We were chopping and trading around there. It made sense to me. Then when we broke above that prior bar at 321s, I got stopped out. $12 win even with the stop out. So who's going to complain about having less shares than they wanted? Not me. And I learned a lot from this. I will likely post it on my X, Trader TV Adara. And look, we almost flat bottom broke that area again, the slightly lower. Yeah. So I think this MSTR 330 is really interesting. Another area stock that I was watching around the 330 area today was APP, but it was a lot less chip choppy. The short in APP that I wanted came at the same time as MSTR. Chose my horse, happy with the horse I chose. Clip Club.
Yeah, well, you got to make sure you're, like, again, when you take a trade, you've got to be able to, focus on that individual stock. There's going to be an opportunity you miss in that moment. It happens every single day. In that moment, for everyone, everyone looking, it was probably the big drop in the NASDAQ at the same time as Bitcoin. So we're going to go through some sectors here, but Bitcoin did make a big drop. What I want to point out here is have a look at the curl on Bitcoin and where they are. Like, you had a double bottom on the RSI, and then you had a capitulation bottom. And obviously, that's a decent sign for a turnaround. Like, when you talk about a trend trade back to the upside, it was not a very good day, obviously, for Bitcoin. It ends up being a trend down, but that move right in the middle of the day is what carried the most weight. We showed you guys what happened to the Qs. There's no way we can look at the individual sectors without looking at the unfortunate reversal again. The solar names just keep getting beaten up, and every single time you think that it's going to turn, solar down 4% today, and it did another fake out at the 50-period moving average. There it is. Tried to break out the 50-period moving average, complete rejection, and then just broke back down. So I'm not calling this the Widowmaker, but I don't know how many times it's going to trap people above a major moving average, although I guess the game isn't over on solar. We all know what happened to some of the quantum names. You also had some of the nuclear names pull back, but uranium still working to the downside and downward trending, down 1.5 points there. Not as bad. And we're going to talk about, well, I don't know. I'm definitely tomorrow going to mention Alibaba when we do our stream. Got some ideas about Alibaba. Holding forward, only 1/3% down today was the FXI. So this bottom that got made, it's a pretty significant level on FXI that's worth monitoring. You had this top at 29.5. Then we had the stimulus support at 29.5 once, twice. Now 3 times we're bouncing off this same area. Obviously, lower highs into a flat bottom does mean if it breaks down, it is a good short setup. So I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't also work in the other direction. Pretty good day up top here for the metals. Gold, GLD gets back, GLD specifically, gets back above the 50, kind of resuming its, I guess, upward trend after a little bit of a pullback was GLD. But Adara, outside of that move in MSTR, you can't ignore what Jensen did to Quantum today.
Oh,
because
no.
it was a bloodbath, and we had, for anyone that doesn't know, CEO Jensen Huang of NVIDIA mentioning at CES that quantum computing is probably, I think it was 15 to 30 years was the range he gave before there were any significant breakthroughs and any profitability. That sent the entire quantum market into a tailspin. IonQ closed down 40%. D-Wave was down, last I checked, somewhere in the 30 to 35% range to the downside. You also had Rigetti, which got smoked. That was down. At one point, it was down 50% on Rigetti. All of these broke trend. All of these got absolutely smoked here today. And a lot of people are looking for a bounce spot. I just want to say, remember the 3-day rule. We just had, this is as big as having earnings or having the election or something like that. It's a major event. Allow them to calm down before you start thinking about where to buy the dip. And obviously, it's been a great run up, but this is what can happen when they start to unwind.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too. I was actually having this conversation with Jose a couple weeks ago in the back, and he, basically what he said, because we were talking about like quantum versus nuclear, he said nuclear probably has more of like, you know, a short-term case than quantum. And he totally called it. Like, I don't know if he got this straight, but either way, this is like really dope. And so this was kind of on my mind, too, when I heard Jensen say that because of this conversation I had had. 2 more things I want to say quickly on quantum. 1, Martin Shkreli, Pharma Bro, also called this. And I remember Sean was mentioning, like, what else is he kind of called? He called the Sava short. He wrote a 38-page paper on why Sava's Alzheimer treatment, in his words, not that just he doesn't think it will work, he knows it will not work. So he totally called Sava. Martin Shkreli, slowly gaining some cred, admittedly not in the area that he initially had his career in, but he's definitely gaining some cred in terms of his specifically short cases and his analysis of some of these things. My second point on quantum is, I wonder, because they're also SSR, if we get a bounce on Friday, but Jensen has a lot of pull in the market. And so I think just the fact these dumped so hard, we'll have to wait and see. These are not really my URV. I'll probably watch them. I don't know if I'll necessarily be looking to trade these names. Either way, though, they're certainly fascinating. I think they'll probably give you opportunities for the next one now.
Yeah, and well, one thing, and just to give both sides of it, anybody that doesn't know who Martin Shkreli is, he's called the pharma boy. Yeah. So when he made the call on Sava, like I remember reading some of that as well. Like he has a very quality and sound understanding of the biopharma space.
Absolutely.
Like there's no question he knows his stuff, right? Like you know when somebody has a great knowledge and spent years going over reports and fundamentals, and so he knows that to a T. He was talking about the quantum shorts before just today, though. So he was saying that they were short. Just on the nuclear names, just for a quick little second there was a pullback across the board on anything that had been parabolic recently. We had multiple offerings in the pre-market that didn't bode well for some of the penny stocks. New scale here is down 9%. Like that took it a little bit on the chin. It tried to break trend back to the upside, and there's a rejection of the 50. We're in a settling period for some of these names that were going parabolic, and I think when that happens, you've got to be a little bit patient. I do see Phil of the Future in the chat. Tomorrow is quantum presentation at CES. We may see a bounce upwards. But we'll have to wait for Friday for that bounce. And that's going to be, everyone has a couple of days to digest it. So on Friday, you're going to have a ton of SSR names, like there'll be day 2 type plays. I'm pretty sure the one, well, you know what? I mean, everyone likes their own horse, whichever one you want to trade. I just find that like Rigetti and D-Wave have a lot of volatility. They look the best. Rigetti didn't really give much of a bounce. Like it closed under VWAP, man. It closed under the 50-period moving average, closed under $10 as well. So it hasn't made, you've got one bottom made today at $9. We'll see if it can hold that level. We'll have the uptick rule in effect, obviously, on Friday, and we'll have to check that one out. So at the end of the day, there's a bunch of things that we got to watch out for. I do want to go back over to our good friend Tesla, because we've talked a little bit about some of the squeeze names recently and the downward trend. Well, Tesla's in a downward trend as well. And it didn't have that bad of a day, I should say, closing flat. I don't feel like that tells the real story for Tesla, that it closed flat, because when you really look at it, it seemed for a moment, and NVIDIA did this too, it seemed for a moment that you were in the midst of a recovery and a breakout, because it looked like a liquidity grab under 390 in the early pre-market, topped that 400, and then kept failing the $400 level. So still working to the downside with a trap breakout. NVIDIA was guilty of exactly the same thing. Trapped breakout, although I would say it was a little more extreme in terms of how it fell off. We've got some big cap names that are not out of the water yet. I think NVIDIA still looks bearish. Tesla still looks bearish. Alphabet I put into that category as well, as much as I like them. All failing recent highs and lacking follow through when they tried to catch a bid today.
I really quickly want to step in there too on Tesla, because you mentioned, Tesla, I mean, this daily chart is kind of rough, but it's interesting. Ahead of tomorrow, I've been working on some graphics for TTV Research that we're going to have out there. We posted one on Bitcoin, I guess public companies that hold Bitcoin, but I've also been working on here on the weighting of the S&P 500. So this took way longer than I thought. I started collecting the data last week. Looks like we're going to finish hopefully by tomorrow. But the reason I bring this up is because TSLA, when I looked at this last week, actually was lower weighted in the S&P 500 than Broadcom. Now it's actually above Broadcom in weighting. So even though we've had this drop, it's clearly reclaimed some weighting here from Broadcom, which let's see what AVGO did over the last couple of days. Yeah, AVGO in a downtrend, so that makes sense. But I think it's interesting. TSLA actually climbing up here in the top 10 when it comes to S&P 500 weightings, even if the stock is on the move to the downside, because I thought that was really interesting. I just discovered that like 20 minutes ago, so it's a new fun fact for me. But yeah, Tesla may be trying to climb its way up into terms of what the S&P 500 is weighted, but you'll see that whole graphic tomorrow, so I don't want to spoil too much.
We've got a lot planned for you guys tomorrow. Just a reminder to everybody, the market is closed. The U.S. markets, I should say, are closed tomorrow, but we have a stream for you anyways. We're all going to be on, the entire team here at 9 o'clock. We'll go, I don't know, we might go to lunchtime. I don't think there's a firm time. We're going to be doing Q&A. We're going to be talking best ideas for 2025. That's trading ideas, investing ideas, swing ideas, anything you guys want us to cover. And on that note, we did get a super chat just now from Rookie Cooker. Shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat. If possible, could you guys please talk about Amazon, Alibaba, and Walgreens tomorrow? I'd like to get your opinions on either the technicals or the fundamentals. I'm going to make a note to myself. I can tell you right now, and I kind of hinted at it, Alibaba was going to be 100% talked about. I'm fairly certain. I would say Sean's the most bullish on Amazon of our group, so I'm pretty sure you'll hear about Amazon. But I will do some work on Walgreens, because it's not a stock that I'm not really that interested in, and I can't say that I'm in it or have been in it, and I haven't really dug into the chart, but certainly we'll have a look at that. So feel free to ask tomorrow, but I'll make a note to go over Walgreens at least a little bit. Do want to cover this 22nd Century, because I saw people talking about it in the chat, and we were trying to warn at least a little bit about this one and ALLR and what typically happens. So this is what has just happened clearly in 22nd Century, which was a $6 stock that I think it halted once, maybe twice, almost doubled it up, and right back to where it started. So there was this one in the afternoon, and there is ALLR, Alarity Therapeutics, with pretty much the same pattern. Here's what I'll show you on the daily chart for ALLR. This is what a daily chart looks like for ALLR. You go all the way back, and it's nonsense. You zoom it in, reverse split, dump, pump, dump. ALLR has done it, and 22nd Century has done the same thing. So this is what we talk about. No one ever goes broke taking profits, and I'll be the first person to tell you that it cuts both ways. If you look to limit risk when you're taking longs in stocks like this as they start to go, you're going to give up some upside. There's no free lunch. Right? Like if you bank profit so that you can't lose if it goes all the way back to zero on it, that also means you don't have as many shares if this thing goes to $50. But I think you live with that, or at least most traders live with that trade-off so that they don't get absolutely rinsed. So always be very careful trading these names, especially the ones that are repeat offenders like this. So obviously, you know, I hate seeing it happen. Usually when a stock runs like that in the afternoon, maybe you get more than 30 minutes out of it or an hour out of it. And both those two names, big breakouts that ended up giving the entirety of the move back in the same power hour that they started to run. So unfortunately, these two look pretty nasty. But the warning signs are there on the daily when we see these.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think the thing too is like with these, even the news for Alarity, right? It was running on that European patent. Now, I could not find any evidence of this patent. Now, I'm not saying this patent doesn't exist. Perhaps it does. But it's always hard when you're looking on Benzinga and you can't find any confirmation of the news. You're only seeing screenshots, rumors, whatever, right? So I think with small caps, it's always worth it to be careful. Shreve talks about this a lot too, right? Like it's something where you have to exercise a lot of caution when you trade these names. Anything that's kind of more volatile, right? Like on the flip side of that, as someone who trades primarily, if not exclusively, a lot of spready names with large market caps, the same kind of thing where you have to be really aware of volatility. You can go from in the money to out of the money very quickly. Like I've started to make different rules for if I take things in the first half hour, because you'll have situations where you're like, oh, you're doing splendidly, and then so you have to basically scalp sometimes in order to get what you want. And I think obviously very different, but I think there are some similarities in those spaces. But you guys definitely check out the stream tomorrow. I actually was thinking today, I think I know what I might talk about for that top idea for
don't spoil it.
2025. Well, yeah, I'm not spoiling, but just something I have on my eye on. Put it that way. I don't know if I will, but some ideas happening for sure.
That's what I like to see. And the best part about it, and when you join us tomorrow morning, is we have all different perspectives, all different, it's not just level of experience, but like different backgrounds here on the program and different styles. And that's the real value. I've always said that's the value of a trading floor. It's the value of the program, is that you're going to be able to get not just one perspective on the market, multiple. And that's the tricky thing about trading, because we all know our own perspective and we're in our own heads. But I've found in my trading journey, I always want someone that I'm talking to be looking at it differently from me. Because if somebody is looking over, I'm going over a trade with somebody, and all they're doing is seeing exactly the same things that I see in the same way, then how am I supposed to gain anything? That's what the community is all about there. Shout out, thank you very much, David, for the chat, for the kind words. And I also saw someone saying, have a look at Jeff earnings. So obviously, this is not a heavy earnings week. Jefferies Financial, which is not a gigantic name, but it's 16 billion market cap. It's not absolutely nothing. It moved, and it is moving a little bit on earnings. There was a move up, followed by a retracement. It's now flat on the session, as you can see here. I can see the numbers. I mean, they did beat on EPS, 93 cents versus 91. They beat on sales actually pretty nicely. Sales were 1.96 billion, beating estimates of 1.78. So that's actually a pretty good beat.
It's not bad at all.
That's a good revenue beat, man. Like that's almost 10%. But it's not doing anything. So it's flat on the session after beating on revenues of 20%. 7.5% short float, so not a heck of a lot of volatility in this name. But hey, if it reports and you guys want to hear about it, we'll let you guys know no matter what. So if you have any questions, please let us know. JRO in the chat just says Disney getting a small pop. Can't imagine why. I mean, Disney is getting a little bit of a move. I wonder if Fubo is moving. Fubo, of course, getting the big move after that Disney.
I think I found out what Disney is. It's not Fubo related. There is news though.
Okay, excellent. What do we got?
Yeah, so CNBC reporting here that Disney has announced so it just sounds like Disney announced it. 157 million ad-supported monthly active users across their streaming services. So MAU is 157 million here for Disney across their streaming services. Disney has definitely been pretty aggressive in the streaming game. So good look here for DIS. This could be a name that's in play for Friday. I have a question.
I was going to say I am one of those.
Oh, nice.
And
how is the ad tier?
Well, I think the ads are fine. I actually just started watching a show on Disney, which is so far it's like really good. Like I think Mark Strong is in it. I just want to find the name of it. I actually have to go in and check my phone because I don't remember the name of the show. It's kind of like they're Deep State. So I started watching this show called Deep State, and already I'm kind of captured. It's kind of like a Homeland feel towards it, but that's on Disney. Obviously, Disney gets the benefit of Moana, blowing up, Moana 2. I don't think it's as good as the first, but obviously it was very, very successful. Wicked as well, which I still have yet to see. I'm kind of disappointed that I haven't seen Wicked. My daughter's not as interested in seeing it as I would have thought, so she doesn't want to go to the theater. She doesn't want to go to the theater to watch it. So I'm going to wait until it's on Disney for free, and then we'll probably be able to watch it that way. But Disney is pulling back off of that news. It was able to get up to 112, a little bit of a pullback into 111, and it's still going to be down overall, but that's because it was a down day. It is up in the aftermarket there on Disney. I see Elite March saying that Costco has jumped in the chat, jumped up a little bit.
Probably Costco for the last month.
Costco always does their monthly numbers, right?
We do have their monthly numbers.
There you go. So monthly numbers now out for Costco. They're up $10 here, 1.5%.
Yeah, also, okay, Costco, fair warning. I say this as someone who trades spread. This one's really rough to day trade. Like, if you don't get your first entry you want, maybe steer clear. Regardless, though, COST, wow, they have fallen since earnings. They were near 1,000 at earnings. Anyways, right now they're around 940. They did report here net sales of $27.52 billion for the retail month of December. So that is a 9.9% year-over-year increase. Great look here. Their comparable sales are up 7.4% year-over-year. Their wholesale comparable sales up 7.4% year-over-year. And their overall comp sales up 9.9%. So comp sales up. Wholesale comp sales up. Wholesale net sales up. Yes, that's saying sales a lot in one sentence, but either way, Costco, all these metrics to the upside.
And that's what you got to like here. That's actually confluences pretty nicely, to steal a term from Obi, to something that you sent, Adara, which I'm going to pull up.
Oh, it does, yeah.
Consumer spending during the holiday season, which ticking up 2022 to 23 to 24, almost approaching the $250 billion mark. So I think that clearly bodes well for some of the retailers that you got a good holiday season. Maybe not so much reflected directly to Costco. They're a bit of a different story. And I get asked this a lot because I know I said all last year I said I was waiting for a pullback on Costco to buy it, and then Costco pulls back and I bought Walmart. But I did try to explain that I find that in my personal account, I end up with like too many individual stocks in it. So I'm really trying to streamline. Like if I like a stock in a specific space, I own Amazon, I own Amazon, I own Walmart. I'll leave it at that. I don't need Costco. And I owned CrowdStrike and I owned Palo Alto. So I sold some Crowd at the top and buying some Palo Alto on dips. I could try to keep it a little bit more simple, I think here. So obviously a good look for Costco. The only thing about it is, as you get up to the top, you're going to see it's at 943 right now. Well, that corresponds with the 50-period moving average. So it's going to run into some resistance, I think, on, well, I guess obviously now and then Friday because the market's not open tomorrow. But also worth keeping in mind, when are you going to split Costco? Because it's a little ridiculous, man.
Like, I even find them hard to day trade. So, like, and I say that as someone who loves expensive spready tickers. Costco, please split. Lily, Netflix, you're cool. I don't care. Meta, same. I can handle you.
Right.
Costco, split. Like, when you're near 1,000, it's
too much.
The slippage is crazy. And again, you got to be used to slippage if you trade spread. But Costco, I traded it once, and I took like no shares, knowing this. Like I took shares, but you know what I mean. I took less shares, and I still got slipped like $1. So I was like, okay, Costco. And then it worked right after. So like, always I say exercise caution with this name. I have no problem with the Costco split, actually.
Yeah, I remember I was trading. It was Sean was off one day. It was like maybe a year or two ago, and I was on with Max.
Oh,
and I remember I had it was before split. It was before SMCI, and SMCI was obviously a really high price stock, and I had a trade on it that was like my best trade of the week. And then I remember I trailed out of it for a winning trade. And I'll never forget the experience because Max was like, oh, that was pretty good. And I turned to Max and I was like, not really, it wasn't. And the reason why it wasn't a good trade was because I looked at where I got filled when it trailed out and was like, the amount of slippage that I got trailing out of a third of that position, had this position not worked and I had been stopped out for a loss and took the slippage that I got on that other out, I would have lost twice as much as so I essentially didn't know that I was risking twice as much. I hadn't really traded the stock before. So sometimes you can't judge a winning trade in a vacuum. When I saw the liquidity when it ran a level and did a reversal, I was like, oh crap, that was way bigger of a move than I expected on the slippage. Had I just been flat out wrong on the trade, my risk was almost twice what I thought it was. So therefore, the fact that I was up on it wasn't irrelevant because I've risked more than I expected to. And that's the thing about trading. It doesn't matter, and I say this all the time, like it doesn't necessarily matter what you make or lose in a day, because you'll trade 3 or 4 different stocks and 3 or 4 different strategies. Like I'll look at something like MAR. Like take MAR that worked today. I know it's 427. I'm just going to give you an example. Like take MAR that worked today. Like I would judge, like if you take a short here that I'm giving to prior high, or a short here and giving to 19. Okay, so you've got to ask yourself, when this trade works, ask yourself how much you made on it, and then how much you would have lost if it ran the 19 stop, right? So when you're in your position, whatever you would have lost, just make sure, because I've seen this before. I've seen traders where like you can have this short in here, but you're not making enough on the dump that if it broke 19, it's worth it. Yeah. Like, and that's an important thing, because that's a trade that worked. And a lot of times the trade will work, and that's your end of your analysis. You're not paying attention to like what was your drawdown on it. Tesla could be an example. Like if you had Tesla's a great example because it was a 400 short.
Yes.
So if you were giving it a couple of dollars off the 400 level, or you were just shorting it at 400 on the way back through, clearly it's a working trade. But if you were shorting it on the way up, how much did you have to draw down? How much was it against you? How close did it come to running your stop? Had it run your stop, how much would you have lost? Mark that against how much you ended up winning, and then you know if you're efficient in terms of getting out of the trade. Now, that's why I've been favoring in this market, like setups like the one I tried on Tesla, which is a mean reversion. And what I like about that setup is I can go like this, I can pick up a trend line, like when it does this off a distinct bottom, where it does that, and I know my entry is going to be somewhere in here as tight as possible and risk to the prior bar high, which I have to zoom in to be able to see, but that's about like 396. So you're short somewhere in here at 95, you don't want to chase it, risking $1 change, and then you've got a range to the bottom, you've got other support levels to take profit, and then suddenly I don't have to worry about averaging in. It's a kind of strategy, I don't love averaging in, it's just my style of trading, I don't like it. So I'd rather find an entry rule that gets me a single point of entry, and then I know where my stop is going to be. But everyone to each their own. And this is why I'll show those that entry strategy. The thing about that MSTR, when you had that flat bottom break, it's very similar. It breaks, you're in, you know where your stop is.
Yeah, and I'm not adding anything.
Yeah, it's easier, more binary. I think for new traders, or if you're novice or you're just starting out, it's a little bit easier to work with. When you start out, you don't necessarily want to be, I have multiple entry points. That's going to be, leave that for when you get more experience and more profits in there.
Sometimes it makes sense. Like there are times, even I remember I averaged up to be clear, I averaged like when I was in the money in the direction. But I did that with Lily once in an FOMC trade, and it worked. To be clear, it worked. But you have to have a ton of confidence, and you have to have like stops. But that's also like really quickly, I know we just got the bell, but one thing I want to say too with what you said is that I totally agree with you when it comes to calculating for slippage and calculating for if it goes against you with your entries. Like I now, if I have to risk a ton and I don't have at least like a 2 or 3 to 1 risk to reward, I'm not going to take a spready trade because I do not have a reason to, because the amount I'm going to risk on slippage is way more than the amount that I could possibly win if I even take part of it out. So yeah, I just want to really shout you out for that because I really relate to that. I think it's a really good point for everybody to know.
That's what we're all about here. It's all about dropping that knowledge and sort of learn from the things that we have learned so that your trading journey doesn't have to be as long as it usually is, because trading's not an easy thing, everybody. And anybody that tells you that it's easy probably isn't doing it or hasn't been doing it for very long. But it is that time of the day. We're past 4:30. Reminder to everybody, tomorrow the U.S. markets are closed in observance of the passing and commemorating former President Jimmy Carter. So we'll be open. We're going to be here. We're going to do a trades of 2025, ideas for 2025, and a Q&A for everybody starting at 9 a.m. But right now, it's time for a little roll call action. So before we get the roll call in, I always try to say to everybody, appreciate the community that we have, and give a big shout out to Ram, obviously doing a little bit of some, it wasn't wheelies, I guess it was donuts. You guys got to see that in the midday. That's pretty cool. Of course, to Fabian, shout out to both them on the 1s and 2s, to Andre on our socials. Big shout out to Obi, who's done a fantastic job for filling us in. And then the midday crew was back, right? So Obi was filling in for Sharif and his Bash brother, Joey Options.
Oh.
Hey, there they are, right? There's Joey.
Yeah, with the quantum dot.
Well, that's actually Jose that's sitting with Obi right now.
Obi and Jose, both of them.
Which is hilarious because I found out at poker night that Jose is just a nickname.
I found that out because you found this out.
It's
because
ridiculous.
Everyone thought his name was Jose, and then one day BPI, you guys remember BPI? We were randomly having a conversation, and Yannick's like, "Oh, you guys know his name's not Jose, right?" And BPI and I were like, "What are you talking about?" But yeah, so nickname that went insanely far to the point where multiple people in this office did not realize that was not his name.
I mean, when you're on a trading floor with somebody for a year, and I feel like I find out a year later that that's a nickname that people gave you on the floor. I'm not even calling you by your real name. I actually felt like I'm being rude the whole time.
I felt shocked.
I was pretty shocked about it. But like I said, give a shout out to everyone on the crew. Big shout out, of course, to my man Sean, to Adara, to Brendan, to Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the business. So hit that subscribe so you can be in the chat, and then drop some love in the chat as we go into roll call with Adara.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Fabian. Thank you, Ramin. Also, Ramin got me this little pad here for like a mouse pad because I was like, oh, my wrists are dying on this desk. So shout out to Ramin very much for that. I've been much more comfortable. Shout out to Neil. Shout out to the Bash brothers. Shout out to Obi. Shout out to Sharif, Joe. We have Neil and Sean. We have Brendan. We have Andre as well. And we have roll call here. We got Neil Roberts in the chat. Darwin, Junior Son, Ari Pages, Bears versus Bulls, Nightbot, Just Brad V. I know I should always shout out Nightbot. And Nick Starter. We have Paul. We've got Marlon B. William James, Mitchell Rossa, Easy Peasy Profits, Ari Pages again, NYC Urbanista. We have Oliver Katsaros. We have Crypto, FOMO, Taya. We've got Derek Thompson, Guap7. I like that. You're Guap10. Sorry, you sound like a SoundCloud rapper. I love it. 3 7s, Sir MRM. We've got Robert Liu, Hans Beer. Last but not least, thank you guys so much here to Miles High Momo for everything. Guys, thank you for everything you do. And yes, that is a true story. No lie there about us literally not realizing this man's name was not Jose. But also, yeah, lots of graphics in the works. I'm really excited to show you guys some of these infographics I've been working on. So, to be really fun stream. Please feel free to check it out. I think it'll be a good time.
And for everybody out there, just the whole nicknames on the trading floor thing, I can tell you right now, pretty much nobody called, when I started out on the floor, and Sean was the training manager at the time, the risk manager, nobody called Sean Sean. I knew Sean since high school. Everyone called him Shakady because it was like the trading ID, like the first couple of letters of your first name and then the first few from your last name. So everyone called him Shakady, SHCATE for Sean Katina. So a lot of people, obviously you knew it was Sean, but you'd say, hey, what's up, Shakady? And people called me Nairobi because Neil Roberts.
That's amazing.
And so, like, back in the day, it was all about the nicknames when you were on a trading floor. They don't really do that so much. Everyone's just like, Obi's Obi. And
there's some nicknames a little bit, like, I mean, Sharif gives us all nicknames. So Sharif's trying to keep that culture alive, I guess, you know.
He is. And what will be alive tomorrow, despite the market holiday, is Trader TV Live will be there for you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Special edition of the show. It's going to be our plays of 2025 and a special Q&A. So tune in tomorrow morning. Enjoy the holiday, of course. Everyone in California, be safe from those wildfires. We'll see you at 9 o'clock for a special edition of Trader TV Live. Bye, guys.
See you guys.